I have 9 o'clock. Do you have 9 o'clock? Are we all here? We know we're in body. Are we here in spirit and mind too? Good. I hope you had a restful sleep. I hope you had sleep. I would like to now call the meeting back to order. Whew. To continue the business of the Canadian Shield Regional Council. Now, our worship team, our music team is also our worship team for our Saturday morning worship time. And so we're blessed to have Blessing, Diana, Deanna, and Faye lead us this morning.
Well, good morning and welcome everyone to a Saturday at the Canadian Shield Regional Meetings. Woohoo! My name is Diana Hannaford Wilcox, and I am the music minister at Thunder Bay, at St. Paul's United Church in Thunder Bay. And we were thrilled to be asked to be the music team this morning. I love making music, and it's just been a privilege to be here and to also do the minister retreat was a few days before, so we had fun with that. I grew up in the United Church, and I have made music all my life in the church. And for some reason, God keeps calling me back to the church. I have now been at St. Paul's. This September, it will be 28 years. I know. It's hard to believe I'm that old, right? One thing I love to do is see how other churches work, and if I can learn a few things. Things like how different congregations set up their sanctuaries, how their church family work together, what is special about their music program, and what is different in their worship services. This morning, we would like to share more ways to worship, make music, and celebrate the diversity of how music can be used in a worship service. The questions I am constantly asking myself is, how can I make this worship service different? How can I use music as a prayer, as a scripture, as a message? How can I enhance my congregation's worship experience through music? How can I encourage that one person who is in church shopping to come back next week and bring a friend? So I brought Blessing.
Hello, everyone. My name is Blessing. I am the musical director of the Intercultural African Youth Choir that we have at St. Paul's. And yeah, like Diana, I'm very happy to be here. I like to call myself a musically inclined person because music is just something that God placed upon my soul, and I'm reaping a lot of gifts from that, a lot of good things. And so I'm grateful to be here. And I hope that this small worship that we're going to do together will inspire you a little.
So we're going to sing Let's Go Together. So some of these things we're going to sing a few times over the season or over the weekend. And this is our opening one in worship on Sunday. So it'll give you a chance to warm up for Sunday morning.
Let's go together.
Please stand.
For a while, and that's where we begin to build a world where love can grow and hope can enter in, to be the hands of healing and to plant the seed of peace, singing welcome to this place. To come and know God's grace, God to share, 'cause all of us are welcome here. Yes, all are welcome in this place. Let's talk together all the time when we will share a feast where pride and power or kneel to serve the lonely and the needy. And joy will set the table as we join our hands to pray. Singing, come, welcome to this place. You're in to come and know God's grace. Come, the love of God to share. Cause all of us are welcome here. Yes, all are welcome in this place. Let's dream together of the day when earth and heaven are one. A city built of love and light, the new Jerusalem, where morning turns to dancing. Every creature lifts its voice, singing, welcome to this place. Glory to come into God's grace. Oh, come, the love of God to share. Cause all of us are welcome here. All are welcome in this place.
Please join us as we call to God together. When we pass through the waters of planning services and organizing meetings, when we walk through the rivers of sorting through scriptures, music, and sermons,
It shall not overwhelm us.
when we stand in the fire of high expectations and heavy burdens,
We shall not be burned. The flame will not consume us.
for you are our God, the Holy One.
We have nothing to fear, for you have called us by name. We are yours.
May our worship be an echo of your presence.
And may our hearts rest in your perfect love. Amen. Through the waters, I will be with you. Dance on the river, shall not overwhelm. You shall not be burned. There is nothing to fear, nothing to fear. There is nothing to fear, nothing to fear. And when you walk in the depths of your sorrow, I went beside you when you walked through the shadow. I drew you near. Yesterday, today, tomorrow, always the same. I am alone. And there is nothing to fear, nothing to fear. There is nothing to fear, nothing to fear. For I am with you. God. ways, and there is nothing to fear. Nothing to fear, there is nothing to fear, nothing to fear. I am with you always. What can separate you from my perfect love? What can separate you from my perfect love? What can separate you from my perfect love? Do not be, do not be, do not be.
Have a seat. Isaiah 43:19 says, I am about to do a new thing. Now it springs forth. Do you not perceive it? I will make a way in the wilderness and rivers in the deserts. New things. I don't know about you, but I love new things. Maybe new isn't the right word. I love variety, challenges, options. Why do you come to church? Does God call you to come sit in these hard, well, you don't have hard pews right now, but in hard pews every week out of loyalty and duty? Is worshiping in our church buildings the only way we can praise God's awesomeness? What is God calling you to do in your worship spaces to give the people a reason to enter our sanctuary doors? Are you like me and find yourself full of more questions than answers? At St. Paul's, one of the things that we have been trying to do is celebrate our diversity. I'm happy to say that our church family is growing with different cultures, more youth, more children, and more need for a diversity in worship and music. For me, this leaves me with more questions. How can I, as the music director, enhance our worship experience so that every person who comes to sit in our pews feels the Holy Spirit's presence? How can the music say to people, I see you, I hear you, I celebrate you? And I'm so glad that God led us here to be with all of you. I'm happy to say that we now, because of our lovely minister, he's here somewhere over there, we are a amen shouting, clapping, and dancing in the aisle congregation these days. After the congregation inspired by music, if I know that they've been inspired, we get a woohoo! Everybody try it. Woohoo! And now when the minister shouts out, God is good, the people say,
Time.
all the time.
God is good.
So we got t-shirts. And so let us stand now, and as you are able, and truly know that God is good.
It's good. Yeah.
Good going.
Isaiah 43:19. See, I am doing a new thing. Do you not perceive it? I think you all can sit down a bit, unless you want to remain standing. From this passage, we get to see that God knows human nature, especially how we may be reluctant to change. And in the passage, you will see that God warns us that this new thing is about to happen. That is an example of how God is just. This warning was issued well before our time whenever the Holy Word was written. And now that warning is upon us. God is gracious, so this new thing isn't just going to come and leave us in the dust. This new thing is going to spring forth, and we as a church are going to act. There are many stories in the Bible that speak to how God can make all things new, regardless of knowledge, regardless of time on this earth. But I should say, when God starts picking up the pieces of what was, God then realizes that this piece isn't going to fit as well as it did before. And so what God does is he creates a new thing. A new creation is made in the body of Christ. Now, going back to action, believe it or not, I am of the thinking that we are in fact acting through the initiative called Toward 2035. The United Church's call is toward deep spirituality, bold discipleship, and daring justice. Toward 2035 focuses on helping United Church people tell their story of why going to church is important. Because in the midst of talk about decline, we as a community can lose ourselves. And as a youth, what better person to relate to you this Toward 2035 message and my understanding of it? Most times we reminisce and we look back at the glory days. I hear people talking about the 80s. I wasn't there, but I'm assuming it was a great time. And those were times when disciples were growing, people were going to church because it was a societal norm. And with Toward 2035, the overarching theme is we can't do what we have always done and expect it to work. Churches should therefore think outside the box and find creative ways to do ministry and to change with the times. The reality is we are called to be the church of today and not the church of the 50s. Because I don't hear anyone as excited about the 50s. But
I wasn't there in the 50s.
yes, I wasn't there either. So I invite you to suspend that notion of failure. Yes, mistakes may have been made, but that's okay. Mistakes are what build us up in the end. We should live in the now and give a little wiggle room to those new exciting things that will help us revive the two elements of our call that we are struggling with, deep spirituality and bold discipleship. So one thing we did in our church as part of that action was we invited our youth um, to share their dreams and visions to the whole congregation. And this was a result of General Council 45. That was what inspired them. And what made it really special was each dream related to each aspect of our call. So one young person said, I envision a church where our music is a mix of old hymns and contemporized songs and allows everyone to be carried by the Spirit, as Diana said. And so, deep spirituality. Another youth stood up and said, I dream of our church leading outreach programs like volunteering in the community, partnering with local food banks, participating in environmental initiatives, and so daring justice. The last dream was simple. growing our congregation through advertising, being active voices in the community, attracting youth and their families to the church. And when all of them arrive, sweating our butts off to make sure they do stay in the church. And so bold discipleship. Now, today, I have the privilege of standing before you here as a youth. My humble vision for the church is revival. Now, I know in the current context of the church, it may sound grandiose, but I think what we need to remember is we serve a big God. And with God, that is not impossible. For me, revival means and certainly requires surrendering to the Holy Spirit. And as a musically inclined person, I dream of music in our church that will cause the presence of the Spirit to resound within a gathering such as this. Music that will not only touch one section of the congregation, but leave everyone edified. And when the presence of the Holy Spirit is in a setting, if your heart is one of surrender, truly unimaginable things can happen. And the reason revival is my dream, because at the end of the day, it all boils down to one thing. That's the relationship of the individual and God. And so I want you to think about this. I invite you to think about this. If all those relationships are combined together, and everyone is admitting, everyone has accepted that posture of surrender, the holiness of God will be revealed and appreciated in the hard place that our church may find itself. It is in the hard places that God builds from. And I believe God is not only a God of the promise, think 2035, but God is a God of the process, the small actions that we may take towards that goal. And so I pray and vehemently implore that in all that we do, Christ remains at the center of our work, because at the end of the day, all glory should be given to that name. And I pray that the winds of the Spirit, the Paraclete, may remind us of the awesome nature of God. Because God transforms hard places into those foundations of new beginnings. Amen.
Woohoo! The next song we're going to sing is one that you all know. We're going to sing How Great Thou Art. We're just going to sing the first verse. But one of the fun things in our congregation is we have many different cultures now. We have different languages. We have like so many different African languages. We have Spanish, we have French, we have so many things. So one of the things that the intercultural choir taught us was different languages for the refrain for this. So I would like you to stand and do your best and sing with us.
Holy God, when I in awesome wonder consider all the works thy hands have made, I see the storm, I hear the mighty thunder, thy wondering beauty. My soul and sings my song, will sing along to thee. How great thou art, how great thou art, and sings my soul, sing God to thee. How great thou art. Zambe nake, oh zambe nanguya, Tosanjola, Tosanjola, Zambe nake, One more.
Now we're going to do, while you're standing, you can sit if you'd like. We're going to do a prayers of the people, but we're going to do it with actions. So Blessing is going to demonstrate. We're going to sing a song called I Am Sending You Light. And the refrain is, I am sending you light to heal you, to hold you. I am sending you light to hold you in love. To heal you, to hold you, sending you love, to heal you, to hold you. I am sending you love, to hold you. No matter where you go, no matter where you've been, you'll never alone. I feel you deep within. I am sending you love to heal you, to hold you. I am sending you love to hold you in love. I am sending you love to heal you, to hold you. I am sending you love to hold you in love. No matter what you feel, nor what you choose to show, I'm always there for you. And so I want you to know I'm sending you to heal you, to hold you. I'm sending you love to hold you in love. Listen, to heal you, to hold you. I am sending you to hold you in love. I walk that path with
with you.
Go slow, dear one,
Don't hurry.
I'll go just like
you need to go.
there is no
need to worry. I am sending you love to heal you, to hold you. I am sending you love to hold you in love. I am sending you to heal you, to hold you, sending you to hold you in love. I apologize. I'll ask you guys to stand again as we receive benediction. Let us pray. May the winds of the Spirit, the gracious hand of God, and the loving kindness of Christ Jesus be abundant in our lives, causing our lights within to shine. Amen. And if you want to stay standing and rock out with us, feel free to do so. This little lamp of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. This little lamp of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. This little lamp of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. Let it shine, let it shine. Everywhere I go, let it shine. Everywhere I go, let it shine. Everywhere I go, let it shine. Jesus gave it to me. Jesus gave it to me. I'm gonna let it shine. Jesus gave it to me. I'm gonna let it shine. Jesus gave it to me. I'm gonna let it shine. Let it shine. Let it shine. Let it shine. This little light. This little light of mine. Let it shine. This little light of mine. I'm gonna let it shine. This little light of mine. Let it shine. Let it shine. Let it shine.
Now you may sit. We're done.
I disagree, Diana. We're not done. We're just beginning. Thank you for waking us up. And thank you, Blessing, for that wonderful, wonderful message. I'm now just ripping my pages out of my binder rather than carefully clipping. We're on a mission. Before we start the business, where did he go? Oh, there you are, Bill. Bill is just going to make a sort of a plug for nominations to let us know who's still looking. Right? Well, Kathy Smith. Okay, Bill.
Well, good morning, folks. You only get half the show this morning. I'm here to make a plug for the far room, for the display. That is an excellent display. It's about the Black history in the United Church. And as you go through that, I invite you to think of this question. There is a book called White Privilege Unpacking My Backpack. I think I can't open the darn thing, but I'm telling you, as you're going through there, keep this in your mind. I have never been invited to speak in front of a group about my race. That's about white privilege. So I invite you to take that. It's here for the rest of the day. Take that little display in.
First of all, I think we should thank the worship people for their worship this morning. It's wonderful. The nominations committee has had seven, I think seven there we are. We've had seven people come in. The executives had three, and we had five yesterday, two already this morning. So you still have a chance before noon to join a committee and get a secret gift. Please. One more just came in. There you go. Keep them up. We may fill all of our committees by 12. That's something we can hope for. So please consider in your heart to help our region really fill all the committees so we can do the work more easily. That has to be done in our region. And I want to thank everyone who's really stepped forward so far. And you're going to get your secret gift. And you too can have one.
Thank you, Kathy, and thank you, Bill. We're now moving into one of the reasons we have to gather, which is important. It's about considering how we spend our money and where we spend this, not our money, the money given to this region and where it can best serve the ministry and mission. So in a minute, we're going to invite Jody Maltby to come up and make a presentation on it. But in the meantime, if you have your copy or budget, if you brought it with you, it's also on page 72 of the resource book. And you would probably have had a chance, hopefully had a chance to read it before you came here. Jody works to support our finance team, and our incorporated ministries that aren't camps, and the property commission. As Jody speaks, we're inviting you to jot down any questions that might arise for you. And for the online folk to do the same, but put it in the chat box. And then Donna Roots will pass that along to Jody. So at the end of her presentation, scrutineers are going to collect the questions here in the court, and we're going to give them to Jody so she can address your questions later. Okay, just gives her some time to do some due diligence to make sure she has the full answer to your question. Jody. And if there's any other direction you want to give the court, the council, sorry, I'm using the old language, the council, please do.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And yes, my name is Jody Maltby. I'm a member of the staff team, and one of my roles is I support the financial work that you do. So I'm really pleased to be here today to speak to you about this. And I want to start by offering gratitude to the finance resource team who also support this work on your behalf. And you'll be hearing from their chair, Dave, later this morning. But I just want to offer my personal thanks to them and to Kathleen Jones, who provides the administrative support to that team, but most particularly to our bookkeeper, Miranda, who's sitting over at the business table. Give us a wave, Miranda. Miranda has done a really fabulous job of helping us to discern how we want to do our financial work in the regional council. And I really appreciate that. And one of the things that she has done is that we already have a draft audited financial statement for 2025. Which is very impressive. And I'm very grateful because I know how hard she worked to do that. We're not going to be sharing that with you today because the draft audited statements will go to the finance resource team, and then they will go to the executive. And then when they are no longer draft, they will be on your website and you will be able to see them there. But what we do have in your package is a financial picture for 2025 that is based on those draft audited statements. So it's a fairly accurate portrayal of our year in 2025. So the package is available to you on the website. Some of you may have printed it. And we are going to go through the entire package. So Celio, if you want to put that up. So I can't actually, oh yes, I can. Yes, so the first page in your package is, as it says, a statement of our financial position summary, or you might call that a balance sheet. So that just gives you the big picture of where we are. I just wanted you to know, if you haven't yet looked at the package, I just wanted you to know it's there. But we're not going to spend any time on that. We're going to move on to the next page, which is really where we want to, I think, focus our attention. So the only decision that we will be making at this meeting is to approve a draft budget for 2027 and to refer it back to the executive. And the reason that we do that is, you know, our budget is our best projection of the money we're going to need and use in 2027. That's still a long way away. And we may make some decisions between now and January. So we approve the budget in draft, and then later in the fall, it will go back to the finance resource team and then to the executive for its final approval. And it's based on, obviously, what we have needed and used in the past, what we are planning for 2027, and also what we're hearing from the wider church, and most particularly from the General Council office. What I really want to focus on, see, I need these to see that, but I need just these to see that. So it's a little awkward. But what I really want to focus on in particular for the budget is the income piece. We receive grants from the General Council. We receive an assessment grant. We receive a mission and service grant, and we receive a salary grant. Those are our sort of regular, consistent grants that we receive. We are projecting possibly that those may be reduced for 2027. We don't know that yet until the General Council executive makes their decisions. We won't know that, but we prefer to be conservative in our planning. And then if they aren't reduced, well, that's just a gift. So that's our planning. So at present, our draft budget for 2027 does show a decrease in both our assessment grant and our mission and service grant. We don't know. We won't know until the general counsel executive makes their decision. So we're just holding that space. We're also showing a possible decrease in our investment income. So that's the annual interest income that we get from our investments. We've had a couple of really good years, and we may find that this year is equally good and our income is higher than projected, but we're being conservative. We're being careful. We want to be good stewards of the resources that we have. Because we are projecting lower amounts in those three areas, though, we are recognizing the possibility that we may need to take more from our reserve funds and our designated funds. So that's why that amount is slightly higher than was budgeted in 2026. We'll see. And by next November, when we're revisiting this in the executive, we'll have a much clearer picture around all of that. In terms of our expenses, there aren't, I think, any surprises. Our budget for this year is very much in line with our budgets for last year and previous years. I will just note that we do have budgeted in $30,000 for a Festival of Faith. We know from those of us who follow along, well, our executive minutes will know that the executive is planning to do something a little bit different in 2027 around a Festival of Faith, something more localized. So we don't have a clear sense yet of what funds will be needed for that. So we're holding the space with the same amount that we allocated for the Festival of Faith in 2025. We don't have a budget line for the regional meeting because our expectation is that next year it will be online. And if you look at our actuals in 2025, we really didn't have a high expense for that meeting. And so we're not anticipating that will be a large expense. And the other number that at this point is primarily a placeholder is our staff team expense, only because we won't know until later in the fall what the cost of living increase will be set at. So we'll be able to adjust that for our final budget. The other piece that I want to really highlight for you, though, is at the bottom of, if you want to scroll down, Celio, to the where it shows the designated funds, a little bit lower. There, perfect. So this year we are including in our financial statements the information about the designated funds. These are the funds that are used mostly to provide grants. And so they're managed by your grants resource team with some input from some of the other resource teams. And we wanted to find a way to show that for the wider regional council so that you would know how those funds are being spent. So we have that at the bottom of the financial statement, just in line with the budget and actual. But then if you want to move on, Celio, to the next page, there we go, perfect. We've also provided a more fulsome picture of those funds for you. And so you can get a sense of those. And we have provided you both, where is it? Here it is. We have provided you both with the picture for 2025 and the projection for 2026. And one of the important things on the document about 2026 is that you will notice down at the bottom some funds that have been received in Q2. Right now, we're really only showing you what has happened in the first quarter of the year, but St. Stephen's on the Hill United Church made a very generous donation to the regional council to 4 of your designated funds. And so we just wanted to make sure that you knew that now and didn't have to wait a whole year to see the generosity of one of your congregations to the wider region. And that is a woohoo. And then the last piece that we're also trying to show with a bit more intention is around your property sales. And so that is also included on the financial statement that you saw earlier, but then a separate statement is provided just so that you can really see. And in 2025, we did not receive any funds from the property sales. We may in 2026, 2027, we'll see. But it's important that you know what the funds are, what's coming in, and how they're being used. I think let me just look at my notes. Yes, that was what I wanted to share with you. But as Nancy mentioned, if you do have questions, please write them down and we'll be happy to report on those later today. And then we look forward to the vote this afternoon. Thanks very much.
Thanks you, Jody. I'm wondering if you could take some time in your table groups to just talk together about if there's any concerns or any questions amongst your group, that you make sure you write those down. So let's take maybe, I don't know, 5 minutes, because then you're going to have a break. So take the time to use this time to write down any questions or comments. It could be a kudo, like a yay, but it could also be a question of clarity or a concern. So take the time to write them down. Please make your way back to the plenary. It's time to begin our business or continue our business. Do you want me to do it? Okay. And while everyone's gathering back, this is directed at our online community to let you know, if you're joining us online, that you too can put your name forward to a position, any of the positions. There is, just put your name in the chat. There is a form to fill out that would be emailed then to Sue Whitehead, and your name would be added to Bill's list. We'll then report it to the court, to the council, so we can vote on it. So please know, if you're joining us online, you too, please, you are part of this wider community, and you have the opportunity to join. Many of our commissions and committees and resource teams meet by Zoom. There's no way we could meet in person on any kind of regular basis. So we're already doing that. Yeah. And Bill will somehow deliver you your gift. Well, now you might be eating those words, Bill. Anyway, okay. As you are doing your leg stretches for our brief break, you will perhaps have noticed on the wall, just going into the second ballroom where we go to the feeding trough. On the wall to your left are tacked on the wall or taped on the wall the comments were made yesterday during your table group time. Remember, we only heard from 2 groups in person and 3 groups online. The other 16 groups have written down the fruit of their discussion, and you can read them at your leisure as you walk by. Okay. So at this time, we have the opportunity to hear from our commissions and our resource teams of our council. After each session, we're going to welcome any questions or comments you might like to make. In other words, we're going to engage each other in the work that's been done. Now, we have 7, 3 commissions and 5 resource teams that do the work of the council in between the meeting of the council. And they do a lot of work. And every time the executive meets, we receive all their minutes and are just wowed by the amount of engagement they have in the work and the ministry of this council. So now we wanted to hear from them. You've read, hopefully, their report in your resource book. You know what they did this past year since we last met as a full council. We're inviting each one, a representative from each one up to maybe highlight one or two things that stood out for them. And then we're going to open the floor to questions or comments. So this is where our equity team and all our equity aspirations we keep foremost. So the first person I'm going to ask up is Jim Jackson, who chairs the Support to Communities of Faith Commission. Jim Jackson.
You were just waiting for me to be out of the room, weren't you? So you could ask that. Good morning. Good morning. I'm not going to say anything at all about what's in the report. I hope you've read it. It tells you the tale of what we've accomplished this year working with congregations and within the region. Let me catch my breath. It was a long walk. What I want to touch base on this morning is covenanting with communities of faith. This is something that's been on the books since 2019 when we started to be a region. And we have said on any number of occasions, we should get this covenanting thing done. So I'm not sure who I ask. Celia, do you have slides? Oh, good. It's down here too where I can see it. I'm going to just move this over. That's okay. No.
If you want to do the slides.
Yeah. Okay. Which button do I push? Arrow right. Aha. So here briefly is the fact that we have Support to Communities of Faith Commission has the responsibility to develop and engage each community of faith in a covenantal the word is difficult, in a covenantal relationship. And in 2019, a covenanting service was prepared at the inaugural regional meeting. And then the time frame became a difficulty. And that part of the service just never happened. And since 2019, we've been talking about the need to do that. We have had, I think around that time, we have, and I don't have the names, I didn't have them when I put this together, but there are two communities of faith that actually have done a covenant relationship with the region as a separate exercise. So what we're talking about here is that in the reorganization to regions, there is direction from the General Council in the manual that says, that requires each community of faith to be in covenant with their regional council. So sort of the law of the United Church is requiring that we do this. And God likes to work with people through covenant. We heard 3 stories yesterday from here about covenant. So the purpose is to invite us to discern where God's calling us to be as a community of faith at this time and in this place. Remind us of our mission and invite us to evaluate how we're doing and living out that mission. And remind us that we're not alone. We are a part of a team here. So some pretty simple, well, they're not simple in action, but 3 that we all probably know about are mortgages, marriages, jobs, and baptism are all forms of covenant. Those are things that we've dealt with in our daily lives. We heard yesterday, and it was kind of a nice lead into this, is that there are certainly lots of biblical examples, and we saw 3 of them yesterday, but we also have, right click, too fast. There we are. We have biblical examples. We have Adam and Eve's example in Genesis. We have Noah's example after the flood. Abraham and Sarah, the people of Israel. Moses, we heard from Moses yesterday in the burning bush incident. David in Samuel, and David and Jonathan in Samuel, and we have the new covenant in Jeremiah. All of us have heard these things, sort of lived with them as part of our cultural background in reality. And the covenant that we're making here is among the community, with the communities of faith and the community they serve, the Canadian Shield Regional Council, and with God. So we have included in our covenant, which needs work in many cases in each of our congregations. Some are further ahead than others. Some may not have even started yet, but we need to have a mission of faith, which we're sort of thinking in the nature of what's going on here today or this weekend, is something along the lines of maybe the 2035 vision statement would be a place to have a look and see where we might want to be looking ahead in our mission statements. We need to talk about responsibilities of the region and the responsibilities of the communities of faith, and how we intend to support the work of our regional council. And finally, what symbols would we use as expressions of this covenant? We're talking here about hard places, holy ground. We passed out rocks, stones from a beach around Marathon in our very first meeting. And some of us still have them sitting on a desk at home or in the church office. Some of us may not even know that we had such a thing, but we did do that, and we held those in our hand through that early process. So that's sort of the nutshell of what a covenant would include. And I'm just going to end this with the process that I see us trying to develop, is that the Communities of Faith Commission would develop a simple covenant document, and we will circulate a draft of that covenant for comment from the communities of faith. And the revised covenant document that we put together would be used at the 2027 online annual meeting to complete the covenant process at that meeting, where we all made promises appropriately to the region and to the congregations in the region. We do have some examples of that already. In fact, Rob Smith inundated me with examples before I came here, and I thank you for that, because I boiled it all down to the bare minimum for this presentation. There is work to do. Let's not kid ourselves. There's a lot of work that congregations have to do. I think there's a lot of work that we have to do. And my intention as chair, because I've heard now it said, "Oh yeah, well, you've been talking about that for the last 3 years, Jim. What's happened? Why aren't we on that?" And so here I am. I don't know if this is a covenant statement or not, but we're going to get on it, and we will be getting some things out to each of the congregations, and we'll be expecting responses. And hopefully by this time next year, we'll be able to, in an online setting, which isn't probably ideal, but we should be able to have a covenanting service as part of our closing service or as an individual service throughout at some point. So that's where I am with this. I don't know if I have answers to questions, but maybe hearing questions. Nancy's given me 10 more minutes.
What I wanted to ask, first of all, could we put the online community on the screen? So they've seen these slides. This is now our opportunity to ask any questions of clarity or questions about the work that they've been up to this past year on our behalf. And I wanted to ask Donna if there's any questions from the online group first. If any has sprung up in your chat. If there's any, if you want to talk with your table groups for a few minutes, is there anything that sort of rises for you from the work of the support to communities of faith and what they do and what they're inviting us to pay attention to with the covenants? And if you do, just put your hand up first. Let's start with hands up. Any questions out there? Okay, we have three hands up. Okay, and anyone online at this point? Do we have a question? Oh, Dawn is asking. Okay, well, let's start with Sandra and then Glenn. I realize those are two ministry personnel people. We're waiting to see if the online, and then we'll. Oh, yes, the microphone number 2.
Sandra Jenkinson, Sundridge, Zion United in Sundridge, Trout Creek United in Trout Creek. I'm a pastoral relations liaison, so the wrap up of my work with congregations is a covenanting service, which we have a template for. So when you're talking about communities of faith covenanting with the region, would this be kind of one service done at the regional meeting, or are you thinking in individual communities of faith having a regional representative and covenanting in each community of faith as a way of connecting or building that connection between individual communities of faith and the region?
Thank you, Sandra. Over to you, Jim.
Thank you. I think where we have individual covenanting processes going on, that we can make that work. The reality that I'm facing looking at what's happened is that it's really difficult because we have probably, I think, in the order of, let me look at the stats that got put out. We have 28 pastoral charge supervisors. I think we have even more places where we don't have ministers and really don't ever expect to have ministers, where we would go through that kind of covenanting process and could make it work that way. And so I'm sort of thinking out loud right now, but I think it's reasonable to have the kind of covenant that we're talking about here that would meet the requirements of the manual done individually where the opportunity arises. But I still think we've got to move ahead with this broader approach to get her done, as they say.
Thank you. Thank you, Sandra. Glenn?
This is just for clarification.
Your name, please?
Oh, sorry, Glenn Eagle, and I'm at Willow Grove behind the Legion drinking. This is just for clarification, and that is, are we not already in covenant relationship because of the manual? Like, what's the advantage, or why are we doing this? I understand the thing there said we're doing it because General Counsel said we had to, but apart from that, I don't understand the difference. My congregation is already in covenant or in agreement, if you will, with the region because it's written in the manual. So why are we doing this? I'm just clarification.
Thank you, Glenn. Peter's gonna.
I'm going to turn to Peter. He didn't know that was going to happen.
No, it's okay. There's a bit of a nuance there. So yeah, you're in covenantal relationship between your community of faith and you, Glenn, as clergy, and then between you, Reverend Glenn Eagle, who represents the regional council and serves your community of faith and the region through your ministry. When we reorganized the United Church of Canada, there was a sense that from the greater body, the General Council, that there would be a direct covenant between the community of faith and the regional council, apart from that relationship that they have with you as ministry personnel in that covenantal relationship. So you've had a covenanting service, I assume. No, I know, I understand that, but like that's the point, is that when we redid the whole structure of the United Church of Canada, that's the words I was looking for, we actually hadn't got to a covenantal relationship between the region. And and well, it's an excuse, but it's a reality, and we've heard it a million times. Why? Well, there was a pandemic, so we didn't see that coming. So, yeah.
I don't know if that helps, Glenn. Sure. Okay, we don't have any questions from the online community. There was one other hand up. What was the other hand up?
This one over here.
Glenn got it. I see another. So Kathy, the last comment now, Kathy. Microphone 2.
Just as one.
Kathy Dahmer.
Kathy Dahmer, St. Peter's, St. Mark, Sudbury. Just as one who's thinking about new to church, newcomers to church, covenant is a very churchy theological word. And if we're asking congregations to enter into this, it's an opportunity. I'm wondering if we could have a real theological reflection on our why to our what. What is covenant? Why is it so weighted theologically? Why is it important? Why is it not? Or how is it different than anything we do civilly in terms of our commitments? And so connecting it spiritually is a way to, in my language, attachify meaning to not just process.
So are you, just a
Thank you.
clarification for me, are you asking that that be contained within the liturgy, using a churchy
Yeah.
word? That
Yes.
explain it as you're doing it?
Yeah, so that as it rolls out, all of us who are
Yep.
tasked with helping to roll it out have a really clear sense of why this is important and meaningful to our faith, and assume that covenant is a new word. And how would we explain covenant to people who don't understand
Okay.
what we mean
Right.
by what we all assume we know?
Okay. Thank you, Kathy.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. I know that there might be more things bubbling up, and you know where he is. What table are you at, Jim?
6.
Table 6, right at the front, right with the Camp McDougall crew. Woohoo!
And I'd just like to end with
Oh.
a personal apology. I'm Jim Jackson. I'm from Trinity United Church in Thunder Bay.
Thank you, Jim Jackson. I wonder if the members of the Support Communities Faith Commission could put their hands up. So, you know, it's not just Jim that's doing all this, it's him and his team. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you.
Good. I had a question.
Oh, okay.
Just a deep.
Oh, okay. I would call the name. Maybe that's good. Thank you very much. Okay, so do I need to tell them? No. Okay, they're asking. Yes. Thank you, online people. I've been given some directions, which are very helpful. Past Relations Commission is chaired by Stuart Walker, and I believe a couple of others are participating. Okay. Stuart Walker. And while Stuart's walking up, who else is on the Past Relations Commission? Hands up. And are there some online that are part of that commission? Okay, no, good. Thank you very much. Okay, hands down. Stuart, who are you?
I'll get there. Morning, church.
Morning, church.
I am Reverend Stuart Walker. I serve the St. Joseph Island Pastoral Charge, which is just south of the Sioux, southeast of the Sioux, on just off Highway 17. Now, in your report package, you'll find an outstanding comprehensive digest of actions of your Pastoral Relations Commission, compiled by my esteemed colleague and our staff support person, Reverend Rob Smith. And we thank Rob for making my job a lot easier. Now, I know you've all eagerly read our report, so you'll know that our work is primarily about employment relationships, calls, appointments, retirements, changes in call and appointment, and vetting those calls and appointments for compliance with denominational policy. We are also responsible for the licensing of LLWLs and sacraments elders and appointing pastoral charge supervisors. So I would be happy to entertain any questions you have regarding the report at this time, but I've got some more stuff after that.
Thing. And he's asking if anyone has a question of that portion of their work that's in the report. If you have a question, hand up. I see one hand. Anyone online have a question? Put it in your chat and we'll turn to you so you can ask. Okay, but in the meantime, Bill Stedman, we'll ask on Bill. Microphone 2.
Bill Stedman, Coppercliff United Church. It's a question that's bubbled up in some of the clergy gatherings I've been at. So I'm asking it because I hadn't thought about it, but other people put it in my head. So that's how I learn. And so I'm asking the question others may wonder. Appointments are of different length. Some few years ago, we allowed 3-year appointments. It used to be appointments were every year. I'm a product of a 3-year appointment, now a product of a 19-month appointment. Their other appointments vary from 1 year to longer, maybe even less than that. I'm just curious, do we have a policy on the length of appointments, what's possible and what's appropriate, or is it by congregation to congregation?
Thank you, Bill.
Yeah, Bill, we've addressed this actually very recently where we looked into we had an appointment come up. We had a lot of discussion and we changed the length of that appointment. And as it turns out, we went and looked at our policy documents, which we probably should have done first. We have a policy, basically the policy of up to 3 years for an appointment, but there's a caveat. Retired ministry personnel are annual appointments, and that's actually in our policy document. They should be. We have varied that in the intervening period, often because people are just reappointed and reappointed and reappointed, and that gets tedious going on Church Hub every year. But that is the written policy. Does that answer your question? Thank you.
Okay, we don't have any questions online. Is there anyone okay? Any other questions from the council for clarity? Seeing none.
Okay, so I'll move on. And at one of our recent meetings, Rob shared some statistics with us. And I think it would be informative for you as delegates to hear what he shared with us. We have 82 communities of faith in 70 pastoral charges in this region. We have 22 ministers who are not retired serving pastoral charges. We have 6 retired ministers serving pastoral charges and 1 student minister serving a pastoral charge, and 1 ordained supply from another denomination serving a pastoral charge. We have 28 pastoral charge supervisors serving 42 communities in 37 pastoral charges. 8 of those are retired ministers, and 2 are staff serving 4 of the pastoral charges that require supervision. Many of our supervisors are among the ministers who are already serving in pastoral charges, and more than a few are supervising more than 1 pastoral charge. We have 15 sacraments elders. 5 of them are licensed until June 2027. The other 10 expire at the end of this month. So if your community of faith has a sacraments elder, please check that the paperwork has been submitted for relicensing. You can find it on the regional website. And we also have currently 42 licensed lay worship leaders within the region. Now, in 2027, several of the commission members will be retiring from the commission, and we will need new members. In addition to the statistics I shared, as the statistics I shared you show, we are always searching for pastoral charge supervisors. So I'm asking you to take some time to discern whether this is a ministry you might feel called to, either as a commission member or as a pastoral charge supervisor. And to help you discern, I've asked two of the members of the commission to share their experience as members of the Pastoral Relations Commission, Reverend Pam Brown and Cindy Raby.
So going to microphone 2, and then Cindy, we could bring the microphone to you. I'm just going to remind people, if you find it hard to stand for any length of time, the microphone can be brought to you. So just as a reminder, but thank you, Cindy.
Thank
We'll
you.
hear from you.
My name is Cindy Raby, and I'm from St. Paul's United Church in Thunder Bay. Stuart asked me to share a few things about what I like about the PRC, and I'm a little strange, but there are policies and procedures, and I love policies and procedures. I also like those rules and regulations that are within those policies and procedures. But if you're curious, there is a manual. The meetings are by Zoom, so you can join by anyone. Within this commission, we approved the new licensing and relicensing of LLWLs. We approve sacramental elders. We approve appointments of part-time and full-time ministries. We support communities experiencing change. And there is more, and I'm sure someone will tell me what I missed. But what do I like? I like being a small part of ensuring worship can happen everywhere. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Cindy. And Pam. You might need
Shorter.
Yeah, I know, me too.
Pam Brown, I'm from Trinity United Church in Capriol. I took a slightly different approach. As I riff off of rich words shared in yesterday's message by our current chair, Reverend Nancy, and moderator, Reverend Dr. Kimberly Heath, we are reminded that the sower, capital S, will sow seeds that fall on many kinds of ground, including hard places where growth seems uncertain. Yet every seed is holy, thus holy ground. Every seed carries possibility. Every seed deserves care. This is why the work of the Pastoral Relations Commission matters to me. Much of our ministry is about tending the conditions in which leadership can take root and flourish. We support communities of faith as they discern their future. If we are doing this work well, we are accompanying ministry personnel through transitions, challenges, and new beginnings. We encourage and equip those who offer leadership in a variety of ways. And often this work happens quietly and behind the scenes, but its impact reaches across the entire life of the church. There are many times when the ground feels hard. Communities of faith face uncertainty. Ministry personnel carry heavy responsibilities. Licensed lay worship leaders, a once near and dear calling of mine. We know the significance you play in the work and support to this Canadian Shield. Resources can seem scarce, yet this is precisely where the Ministry of Pastoral Relations Commission becomes vital. We are called to till, nurture, fertilize, and prepare the soil so that God's people can continue to grow in faith, leadership, and mission. We do not create the seed, nor do we control the harvest. Rather, we participate in God's ongoing work of cultivating conditions where new life can emerge. And in these days ahead, to quote Reverend Cameron Fraser, we will be doing the work held in this mantra. Draw us into your love. Deliver us from fear. Put us where you want us and show us what to do. This is why I serve on the commission. I have come to see this ministry as one of the church's most significant acts of care for leaders, for communities of faith, and for the future we are shaping together. It is holy work. It's hopeful work, and work that continues to call forth the gifts of faithful people willing to serve. Thanks.
Amen.
And in closing, I'd like to thank Rob again for his excellent support and all of the members of my commission who make my job as chair incredibly easy. And thank you also to our pastoral charge supervisors who do, and our licensed lay worship leaders and sacraments elders and pastoral relations liaison. They do the important work in the field among our communities of faith. And I would also like to note that you don't have to be a balding older man with glasses, white hair, and a beard to be the chair of a commission.
Thank you,
you.
Stuart. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And if those two testimonies of call moved you to reconsider how you share your own gifts, there's another commission that's looking for nominations. We turn to the Property Commission, our third commission, and that's chaired by Lori Kendall. Well, Gord Roberts, but Gord Roberts just shared. Yeah, and Gord Roberts, who was yesterday. There he is. There's Gordon. Gordon is a chair, is stepping down at this meeting, looking for a new chair. There's Gord. Is he waving?
He waved. Yeah.
Oh, he waved. Okay. Lori.
Okay. I'm Lori Kendall. I'm with Harmony United in Thunder Bay. So I'm presenting the Property Commission report for 2025. During this time, we on the Commission have noted some common themes arising. Communities of faith who are undergoing or planning for transition often encounter barriers to proceeding due to, for example, deeds not being located or not updated with current information. A timely manner for approval to execute their plan, and up-to-date insurance appraisals. As noted in Reverend Gordon Roberts' report, the Property Commission, formerly the Property Resource Team, in 2025, there was a lot of activity. He says 7 pages, double-sided. With many communities of faith experiencing some type of transition in terms of selling property, major renovations, leasing worship spaces, it's beneficial to have the process involve the Property Commission early in the process. So some of these potential issues that arise can be dealt with in a timely manner. With this in mind, the Property Commission presented an updated policy with respect to property matters involving a community of faith and surplus sales. This policy was actually adopted by the executive in March of this year, but we thought we would present it during the 2025 report. And it can be found on the Canadian Shield Regional Council website. So I'm going to refer to the policy now. This policy outlines responsibilities of the Regional Council and Property Commission with respect to property matters involving a community of faith and surplus sales. When a community of faith sells property other than a manse and intends to continue as a worshiping committee without a building, a plan for distribution of funds must be approved by the Canadian Shield Regional Council. The priorities of the sale should always be reimbursement of holding, maintenance, and disposal costs, dealing with shortfalls in assessments and other outstanding bills or arrears. And when the sale is less than $200,000, if the property sells for less than $200,000, the community of faith that wants to continue as a worshiping community without a building will retain 100% of the proceeds of the sale for investment in mission and ministry of the congregation. When the sale is more than 200,000, the proceeds in excess of 200,000, when the sale is in excess of 200,000, after maintenance, disposal costs, and shortfalls have been met, we have a series of allocations of the proceeds. 5% for archives, 5% for mission and service, 10% for Indigenous ministries and justice, 20% to initiatives of the Regional Council to support other communities of faith, and 60% for the priorities of the community of faith that may include investment in mission and ministry and/or donations to other registered charities. Being a trustee myself, I don't know how many trustees we have here, but many trustees have questions or should review up-to-date insurance appraisals with questions on what is adequate insurance, wondering if full replacement value is actually practicable, there's a word. Are the parties responsible listed on the documents up to date? The Property Commission can be a resource for such questions and considerations. We can be available from the very start of the community of faith's process of considering their future. Myself, as a recent addition to the Property Commission, I'm charged with the responsibility to advise the Regional Council of the retirement of our fearless leader, Reverend Gordon Roberts. I do. I do understand he's still going to be doing a lot of stuff, but it won't be on property. And thus, I offer an open invitation to join the commission to anyone with an interest in supporting the future transitions of our constituent communities of faith. Thank you. Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Lori. We also have, so Gord Roberts is on the online crew and he can speak to any questions that might arise from the report from last year. If you talked about this ahead of time?
No.
Oh, we haven't talked about this ahead of time. So we're giving Gordon the opportunity. Are there any questions in the court that need clarification or any comments of congratulations? Okay, I see one hand. Diane, you're standing up as well. Okay, and we just want to make sure anyone online, if there's anyone online, to put it in the chat and we'll raise it up. Okay, so I saw Bill's hand first, and then we'll follow by Diane. Anyone else in the court? Okay.
Bill Stedman, Coppercliff United Church. This is my second time, so I'm done for the rest of council. But I do want to ask, I appreciated Gord's report. It was a very folksy and thorough report. He mentioned all of the actions of the year. I couldn't find where those were listed. I know they were adequately and appropriately done. Are they online, all the sellings and property approvals? Because I think as a court, while we trust the commission eminently, I'm sure, I'd like to know where that information is because I get surprises to hear a church is closed and I knew nothing about it. So where are the lists kept of all the church closings, expansions, renovations, and all that this commission has approved? That's my
Okay,
question.
so that's a question of clarification. Where are these listed? Are they listed anywhere collectively? So Gord, you're ready to speak to that?
Quite honestly, I don't know. Kathleen does our administrative work and does it expertly. It's reported in all of our minutes, which are shared with the executive. So I would think that the first place to look would be in the executive minutes.
Okay, thank you, Gord. Diane Matheson Jimenez is here also to speak to that question as our staff person. So
thank you, Chair Nancy. In typical Gord fashion, he says, I'm not sure, and then he gives a great answer. In fact, the executive minutes and the minutes of the Property Commission keep record of all of the actions of the Property Commission. Additionally, during the banquet this evening, we're going to have an opportunity as a council to recognize the transitions in the communities of faith of Canadian Shield Regional Council. In terms of how that is stored, we talked about the liturgical piece. This is the practical piece. We have resources as a staff team where all of the motions that are made by our commissions, all of the activities of the regional council are kept. And in addition to being able to find minutes on the website, if at any time you would like to see the work of one of the commissions, you can reach out to a staff member who can direct you to the work that is happening.
does that answer your question, Bill? Okay, so you can find the minutes on the website. Okay, we double checked that. And through newsletters, I guess when Susan sends up her updates, the bedrock will often include, Donna does that, sorry, Donna Rutz. The bedrock often includes church closures, church covenantings, changes in pastoral relations. So we have to, if you're not receiving those, that's a concern. So if you're not receiving bedrock in your community of faith, speak to Sue, speak to Donna, and we'll make sure that you're added to the email distribution list.
I might also add, Chair Nancy, that we want to celebrate with you and we want the rest of the regional council to be able to celebrate with you. If you are having an anniversary service, if you're having a disbanding service, if you are doing any of these things where you might like to draw the circle wider, please make sure that the regional council office knows so that we can help to spread the word to the rest of the regional council.
Okay, thank you. Diane, you also had a question or a comment.
Diane Marshall, Central United, Sault Ste. Marie. I'm here to thank Canadian Regional Council for all their help. We sold our building a year ago, and there are many, many steps. Sometimes we got our fingers slapped because we moved too quickly. But the staff was incredible because helping us step by step. We've remained as a congregation and we're going through many stages now, but we constantly refer back to the council to see if we're on the right track. So thank you.
Thank you, Diane. And I hope you heard that, Gordon.
I did.
Good. And Lori too. And on behalf of the Canadian Shield, thank you to this commission. We're in a difficult stage in the church, of the life of the church. And your commission has a lot on your plate. So thank you very much for your faithful work. Okay, we're moving now to our resource teams. 1, 2, 3, 4. I thought there were 5, but I've said 4. I thought there were 5. Right relations team. Where did Whitney go? There you are. I saw you over there a minute ago. That's why. Yes, fair enough. Yes, I know. So Whitney Bruno, right relations resource team.
I'm Whitney.
That's right. Good.
Ready? I'm Whitney Bruno, and I'm from Little Current United Church Pastoral Charge on Manitoulin Island.
Hi, Susan Lindquist, Trinity United Church, Shaplow.
So we're going to tag team, giving you some highlights, letting you know where we're going in the future, and a couple gratitudes. So 2025 highlights. Want to go?
Sure. We just want to make sure that everybody knows that there is a Right Relations webpage out there that you can take a look at. There is a Facebook page as well. And we have stuff on the Regional Council's webpage. We post a minute for Right Relations most months. We have generous members of of our team. It's supported by a few people that even outside the team come up with a minute for mission and supply it to us. So they are there for use in your own congregations, just to keep right relations, just so it doesn't slip totally to the back of the mind and off the plate. Because we hope that you're keeping right relations forward in your congregations. The sharing of the sacred scroll is the name of one of the Manitou Collection paintings. It was rehomed this year out to St. Joseph's Island.
And there's more updates in the report. For 2026, we hope that you'll come to the Allyship 101 Zoom, which is June 23rd at 7:30 p.m. And with this, we'll have Reverend Rodney Smith-Merkley, Suzanne Smith-Merkley, and Reverend Dr. Bob Root talk about what an ally is and how you begin.
We'd also like you to keep the date of August 15th of this year in your minds. And if you can make it to Sudbury, we're holding a little bit of a celebration. It's still kind of coming together to recognize the 40th anniversary of the Apology to Indigenous Peoples that will be held at the location of the Cairn, is part of the current planning model that's coming together.
Also, Trinity Manitoulin in Mindamoya has donated back their painting from Leland Bell right up here called Shawl Dancers. This painting is part of the Manitou Art Collection, and so will be rehomed in a congregation. Applications to host this painting will go out in the next couple months, and this team will then review those and choose. So if you're interested in homing, that's it. This Leland Bell painting, watch for that application, and it can be loaned out to you.
Okay, we're just gonna have Peter show it on the screen so that people online can see the painting. Okay. Thank you, Peter.
We would like to express a few gratitudes. One to Reverend Melody Duncanson Hales. She has been the staff support to our team for quite a few years, but is now being pulled in other directions. But we certainly want to recognize all of the support that she has given to us over the years.
And we're glad to welcome Reverend Kim Udikai as our new staff support, who is helping bring Shining Waters resources and Canadian Shield resources together. So we're hosting more joint events.
Also, very deep gratitude to Reverend Lisa Blais, who was unable to be here this weekend, but she has been our team lead for like a decade or so on this team. She has been she was really, I don't know, I don't even know the word. She really helped us come together as a team and help focus ourselves. So it was really a journey of formation and figuring out sort of what we could do together and how we could do things. So huge motion of gratitude to Lisa Blais.
And we want to ask your blessings upon Sylvia Karskaden, Jillian Shell, and Carol Germa, who have, although no longer on the team, continue to provide ongoing support and help. And we're very, very glad for that.
So thank you, everybody. Is there any questions for the relations team?
So, has any question percolated up through your soul to your head, to your mouth, to your hand? Any questions for the right relations team in the court, in the council, plenary, or online? No question, but Steve. Okay. Any hands up first? And I heard a voice calling from the first table, at table 11, Pam. If you could go to the microphone, please. Yeah. Oh, microphone 2.
Pam Brown, Trinity United Church, Capriol. I just want to say that my years at Atlantic School of Theology and some of my chums that went as well, we have shown off. We have bragged about the Minute for Right Relations and the website. So people that are snooping on it are not just from here. They are from across the country. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
I will just do one more plug. There is an opportunity for anybody who is too tired to kind of check out the game. There will be another window of opportunity this afternoon, I think, if you want to come check that out.
Before you go from the line, so we have a comment from, Kim Udikai. I'm honored to be working with this amazing Right Relations team. Thankful for Melody and Lisa's ministries. So a comment back from our online contingent. So thank you. Thank you to the Right Relations team. Now, moving along to the firming resource team, and that's chaired by Peter Haddow. Peter, oh, there you are with your report.
Okay, my name is Peter Haddow. My home church is Olman from the beautiful city of North Bay. I want to clarify something. I'm not the chair.
Okay, sorry.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm the team lead.
Team lead. Thank you for my correction.
The affirming resource, ministry resource is a team. And each and every person in the team is a valued member. So I couldn't do this without them. Today I'm carrying the stone from the original meeting we had here in Sault Ste. Marie. And this is a stone I collected and brought home with me. It's a stone that I carry wherever I go. It's in my suitcase when I travel to do churchy stuff. It's in my bag when I travel to do pulpit supply. And it reminds me that we are a part of a team. And when I look at this rock is what I stand on. So this year, if you read my report, is very short. In 2025, I attended the Festival of Faith. We had a display table there. And I had so many comments, people walking by and asking questions. I also got to go to one of the workshops put on by Ruth Noble from Affirm United. It was called Affirming in the Face of Hatred and Faith-Based Trauma. I was overwhelmed. It made me think, and I wish the room would have been packed with people because I think people need to hear the message. Last summer was a very busy time for me. A few weeks after the Festival of Faith, Caitlin Smithers and I went to the beautiful city of Charlottetown, PEI, for their Affirm United conference. It was a wonderful conference. It's wonderful to be around other people who do affirming work across the country, and we can share ideas, we can laugh, and we can cry, and we can talk about what it's like to be a part of the 2S LGBTQ community at this time. And then in August, I attended General Council 45 in Alberta. I made my husband come with me. He wasn't kicking about it, but he came with me as an observer. The reason he came was because of the apology. I'll talk about the apology later in the workshop that we're putting on. I have to say a couple things. I was nervous about being in Calgary for many reasons. I was nervous about walking down the street in Calgary, holding my husband's hand, which I don't normally do in unfamiliar places. And that's why affirming ministry is so important. It's important not just to me or my husband, it's important to every 2S LGBTQ plus member of any community and allies. The highlight, and there are many highlights, but in November, we had a book club study called Homosexuality for Progressive Christians by Donald Schmidt, who I kept calling David. It was wonderful. And if any of you attended it, he was a joy. He was lovely. He was lovely during the meeting to talk to. He talked about the clobber passages, which we all know what they are. But the wonderful thing about Donald Schmidt is that he offered that if anybody contacted him, he would talk to them about doing a book study with them. And that's how passionate he is about the book. He did tell me that eventually he was going to edit the book to bring it up to 2026. I would like to thank every church in the region that is affirming. Your work is important. I would like to thank every church in the region that is considering being affirming. I would like to thank Powassan United Church, who will be celebrating becoming affirming sometime in September. They have to set a date, and it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. And I would like to encourage every community of faith to go through the process, whether or not you want to become affirming or decide not to become affirming, because I think we all need to learn what it means to be an affirming church and not just a welcoming church. I would like to thank Rob Smith. I'd like to thank the team members. So if you're here today in person or online, I would like you to stand up. Because without this team, it is more than just a team, we're a family who support each other. And so thank you so much. I would like to thank the region. I'd like to thank the Canadian Shield Regional Council, because without your support, I would not be here today. And I thank you. And I thank every one of you. So if you have questions, I can answer questions.
And we are so thankful you're here. Are there any, if there's any questions in the court, hands up first. And anybody online? In the court, I keep doing that. In the council, no one online? Okay. Okay, hands, okay, I see one. Where did the hand just go? Oh, there you are. Sorry, I saw it over here and it's reading glasses, sorry. Okay, sure. Up to the mic if you can go, that would be great. And just a microphone too.
Susan Finley, St. Peter's United Church, Sudbury, affirming congregation for over 12 years now, I believe. My question is where to find your think when I go on the computer and I click on the affirming resource or information, it brings up some budget information. Has anybody been able to find your report?
It should be under justice and you'll follow down the justice things and it's under justice.
It's under justice and
Yes.
affirming. Okay.
I do have to put a plug in for my husband. He made my display board and he made 2 hashtags on the display board. One, well, if you go out, one is the apology and the other is the affirming resource team.
Okay, yeah. So Peter's just confirming, he's just doing a trial run. So he's just gone on our regional council website and you've under justice affirming ministry and he's just, what's coming up, all sorts of resources, everything he's just said. Yeah, everything is there. So good affirmation. Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments from the council? Diane standing up. Oh. Oh, thank you, Diane. Okay, so there was a glitch with the resource book. So on the resource book, there were clicks you could go to, and when you click on the affirming one, it took you to the budget, not to. Okay, thank you. So we got that sorted out. Go to the website for information on all the resource teams and the commissions. Anything from the online? Okay, okay. So thank you again, Peter. And we're going to hear a bit more from Peter in a minute. So
yeah,
actually, Tim said something.
Oh, okay. So, and last comment from the online team, Communikai again. Blessings, Peter Haddow and the team family. Peter, from the online, blessings to you and to your team from Communikai.
And the online folks.
That's the online folks and the online folks. Yes, thank you. All right. Nancy Rubel, are you ready? Okay, we're now going to listen to the mission support grants team, resource team.
I am always so, well, tell me my name in a minute, but
please.
first of all, I'm so impressed when I watch people walk up and not need the railing. So I pay attention to those kinds of things. I'm Nancy Rubel from East Cora Maxwell United Church here in Sault Ste. Marie, and inspired and led by one half of the Smith & Smith team. Blessing today talked about the God of promise, also being the God of process. And as a member of a resource team, I think we are involved in what has been called the boring discipleship of process. And I'm here to tell you a little bit about our process. First of all, Diane Marshall shared this book with me recently. It's a children's book called I Am We. And I'm going to quote a little bit from it on occasion. This is the first quote. Connection is how we grow. Connected is what we are, part of a worldwide community, diverse and magnificent, kind and accepting, supportive and present. All of us important, none of us alone. Our grants committee, your grants committee, facilitates that kind of growth, and there is a process involved. Our committee is currently made up of Chair Dave Clark, Susan Sisker, Al Crothers, Sarah Doohan, and me, Nancy Rubel, supported by Diane and Melody. Now, you're wondering why I said Diane. Well, we kind of said a goodbye to her, but we aren't really good at goodbye. So instead we said, see you. And I'm glad that we can see you today. We're happy to see her here because And we're really happy that Diane continues in her role, providing the excellent communication, information, and guidance to which we have become accustomed. As a group, we review and approve requests for a variety of specific grants. We also make recommendations for approval of mission and service funds. Grant requests are forwarded to us before the monthly meeting so that we get a chance to look them over a bit first. During the meeting, we are provided background information that helps us with our decision making. When you read our financial report, which has been so well prepared by Chair Dave Clark, you will note the spectrum of opportunities that we address. There are camping grants, individual bursaries, help with education, modernization grants, growth initiative funds, just to name a few. If you are interested, if you want to know more, if you're wondering what you can apply for, please contact Diane Matheson Jimenez if you need clarification. When we wrote this up, it was recommended that we point out challenges. So one challenge has been that some requests have not fallen within the criteria of the financial limits of the fund to which the application is being made. Also, sometimes deadlines have not been met. In the case of mission and service funds, this isn't about us being nitpicky, honest. Sometimes there are large requests being made, and if you apply after the deadline, the money might be all gone. So it's really important to get your requests in on time. Another challenge is that some requests are urgent and cannot wait for a meeting date, so we have email votes. Now, this can result in not reaching every member in a timely fashion, or emails being lost due to the precarious nature of technology at home. Our joy is in seeing the many good works being done as part of our calling as Christians. Work that helps the less fortunate, works that foster community, works that maintain and enhance worship spaces. Many projects are wonderfully creative and uplifting. Our group gets excited about them, and we really want to find a way to share all those wonderful things that we see from across the region with others. One little glitch is that our team is small. Now, I know we're not on the list for, new members, but I'm making a pitch anyway. I think we work very well together with excellent and thoughtful leadership and members. But there are times when someone can't make it, and we run the risk of not having enough members to make a motion and then second it. It hasn't happened yet, but it has come close. So if you want to join us, I don't think anybody would say no. This is what our meetings look like. Each meeting starts with a prayer or a thought delivered by one of us. And then we have a team check-in where we talk a little bit about our lives since the last meeting. Melody and Diane provide background for each application as they come up on the agenda. Discussions then lead to a motion. On occasion, we have even invited guests to join us to explain more about their request. Zoom can be impersonal, but somehow these meetings are not. We share, we question, we disagree sometimes, we speak our caring, and we reach consensus. It is a process, and it works. More quotes from the book I Am We that helps explain what we do. When there are problems to be solved with creativity, I can share my talents and you can share yours. When there are good times, successes, and joy, we can celebrate, show our excitement and pride, and encourage each other to keep rising. And my favorite quote, I am not just me, I am we. You and I know that an important part of our we is our connection with God and with each other. So praise be to the creative and unifying God whose expansive generosity is reflected in each one of us. And I'm not the brains of the group, so if you have questions, I might just go, duh.
Thank you, Nancy. Are there indeed any questions from the council? I see one hand and the other hands. And what about online? To give you a minute. They're thinking. Okay, I see Torin's hand up. Torin. Microphone 2.
Hello. Great job pausing to wait to see if other people would raise their hand.
Thank you, Torin.
Now I'm not speaking as the equity team. I'm Torin Mogg from Zion United Church in Thessalon. If you're not on the list for people joining you, how can people join you?
Say that again?
If someone wants to join your committee, how do we do that?
Okay. If it's not on the nominations list, so Bill Jones, the Mission Support Resource Team is not on the nominations slate because it's full. Oh, that's why it's not. But they're saying they don't care. They could be fuller than full.
I see. Yeah.
So I would think the same process holds. Bill, would Torin, for example, just go on our website and find the online form and fill it out and send his name in? Here he comes. Whoops. Yeah. Is there a microphone we can? Oh, Bill's going to go to the procedural microphone to answer that question. Good question.
The problem is that the limits to the committees are set, and we'd have to increase that for it to happen.
How interesting, eh? Yeah.
So I suppose we brought a motion to do, we could do it. I don't know. I'm asking Peter.
Peter, where'd Peter go?
Sorry.
Oh, there you are. Okay.
He wasn't even listening.
So the questions come from Torin wondering if he's interested in joining. How does he do that when it's full?
Can we have a motion to increase the number of people?
So the team.
Oh, it's a team, not a commission. Sorry.
Yeah, I believe the teams were sort of unlimited numbers.
Okay.
So that's a conversation for the executive.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Wow.
We like that problem, Torin. Yeah, you could bring your name forward. Yep, that would be great.
And maybe to push that on the agenda topper, put your name forward now.
Yeah. And I just wrote it down on my to-do list. I have a little to-do list here.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you. And we have another hand up over here. So to microphone number 2. Anybody can?
Hi, everyone. My name is Lois Cookman. I'm from the Magnetawan Trinity Church, Ontario. I just want to thank the grant review team because we received a grant. And the exciting part about this proposal is that our church is twinned with a Lutheran church in our community. And this grant will provide televisions to show the different parts of our services. Plus, we are trying to reach out within the community and bring music into our church. This is one of the biggest stepstones we've had as part of our twinning of the two churches. And I thank you for that kind of support.
Thank you. All right. I've just wondered, Lois, are you married to a Cliff? Oh, my goodness. Cliff Cookman was my grade 8 teacher at Eastview Public School. He was a great teacher. Anyway, he still is. Wonderful teacher. Okay. So that being no questions, no further questions or comments?
No.
Nope, says Ben. Thank you very much, Nancy, and your team. And now Dave Clark from the Finance Resource Team. Dave Clark in the court.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Dave Clark, and current church is Coppercliff United Church. So my report out today, I'm just going to talk about who we are, what we do, our recent results, and our challenge. So, so who are we? We're if the Canadian Shield Regional Council was a car, the Finance Resource Team would be the dashboard. We don't drive it, but we make sure they always know how fast they're going and whether they're running low on fuel. Our full team is made up currently of 6 individuals. There are 3 team members: myself, a retired accountant, Michael Weska of Thunder Bay, and Reverend Lawrence Mazzuni of Blind River. In addition, we have Jody Maltby, Minister of Finance and Property, is our staff rep. We also have Miranda McKenzie in the role of bookkeeper. Miranda brings both skill and patience to her role, and she has a gift for making the numbers make sense to the rest of us. We also have support from Kathleen Jones. She's a critical part of our team, handling all our administrative staffs, and she keeps us on track. She can tell you that you forgot something or you're messed up, but she's able to do it in a way that doesn't send you out or make you feel bad. I'm going to ask her to work with my wife on that. The team also would like to thank Barbara Cunnington for our previous chair. Barb had to withdraw from the team in the fall of 2025. She's dedicated many, many years of her life to our United Church in various capacities. And what do we do? The team is here to support Jody in a number of areas. We assist in the preparation and review of the Canadian Shield annual budget. We also meet with our auditors to review the annual audited financial statements. We recommend both of these items to the executive for approval. We review the financial statements throughout the year to ensure we're staying on the budget. And the team reviews the reports from our investment advisors and ensures that investments fall within the Canadian Shield's approved guidelines. So recent results, the past year was one of change as Jody Maltby joined the team in 2025 to assist in the transition from Jenna McDonald and to replace her following her retirement. Jody has shown she is compassionate, discerning, and just a brilliant partner to work with. In 2025, we covered off these workloads that I just ran through. And in addition, we also reviewed and revised Canadian Shield's regional investment policy guidelines. And these revisions were approved by the executive in early 2026. Another thing, also previously, when our meetings began, we pretty much just dived straight into the issues at hand. With Jody, our meetings now begin with an opening prayer and a team check-in similar to the grant team, where members share things that are going on in their life. Now, these two changes may seem very small, but they serve to create friendships and encourage very positive teamwork. For example, Michael Weska, he's been on our team since 2022. And to be honest, the only thing I knew about him was he was from Thunder Bay, and I'd learned he was very smart. I didn't know if I liked him, but I didn't dislike him at all. But now with our check-ins, I'm beginning to know him as a person and recognize that we have several things in common. Now I know that I like him, and he's not just that smart guy from Thunder Bay. It's the same thing with the other team members. These changes have brought the team members much closer together, and the meetings have become much more entertaining, and rewarding. So really, our challenge biggest challenge at the moment is to best support our finance minister and the Canadian Shield. We need to fill 2 vacancies on our team. And I ask you here today to consider joining our team. You don't have to be an accountant to be on the finance team. We don't want everybody to be an accountant. Can you imagine being in an hour-long meetings with 7 accountants 3 or 4 times a year? No, nobody wants that. Our major responsibility is the review of the budget. Randa and Jody pull that all together, and they make it so easiest for us to review. Because alongside the individual budget items, they also show the actual amount for those items in the previous year and also the budget for the current year. And they come to us with explanations of any large differences. Our goal is to have all the members of our team, those with accounting backgrounds and those without, to fully understand the reasons why the proposed budget makes sense. Because if it makes sense to us, then we know Jody can recommend it and it'll make sense and seem reasonable to everyone on our executive as well. It's a modest commitment, 3 to 4 meetings a year for an hour, but the impact is very real. You don't have to love numbers. You just need to care about the church and ask good questions. And you will love working with Jody and Miranda. A year ago, I knew Michael Weska as that smart guy from Thunder Bay. Today, I see him as a friend. And that's what this team does. It connects people who care about the same things. We'd love for you to be the next person we get to know. And really, that's my presentation today. So please contact the nominations committee for us. We would love to have you on our team.
Thank you, Dave, for your report on behalf of the team. I'm wondering if there's any questions for Dave, anything bubbling up? Anyone wants to ask? We're just checking in with the online group. Is there anyone running to the mic to want to join this team? Torin? There's space. Lots of clapping, yes. Dave, you gave such a comprehensive report, and this court is been silenced. They have no questions of clarification for you. Just a whole bunch of kudos for the hard work you do, you and your team.
Well, thank you. And, I noticed some people online here that have been on our team previously and served well and have a lot of knowledge, and they can come back in. We'd be glad to have them. So thank you.
Thank you, Dave. All right. Peter Hartmans is here to represent the executive report. We need to give you some time.
Okay.
Just limit it, please.
Got it.
Think of your questions. Think of questions.
Yeah.
He's just going to turn to his page. It's in the report book. But while he's flipping his pages, Peter Haddo, you'll be following Peter Hartmans to present on the apology interim animation task group. So Peter Hartmans.
So the executive meets every month except for the summer when needed. Our job is to provide oversight to the regional council and its commissions and teams. It's a group that deals with big picture. So the commissions really roll up their sleeves and deal with very specific matters, policy, movement of pastoral charges, and discuss communities of faith, ministry personnel, and the list goes on. The commission, the executive deals with the broader big picture. It's an enormous task. Part of our role is to provide oversight to the entire regional council, to be a connection to the general council office, to be a connection to our neighboring regional councils, and also to provide key leadership within the regional council for the work we do and the ministry we do. I think a highlight for me is to share with you that I think one of our hopes always as a executive and really focuses on your role both as ministry personnel and regional council reps is that you go home and you talk about this regional meeting. I see, especially during worship, the smiles on your faces and the laughter during various laughter of support during various reports, and the energy when we had Cam's presentation and Melody's presentation and the moderator's presentation, and the list goes on. But I think it's really important for us as regional council and me as executive minister who works with the executive and you as regional council to encourage you to share the work of the greater church with your community of faith. Like Dave Clark really shared it in a very personal way, that part of our role is to connect each other. And Glenn asked a really important question about covenanting. Well, the idea of covenanting is to work towards connecting us as mutual united churches across the regional council and across the United Church of Canada. And that's part of our role as we support our role as a community of faith, a regional council, the denomination, and even our strategic plan of towards 2035. That's key. And the key is that we work together. And I remember when I was serving the parish, it was so easy to be focused on the work of the local parish. We had a lot going on. Like Nancy right now, specifically, Chair Nancy is dealing with a couple of funerals this week. And so on the side, if you see her on the phone, she's not talking to her bestie. She's talking to the funeral home. And so it's hard to be focused on the work of the broader church when you really do have important work in the parish. And I even said to her, you know, Nancy, those funerals right now are the most important thing you should be working on. Even though she's super committed to serving the regional council and the broader church, but it's so easy to be focused on the important work in the local parish, which is key. And we all, like I'm a member of my church, and I really appreciate the support of our church and our minister during difficult times. So I can appreciate, and the members within the church. But I can also say to you folks, it's really important to connect us to our neighbors, because that's how we share the gospel. That's how we are as church. That's how we are able to share and grow and prosper and learn from each other. As Blessing was sharing today, a testimony of the work and ministry within their community, you around your table groups are sharing the testimony of the work and ministry in your community. So back to the executive, our role is to encourage you to all do that. And to be specific, if you're ever interested in the work of the executive, the digest reads like a book, and it's in your workbook. The minutes are posted online under the executive. It also reads like a book. It tells you everything that's going on. And then we have lots of different documents you can read. And my executive assistant, Sue, will give you anything you ask for if you ask. So I'm going to end by just highlighting for you that we do have if minutes aren't your thing, even though they do read like a book, it's just like a page turner, I promise you. We do have a lovely newsletter, which is Bedrock, which I would really encourage you to share in your community of faith. it's an easy way to connect with the regional council. I think a lot of folks don't know it exists. You can sign up for it, Bedrock. It gives you a little snapshot every month of, or most months of our regional council. It's got pictures. I like reading it. It is done through the work of our staff. They work as a team. But Donna Ritz in particular publishes it. And it's a great opportunity. And it matches our title, Canadian Shield Regional Council. I'm sure you got the connection there, Bedrock. So yeah. So enough of me, because Nancy did the worst thing in the world and invite me to the mic.
Yeah.
So I'm done.
Woohoo. So, but don't go anywhere.
Okay.
Just in case. Are there any questions for Peter from the floor? We've asked the online. And we're just waiting to see if there's any questions there. Any questions here? So far, one hand up. Any other hands up? Looks like Lois is back to the microphone. No, you're not going to yell.
Everybody notice my T-shirt I have on today. That's okay.
Oh, love the Magneto One t-shirt. Thank you.
Well, and
Okay.
the reason I'm sharing the Magnana One T-shirt, since you brought it up, is because I want to celebrate the partnership between the Lutheran Church and the United Church of Canada that's happening in Magnana One. And I had the privilege of being there 2 weekends ago, and it's emotional to see the two churches working together so well. The bishop was there, which was interesting because I'm not a bishop, and but the positive energy was infectious. So if you're struggling as a community of faith and you have a partner, Evangelical Lutheran Church, in your community, the bishop and I would sure encourage you to talk to each other. And I know that because I had lunch with the bishop on Tuesday. So she said that. So any other questions?
Appears not.
Okay.
Thank you, Peter.
She's like,
for all
"Where's
the
the
work you
stage?
do.
I'm gone."
We're going to continue now. It's almost that lunchtime. It's getting closer. You can feel it. Can you feel it?
Yeah.
Or at least a pee break. You can feel that. Okay, so Peter Haddo is going to come forward and do a presentation on the Apology Interim Animation Task Group. There he is. And followed by him, we have 2 additional presentations. So before lunch.
So I'm going to talk about the animation group, but before I talk about it, I want to say that that when you join the church committee, you end up sometimes as a regional rep, and sometimes you end up being on committees or teams in the region, and sometimes you end up working for the greater church, which happened to me. In March of this year, I was approached to be a member of a small interim working group being convened to support the United Church of Canada in planning and implementing the animation of its recent apology to the 2S LGBTQA+ communities. Of course, I said yes. I'm very humbled to be a part of this work, especially at this time in the life of our church's journey and what is happening in our country. It is work that is near and dear to me. I have to confess that part of what I'm going to read right now is taken from the letter I received on March 4th in regards to the interim working group to animate the church's apology. Following the direction from under the General Council Executive, responsibility for developing a plan to share and animate the apology has been assigned to the General Secretary and is being carried forward through the church and mission team. As a part of this work, a time-limited interim working group was formed to support the immediate and visible action, while a longer-term, formally mandated process is developed concurrently. The purpose and objectives of the interim working group are these: to maintain momentum and credibility following the apology by supporting the timely release of tangible resources for the church, to inventory and adapt existing general council sponsored resources, including relevant work from the Iridescent Project, explicitly connecting them to the apology, to assist in coordinating early animation efforts, including workshops, reflection, and engagement resources and tools, while longer-term structures are being established. To strengthen shared accountability and collaboration across General Council, regional councils, Affirm United, and partner networks. To provide input and learning that can inform the scope and design of a future General Council executive mandated working group. The interim working group will not replace the formal governance processes, nor will it assume long-term responsibility for this work. It will report through staff channels to the General Secretary and help prepare the ground for a more comprehensive and church-wide approach. It sounds like a big task, but some of this work we have been doing within our region, within our Affirming Resource team in this region, through Affirm United, through the Iridescent Project program, through other regions, through their Ministry of Justice and Inclusion. My friends, on a personal note, way back when I was a part of the discernment team, when Manitou Conference became affirming, and then when the Canadian Shield became affirming, I never imagined that an apology to the 2S and LGBTQA plus communities from the church to the church was possible. So here we are, almost a year later since the apology at Knox United Church in Calgary on August 8th. A day I will never forget, and a day I will remind you of constantly. How fitting for our theme this weekend at our AGM to be hard places and holy ground. As the United Church of Canada and the Canadian Shield region and communities of faith, we know that hard places lead to holy ground. Thanks be to God. I would just like to mention that we are having on ChurchX, and I should have sent it to the tech team, but I had no idea how to send it. And in fact, I wanted to print it and I can't print it, so I'm reading from my talkie-lighty thing. On June 9th, from 2 o'clock to 3:30 on ChurchX, there will be From the Words to Practice, it's called From the Words to Practice, Living into the 2S and LGBTQA plus apology. It's a free online event that you can go to. You will join with the interim working group that I'm a part of on the apology animation to reflect on the apology, to explore practical ways congregations can live into the apology in worship, community life, and public witness. It will be 1.5 hours, and trust me, it will be 1.5 hours. So I'm inviting everybody to join. It is through the work that I've done here that I received this letter asking me to join. And so I want people to know that when we do stuff in this region, when we do stuff in our church, there is somebody listening to us and watching over us. And each and every one of us one day will get a tap on the shoulder to be a part of a committee or a team within this region or beyond. And I pray that when you get that tap, you listen to it and you reflect on it and you say yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Thank you, Peter. And fortunately, we have the tech people on site, Peter, that can instantly send it out today. So Donna Ritz and Susan, but thank you for that alert and for your ministry. So we have two presentations, one following the other. Woohoo! And we're going to start with Kyle Pugh, who is, as was introduced yesterday, works for the Ontario Regional Council Archives. And he's going to share something with us about that important work, followed by our representatives from Camp McDougall.
It's still morning.
It is still morning.
Okay,
barely, barely.
So I will say good morning, friends. I am so pleased to be with you this weekend. As some of you may have noted, I am not wearing the Hawaiian shirt from yesterday because I wanted you to take me seriously. But I do have my Mr. Rogers socks on, inspired by Cam, because it is a beautiful day in the Sioux. My name is Kyle Pugh. I am the Ontario Regional Council's archivist, and I will argue with Melody, where there she is, that I actually have the best job in this whole operation, because I have the privilege of preserving the church's documentary heritage. I don't even know. Yeah. The United Church of Canada Archives is a partnership between the General Council and the 7 regional councils in Ontario. There's a bit of oddity with Thunder Bay and Ottawa area. You guys send your stuff to different archives, but that's a different problem. In total, between the two programs, we are a team of 9 full-time archives and records management professionals who, trust me, love getting up each morning and coming in to do this work. We're a full-time operation. We're here to help Monday through Friday to work with communities of faith and their membership. And we have a whole bunch of resources on our website at unitedchurcharchives.ca and a workshop that's available through ChurchX, thanks to Tuck. Now, look, I will level with you. We are based in Toronto. And as somebody from rural Ontario, I get the Toronto hate. But just because we are Toronto-based doesn't mean that we're Toronto-centric. We work with as many communities of faith that will have us, including ones in Sudbury, Timmins, just in the past few weeks. So that is that. I have breezed through the who, which is me, the what, the archives, the when, always, not on Sundays. But I really want to focus on why. Why should you entrust your records to the archives that is based several hundred kilometers south of here? And the answer, inspired by Melody, is because we use these records daily to continue the ministry of the United Church of Canada. Truly, we provide these records to folks when they are at their most desperate and vulnerable. And in case you think I'm exaggerating or being dramatic, let me tell you some inspiring stories. But I'll do it quickly because there's lunch.
Yes, there is lunch.
So 3 weeks ago, we received a call from the government of Alberta. Not a call I was expecting to get. With them was a 71-year-old woman who had no family, she had no identification and no health card. But what she did have was cancer and a need for treatment. The government told us that if we could find her marriage record from a defunct church in St. Catharines, that they would be able to issue her a health card. And because the congregation had the foresight to send the records to the archives, we now know that that lady is receiving the treatment that she needs. Likewise, we have helped widows regularly. We help widows receive survivors benefits, pensioners in Timmins, married in South Porcupine, receive access to dental benefits. Earlier this year, we helped an Indigenous man from Perry Island Reserve who was adopted out as part of the 60s scoop, and for 70 years never knew what his actual birthday was because those records were not kept by the government. And fortunately, we spent 6 months calling every church up and down the coast of near Perry Sound to find those records, which we did. So at 71, he can now celebrate his birthday on his birthday. We do this every day because it matters, because it changes and saves lives. And we are able to do this because communities of faith have placed their trust in us to be the stewards of their stories, to keep them safe and to make them available. I hope that you will continue to place your trust in us and help us do the work. Consider this the explicit invitation to donate your records. And if you see me at the bar later, an invitation to buy me a drink. I'm joking. I'm joking.
Not among
Thank you
this
so
group.
much. I don't even know what else is. Oh, yeah, there's some stuff there, but to Camp McDougal.
Yeah. Are there any questions for Kyle before he goes? He's in the court. Oh, Melody has her hand up, and so does Torrin.
I do have
Melody.
a booth as well, and I'm here for the rest of the weekend.
Yeah.
So
Okay. Melody, then Torrin.
So-
Procedural microphone. Thank you.
So Melody Duncanson Hales. I don't know where I live anymore.
Pardon me?
I said, I don't know where I live anymore. General Counsel office staff,
Yeah.
but also supervisor of Trinity Manitoulin in Mindemoya, Ontario. I just, as others have expressed gratitude in this space, I want to express my personal gratitude to Kyle and to the folks at Archives. Our congregation in Mindemoya went through a fairly large transition this past year. They were able to help us discover that the deed that was produced over a century ago actually had 2 names on it for 2 different parcels of land, and helped us to recognize the gift that came from the ministry and the history of congregations coming together to plant churches on Manitoulin. So we say thank you for that. And in our gratitude, I was able to bring you boxes and boxes.
they're still in my
archives.
office. They're still in my office.
Yeah. But we're able to celebrate that legacy together. So I am so grateful to Kyle's work. Thank you.
Thank you, Melody and Torrin. I saw a third hand later. If you could ask it to Kyle, but just mindful of time, we want to get to lunch. So the third hand that just went up, you've got somebody in the back row that wants to talk to you.
I can manage.
Torrin.
Great. Torrin Mogg from Zion Thessalon again. First, it does sound like you have the best job in the world. Slightly
Sorry,
jealous.
Melody.
Second, if we have boxes and boxes of documents, how's the best way to get them to you?
So typically what we advise is to best case scenario, which I know is super easy for Northern Ontario, is to bring them to the archives in Toronto.
Yes.
Quick jaunt. Another option is to send them via courier. We have our address on the website, and it's on my business card if you want to grab one. Alternatively, tentatively, we're looking at maybe during the festivals of faith next year, the archives going on the road and with a van. I didn't have the foresight. I flew this time and doing records pickups during the Festival of Faith in one central hub. I don't have the time, unfortunately, to visit all of the churches in Canadian Shield. But that'll be a 2027 project.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Torrin. Thank you, Kyle. We don't have time. I told him. The last report before we break for lunch is from Camp McDougal. And we wanted to give you your time. So Mayor Verbonik is the current chair, and he brought with him somebody that you might want to introduce. Oh, good. Okay. This is our one and only residential summer program camp. Oh, I'm telling you, we have Camp Duncan, but that's, you rent it out. So this is different. Go for it.
All right, thank you. Good morning, everybody. It's still before
Yes,
noon.
5 minutes.
Yeah, I'll try and be as quick as possible here.
Running out 5 minutes before
Yeah.
it's afternoon.
I'll try and go so quick so that we can get to lunch. My name is Eric Verbonik. I am the current chair of the board, as Nancy so kindly said. We are Camp McDougall. We are just about 80 kilometers down the highway, just outside of Thessalon. And as Reverend Nancy mentioned, we are Shield's only overnight programmed children's camp, United Church camp in the Shield region. So that means we're all your camp. From North Bay up to Thunder Bay and everywhere in between, we are your United Church camp. Hopefully this one. Wrong one. There. All right, so who we are, just kind of described it, but this will be our 66th year in operation. We started back in 1960. A group of people, I'm going to say gentlemen, came together, got the land outside of Thessalon. It is an amazing piece of property. If you ever have a chance, hopefully on the weekend, not during the week in the summer, that's when we have our programming, please stop by. We have about 40 acres right there, about 1,000 acres on Lake Huron. You'll see some of the pictures. The pictures do not do it justice. It is a truly blessed piece of property that we have. Once you go there, you'll never forget it. So here's myself. I'm going to ask Matthew to stand up. Matthew is our camp director this year. He leads a team of 10 counselors, cooks, staff at camp. Like I said, I'm the chairman of the board. We have 13 members of our board. Torrin, we do have some vacancies. We'd love to see your application.
Yeah, perfect.
Absolutely. As with everything, right? Everybody knows you're volunteering. If you're sitting on volunteer boards, there's always a lack of people. So you'll see it in a later slide. We are always looking for people to come forward and be on our board. Most of the time, and until recently, it has been a very local board, a very hands-on operational board. So we're changing that. We're moving to a governance board, and we're expanding it to allow people in our region, and we would love people all throughout Shield to join our board. So a brief history. I'll do this really quick. It's kind of hard to see here, but COVID hit us hard. It hit us really hard. We were shut down basically those 2 summers. The summer after, we had a good summer. We got back up into the numbers, about 350 campers. Then we had some bad times. The summer after that, we lost some key staff, being our waterfront, so you can't use any of the swimming or canoes or kayaks. And then we lost our kitchen staff. So we had to shut down after 1 week. So we closed down that home. At that time, the board at that time decided to make a call out to get some help, get some more board members. They were down to like 4 or 5 people on this board. So they were getting burned out. So myself and a number of other people joined. Like I said, we were up to about 13 members. We decided at that point to take a look at everything, all the policies, all the procedures. We rewrote the bylaws. We went into our books, looked at all those, and we decided we needed to take a year off to get everything in order. So we were actually shut down for 2 years. This caused some issues for us going forward, of course, because we lost the faith and the age groups moved up. So we reopened last year, really promoted as much as possible to all of our communities. We had 110, we call them sessions because there's some campers that go multiple weeks. So we had 110 sessions last year. At the same time, we were developing a 5-year plan because there's always maintenance on the camp. We're right on the water. They get hammered every season. We had numbers we wanted to grow to, so we're trying to do a 25% growth across all of our areas. So for this year now, we're moving into, we are pretty close there. We have 130 sessions booked already. We have 5 weeks, I think, till we actually open and start our first camps. So if you look at the numbers at the bottom, by the time it's to 2030, we should be back up into the 300, 350 children's zones. Why I'm going to, sorry, I'll go back here for a second. Why this is important is we plug into every facet of community. We use all the family services. We've talked to all of them, both regular and First Nations. So we have a deal with Nagawandamin. In this area, we've talked to all the family services from North Bay up to Thunder Bay, both First Nations and mainstream. We've talked to almost all of the First Nation bands in that same area. We have some very strong connections and partnerships now with one particular Saginaw. It's just down in the Serpent River area. They're actually sending us 34 kids this year. So we're working with a lot of those. We work with Big Brothers Big Sisters. We work with United Way. We try and work with everybody in our entire community across the board. So if you have connections, think there's somebody we should talk to, please let us know. We cold call so many people this year, it doesn't even bother us. How you can help. Just like everybody, we need money to run. So donations, we have our operational costs, which is the year that we're in. We have our capital projects. Right now we're going through, we have 9 cabins in the lodge. We're going through, and year over year, we're starting to side them so they can last longer. We get a engineer's report every 5 years to see the lifelong longevity of the buildings and what we have to do to repair them. That all falls under our capital project. Financial aid. So along with Shield, who gives an amazing amount of money to some of our campers, we actually set aside some of our money that we fundraise to help kids go to camp as well. And we get specific donations that are for camper registrations. And hopefully next year, we're debating it, we're going to have out trips again. So that was a big plus for us because it involves the older kids. So we go up to 13 right now. Out trips let us extend it up to 16. The big thing that is for us, we don't allow devices. So kids come to camp, they unplug, they hang out with their friends, they make new friends. For a lot of them, it is the first time they learn about religion, they learn about God. So that's why we're important. And you can see the smiles on their faces. Fridays are a very hard day at camp. It's the last day that we run from Sunday to Friday. It is a very hard day at camp. A lot of the kids end up crying. They don't want to leave. They don't want to go back to their lives. It's a super special place. A lot of these kids barely have one parent that cares about them. At camp, they'll have 11, 12, 13 people that care about them. So it's hard. All right. So yeah, Matthew and I are outside. Come see us, come talk to us. We'd love to hear from all of you. We want to make the connections. And Torrin, I actually have the best job. We get to help kids. Thank you. Let me see. Let me see it. Okay. Here.
No, don't go for it. Are there any questions for Eric? There's one question. Kathy Dahmer. Anyone online? No. No. Okay, Kathy. Sure. Procedural microphone, Mike.
Kathy Dahmer, St. Peter's, St. Mark's, Sudbury. Comment. Stuart stats about ministry personnel, vacancies in churches. You're the one camp left in our region. This isn't just optional entertainment for kids that we don't really have to engage. All of us here need to be the pocket that protects the quarterback because it's the feeder schools that support a high school. CIT, we got to get kids in camp, engaged, in leadership, flourishing their gifts, and excited about the church. And if we want the church to survive in the North, this is our thing to protect.
All right, thank you.
And Matthew, woo, this is your first summer directing at McDougall. So prayers. Prayers. It is now 5 after 12. It is our lunchtime. We are the 12 o'clock was the close of nominations, and that was for the intention because we have to elect the slate. So that gives Susan time to fill it out. Okay. And Pat, she almost sold out all the books she promoted. I know she has a few left. She does close later today. So if you want to take the time to shop when you're waiting in line or finish lunch early,
Remember to pick up your books.
and remember to pick up your books and pay for them and then take them. That would help Pat. Now I see we have two people standing here talking to each other. So I just want to check in to see. So we got to have the grace. Are you having anything to say, the two of you? Okay. Okay. So you have something to say, Bill? Okay. Yeah, I was going to announce that. Okay. So you're going first.
I can go first.
You go first.
So folks, for those who have dietary restrictions, when you go into the room, you need to stay to the right because all of your food is on the right-hand side, right on this, along this back wall, past the coffee and tea. And so we'd like to prioritize you to get in there. And then the other 3 lines are for everybody else, but they may need to go over there to get a few things, okay? And if you have questions, you see Sean over there, she's waving. She's going to help you because I have to go to nominations. And I think that's it. And so Bill's going to give you a little bit of a blurb on nominations, and then he's going to offer grace, or him and Ted together.
Ted Harrison, come forward.
I just want to say that I wish I had Dave's sort of skill at getting people. His committee is now full. There are 2 people come for the finance committee since he was on. So far, we've had 14 people nominated for positions, and we still need 14. Nominations are closed at this point, but you can always go online and sign up. Please do, as we have these committees work better with the full committees. And also the nominations committees asked to get lunch at the front of the line and meet at the back corner over there for a little meeting so we can get together. And now I don't see Diane.
We're doing it a cappella.
Oh, there you go.
It's you.
Oh, there you are. Okay, what we're going to do, we're going to go through this twice. This is Mac the Knife Grace. We're going to do it twice, and then Diane's going to play for us as we do it. I'm going to read the line, and Ted's going to sing it. When the clock strikes 12, dear.
When the clock strikes 12 o'clock, dear.
And you know it's time for lunch.
And you know it's time for lunch.
It's a good time to thank God for.
It's a good time to thank God for.
Food and friendship.
Food and friendship.
Hey, God.
Hey, God. Thanks a bunch.
Once more.
Well, wait, we're going to. Let's do it accompanied. We'll do it. We'll all sing it twice.
Sure.
Yeah. When the clock strikes 12 o'clock, dear, and you know it's time for lunch. It's a good time to thank God for food and friendship. Hey, God, thanks a bunch. Oh, let's do that one again. When the clock strikes 12 o'clock, dear, and you know it's time for lunch. It's a good time to thank God for food and friendship. Hey, God, thanks a bunch. Woo!
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It's time for lunch. Go eat. Be back here at 1:05.
It's always difficult to go into a meeting right after you've eaten and sung a song that sort of mellowed you down, because now we're going to get revved up. I'm thrilled, of course, our moderator, Kimberly Heath, is coming to share some words with us. She has a process she's going to use with you, which is great, and has told us at the table that while you're talking together in certain times, she'll be on the headphones with our online people specifically. So it's a lovely way to engage the whole council. So, Moderator Kim.
Yeah, you go ahead. So I think it's nap time. Either that or time with the moderator. Oh, well, eh? That's what you get for coming to a conference. No, I don't like that view. Is that good? That'll do. So, hard places, holy ground. Yesterday, we talked a little bit using the scriptural image of God planting us, deliberately on purpose, planting us in these hard places. And today I want to look at other scriptures. And I love how you guys are so rocky. You know, the whole Canadian Shield. And what is your newsletter again? Bedrock. And then your executive minister is named Peter. Like, was that a requirement? It doesn't get better. So today, in another scripture, at the end of his Sermon on the Mount, Jesus says to the disciples, he says, "Everyone who hears these words of mine and acts on them will be like a wise person who built their house on a rock. The rain fell, the floods came, the winds blew and beat on that house, but it did not fall because it was founded on rock. And everyone who hears these words of mine and does not act on them will be like a foolish person who built their house on sand. The rain fell, the floods came, the wind blew and beat against that house, and it fell, and great was its fall." Jesus says, and we already knew it, it's obvious, whatever is built on rock will remain, and what is built on sand in a time of storm, in a time of shifting and changing, will wash away. We're in a stormy time. We're in a volatile, shifting time. I was just reading about, apparently we're heading into another super El Nino year, which generally means that the oceans rise like, 2 degrees or something like that in temperature. And for the most part, everything gets warmer, which for your incoming chair might be good news. It might be less snow next year. But it also just means more volatile weather. So who knows? Maybe you'll get more snow. Who knows? Certainly, climate change has brought a lot of volatility, but it's not the only volatility. The geopolitical, the increase of wars, genocide, and then on local levels, the poverty levels that are just increasing. The disparity between the rich and the poor getting wider and wider. Guaranteed livable income, everybody. That's where we need to go. But anyway, that's a tangent. So part of what we need to do in this time is to move to the rock, to make sure what we are standing on, building on, is rock. And that means we need to figure out what's rock and what's sand. Now, I want to remind you that sand can be beautiful. You can create amazing things in sand. I can't build a dog house, well, maybe with an IKEA kit and a first aid kit, but I can build a sand castle. And I've built some amazing sand castles in my time, decorated with foliage and twigs and action heroes and Schleich horses and mermaids. I've built some impressive sandcastles. But you know, when you build a sandcastle next to the ocean, that tide is coming in. You know it's time limited. And even if you built it on the shores of Lake Superior, there's a lovely beach here, fair bit of mosquitoes right now, but it looks like a beautiful beach. That even if you build it on fresh water, that snot-nosed toddler wielding her shovel, who learns first to destroy before she learns how to build, is due to arrive any time after her nap. Not to mention those raptor-like Canada geese and the wind and the rain. Truthfully, the fact that sandcastles don't last makes them all the more beautiful. A little bit like those, chalk artists who spend hours creating art on the sidewalks and concrete, only to have it washed away that night. Things built on sand are not necessarily bad. Some of them are very, very good. It's just not permanent. So much of your life is about working in, playing in the sand. The incredible meal you cooked, the zucchini you've planted, the summer preaching series you've prepared, your volunteering in the church, your church building. It's sand. Frail as summer's flower, we flourish. Blows the wind, and it is gone. Remember, you are mostly sand. From dust you were created, and to dust you will return. So don't be down on the sand. So much about being human is to dwell in the sand and work with the sand. It's not bad. It's just not going to last. It might last an hour. It might last a season. It might last years, or maybe even in the case of some incredible buildings, thousands of years, but they're still time limited. So be aware of what is sand. Give thanks to God for the sand, for all that is good there. Say good riddance to the parts that aren't good. And if you are there when death and demise comes, grieve and lament the loss, because the loss and the grief is real. But Christian, in all of the loss, it's easy to forget that there is more than sand. Our call as Christians has always been to point to and to cling to and to stand on the rock that is eternal. For God alone, my soul waits in silence, for my hope is from him. He alone is my rock and my salvation, my fortress. I will not be shaken. On God rests my deliverance and my honor, my mighty rock. My refuge is in God. As we are aware of the sand and the rock, and as we at this time discern that it's time to move to the rock, as a church, that likely means we're going to get smaller before we perhaps get bigger again. I don't know how small, but I do know that that's challenging for us because we have a big identity. The United Church of Canada, Canada, Canada. I needed that echo from yesterday. No, I don't. The United Church of Canada almost doesn't know how to be small. You know, we've been king of the castle for so long. Unfortunately, again, it's a sand castle or a snow castle. And when you move to the rock and you experience the letting go, the shedding as you do that, it can feel too small. It can feel not enough. It can feel like death. But remember that God likes that which is small. We began small. I know the United Church kind of began again, big denominations coming together, but remember back into your roots, your congregational roots. What I love that we had an EUB, shout out, but whether Presbyterian, Methodist, Congregationalist, EUB, almost all of our churches began small. Many of them began in houses before they moved into a building, which then burnt down, and you built a new building, which wasn't big enough, and you built a bigger building. But almost all of us started small. And I think it's time we remember how to do that again. I would love to see a number of our congregations move into somebody's living room. Not all of them. I'm not saying we should ditch all of our buildings. I think that would be short-sighted. But somehow having 10, 15 people in a giant building, well, anyway, a month or two ago, time is weird in my life, but I had an opportunity to hang out, to go to church in my hometown, in a house church, a little Anabaptist congregation that meets in somebody's living room. And there were, again, somewhere between 10 and 15 of us. I think they range from about 8 to 25 people, but nobody always shows up. So 10 to 15 people were there, a couple kids who hung out in the basement. We sat around on couches and a few chairs. We sang some songs on the TV through YouTube. We read scripture. We talked about scripture. We prayed and talked about what kind of work and outreach they might do together. This particular congregation partners with my former church, with Wall Street United. They help to do meals, to serve meals with Wall Street, and they organize things like peace walks. So they're doing church without any of the worries about the property and the building. It's something to think about. They also tend to be a little bit more comfortable about talking about their faith and what that means to them. In the United Church, one of our favorite sayings, I used to hear it all the time, it's attributed to St. Francis. Don't know if it actually is St. Francis, but the quote is, "Preach the gospel at all time, use words if necessary." Church, it's time to use your words. We need to talk about why it is that going to church or being part of a community of faith, why it is being on that camp board or the finance committee, why those things matter to you, where these things help to, fill your, draw you closer to God and help you to feel like you're making a difference in the world. We have to start using our words. And one of the ways that you might do this in your churches or in your family is to start doing God sightings. You might have another term for it, but to basically have some kind of an open mic time where people share where they saw God at work in the last week. Sometimes it's sort of good news stories, but what it trains us to do, what it trains you to do, is to see God in it. God sightings centers God's work. It centers God in the action and not us. So often we make it all about us and our work. And if it's all up to us, we're in trouble. Related to that is testimony. We heard a great testimony last night from Kathy, just a simple example of how camp helped her find faith. And, just again, it was full of God sighting. Testimony is simply telling your story of faith. And if that scares you, write it out. Kind of do your autobiography, but from a lens of faith and God. Who told you about God and faith first? When that bad thing happened, how did the church or your faith or God help you through that bad experience, that challenging time, that difficult time? Anna Florence Carter has a book. She's a homiletics professor called Preaching as Testimony, I think is the title of the book. And she talks about how testimony was a way that marginalized people, that women and other marginalized people gained access to the pulpit because it was just testimony, right? You'll notice that like AA groups use testimony all the time. They'll come up and share their story. And it's genuine testimony. Testimony, I wouldn't want to completely replace it, the preaching, but it can be powerful in a way that preaching isn't always. Always be ready, as is it 1 Timothy, 2 Timothy, 3:14, something like that. Always be ready to give an account for the hope that you have within, but do this with gentleness and respect. I suggested maybe writing it out. If you're not comfortable sharing your faith story with your family, write it out and attach it to your will. You can do this. My husband's a lawyer, and he says you can do that. And if they won't listen to your faith story now, they will listen after you pass away. They need to know why this mattered to you and why it might make a difference to them in the future. The other thing, as we move to the Rock, we need to not do it and hang out and be church alone. We've got to partner more and more. I want to challenge you to have 2 partnerships in your church. You can have more if you want, but small is the theme. And sometimes if you can just take this one action, this 2 actions, it's easier than. But I would love to see every community of faith in this country have a local partnership. It might be with another United Church. It might be with the Anglican Church. I am so glad that we've got some ecumenical partners here. Last week, 2 weeks ago, I was in Winnipeg for the Canadian Council of Churches. And just before that meeting, we had a summit of church leaders where we were looking at the landscape of faith in Canada. And really, it was our General Secretary, Michael Blair, who led the initiative to say, Houston, we might have a problem if we have a whole blank space because the United Church has worked on their data and we can see where there might be sections of the geography where there might not be a United Church. Well, perhaps there's an Anglican Church that we can partner with and shore up and say, that's where the Christian presence is going to be in this place. So partner, talk to your neighbors. I'd love it if you'd talk to your United Church neighbors. I know that's hard sometimes. Sometimes it's easier to talk to the Lutherans. That's fine. Talk to the Lutherans. Partner with another church. What does partner mean? Maybe you just get together for lunch once a month. It's about getting to know each other. It's relationship. Maybe you change pulpits, maybe whatever. It doesn't have to be complicated. The other partnership I would love to see every community of faith have is a national or global partnership. I would love to see, I talked about Pastora Nubia yesterday. There's some we have wonderful global relationships. And I would love to see congregations adopt each other, not in a colonial, like we've got all the answers and the money and you don't. In fact, secret, they have a whole lot of depth of faith and understanding about how to do church in hard times, more than we have, a lot to offer in terms of prayer partnering and connecting. Or you might connect with a big church in Toronto or wherever that maybe is, like an affirming church that has a strong ministry and you're new into the affirming process and you want to just partner and say, hey, how do we do this? How can you help us? I would love to have partnerships where it's like you're the smaller one and another maybe larger one who knows more, and then vice versa, right? Where you maybe have more to offer, though you got to be careful on that, because every time you think you have more to offer, well, you know how it works with relationships. You discover you get more out of it. When we move to the Rock, it's going to feel at first like we're missing out on the castles, and you have to go through that feeling. You got to let the castles go, and it's hard. But I'll tell you, I've made it a priority to stand on the Rock, and it's worth it. All the time, it's worth it, but especially in the storm, it's worth it. I'd rather live in an ugly doghouse built on the Rock than live in a sand castle. And the truth is, when we follow God, that which seems less always turns into more. And you start to see with God eyes all of the God sightings everywhere. And there are God sightings. I'll tell you about a few, and they're small because, you've got so many, even right there at your table. But some that have kind of struck me. I was asked just before Easter to be interviewed on Zoomer Radio. You heard of Zoomer Magazine or Liz Neimer? I can't remember who actually interviewed me anymore. I think her name was Jane. But so they wanted to talk about Easter. They wanted to talk about youth coming back to church. But I had been warned beforehand that this particular interview likes to have gotcha questions. So I was ready for the gotcha questions. I was ready on Israel, Palestine, church stats, whatever. Yeah. Former things. I'm thinking Greta Vosper. There were all sorts of what issue might they bring up for me? So I'm all ready. And the very first question was the gotcha question that I was absolutely not prepared for. They said, tell us the story of Easter. And I thought, oh crap. They don't know the story. They want to know the story. And so I started with Maundy, Thursday, and told the story of Easter. And I don't know if I did it justice. I hope I did. They want to hear the story. They don't know the story. And the youth piece that they then brought up, that actually Broadview did an article on it recently too, but some of the stats are showing that in Gen Z, youth have a resurgent interest in faith and in church. I don't know that they are going to come back to 10 o'clock Sunday morning, 3 hymns and a 15-minute sermon. I don't know. but they're hungry for faith. And frankly, I've seen it even with my own kids. My child number 3 is at Queen's doing a nursing degree, and her friends were like, maybe we should go to church. And, you know, her friends weren't churchy types, and they ended up going to a big evangelical church where the theology was a little bit, it didn't work for my daughter. And then my oldest, who's 28, was chatting with her friends when she was home at Easter. And she was telling them about the walk of the cross, and they said, "Oh, we'd like to do a walk of the cross next year. Tell us about it." And again, these aren't friends who have, but the world is a crazy place right now. And they see in the church something with roots and stability. I'll tell you the 2 things that youth are interested in when it comes to faith, when it comes to church. The first is that they want an experience of the holy. United Church doesn't do as good a job on that, if I'm being honest. I think our Catholic, Anglican friends and our evangelical friends do a better job of connecting people to the holy. We aim for the head a lot, and we need to find ways to drop it down to the heart and to the gut so that they can experience the living God. The other thing that youth are interested in is a faith that aligns with their values. That's where we shine in the United Church. They want a place at the table where all are welcome genuinely, even when you read the fine print. Other signs of hope. I'll tell this story. You've probably heard it, and some people get grumpy about it or just are like, well, that's fine for them, but it's not going to work for us, which is true. Kitchissippi United, and maybe you heard this story. It's a church in Ottawa where I had the opportunity to attend in January, maybe it was February, when they had a membership service. And there were over 100 people who joined the church on that Sunday. There were more people at the front of the church than there were in the congregation. There were sort of 20-ish in the congregation and over 100. They couldn't read all the names, which part of me is like, is it legal if you don't read all the names? But, you know, so that they scrolled the names on the screen at the front of the church. But they have a pastor, Daniel, who arrived from Ghana. Is he from Ghana? I can't remember. Northwestern Africa. And he, rainbow refugee, and almost all of the members are rainbow refugees. And he has the gift of evangelism, and he can't help himself. He gets on a bus, he hears an accent, and he immediately connects with them and invites them to church. They just keep coming. And bless their hearts, Kitchissippi, it was so funny when I was there, one of the leaders said, yes, we're trying to tell Pastor Daniel that, that's enough now. We've got enough people. And, we need to start working on leadership and it's true, you do need to start kind of growing the members. But I'm like, yeah, good luck with that, because Pastor Daniel has the gift of evangelism. You're going to have to pray for somebody else to have the gift of mentoring and, raising up leaders. The miracle here is not that 100 people joined on a Sunday morning. The miracle is that Kitchissippi said yes, and they kept saying yes, even though it's shifting everything. I don't need to tell you, it's a little bit like when the extended family comes over for Christmas and, the turkey dinner, and it's total absolute chaos. And then they just don't leave, right? Like it's a giant party that never gets back to, the square, tidy. This is where we put the silverware in this exact. Kitchissippi keeps saying yes. That's the miracle. Why do they keep saying yes? They see it for what it is, that God is doing something new. and they'll work out the logistics as they go along. Intercultural ministry is so important. There is our migrant churches, some of them are growing to the point where they can't keep up with the growth. And they need some of the buildings that we're quickly shedding. So that's partly why I'm saying we can't get rid of all the buildings. But if you have room in your church for a migrant ministry, think about opening your church up for them. I should look at my time. I get babbling. Oh yeah, we gotta wrap this up. Okay. Many years ago, when I was in my settlement congregation, do you remember settlement? I kind of miss that sandbox. Anyway, when I was in my settlement congregation at Clare's Home in Stavely United Churches, Stavely is now closed, and I think Clare's Home is going down that path too. I had a powerful dream, and in the dream, I was living in this very small, unimpressive house. It was tiny. It was kind of desolate surroundings. There was a lonely, pathetic pine tree somewhere on the lawn. And I just had this feeling of it was too small, too unimpressive. I wanted something bigger, better. And then in the dream, I went down into the basement and I couldn't believe my eyes. It was like, it was enormous, bigger than this room. There were Grecian columns. There were swimming pools all around. The UCW was in one pool. The youth were over there having a blast. And one of the older ladies from my home church called out, "Come on in, get in the water." And I touched my toes in the water, and the water was warm, and I just started calling out, "Come on in the water. The water is warm." I think that's what happens in faith. We think we're in this tiny little church, and it's not enough, and it's never going to be enough. But when we go down into the basement, when we dig down to bedrock, we discover that there's so much more there than meets the eye. Scripture from 2 Corinthians 4:16-18 in the Message version goes like this. So we're not giving up. How could we? Even though on the outside it looks like things are falling apart on us, on the inside, where God is making new life, not a day goes by without his unfolding grace. These hard times are small potatoes compared to the coming good times, the lavish celebration prepared for us. There's far more here than meets the eye. The things we see now are here today, gone tomorrow, but the things we can't see now will last forever. Our hope is built on nothing less. May Christ alone be our cornerstone, our rock, and our Redeemer. Amen. Thanks be to God. And now what I want to invite you to do is something not always good at doing. I want us to pray. I want you in your table groups to split into ideally groups of 3, possibly a group of 4, no more than 4. A group of 2, if you're, I don't want to say if you're brave, but sometimes 3 is a better number than 2. So groups of 2. And what I want you to do is we've got about 20 minutes, which isn't a huge amount of time for group work. But what I want you to do is to share with your small group one thing that you would like prayer for. You don't need to get into a big long story. God knows the story. You might just say, a health concern. I've got, knee surgery coming up, and I'd really like prayer for that. Resist the urge in your group to give advice. This is not counseling. Don't give advice. If later on at dinner time you want to offer some advice, go for it. This is not advice time. The other thing I don't want you to do is to bring before this group a level 10 trauma type issue, because this isn't a safe enough place or enough time to bring that forward. I'm thinking a level 4 to 6 kind of, you're laughing, but it's true. It's true. Bring something forward. And then what happens in the group is one person shares, another volunteers to pray. But I don't know how to pray. Just say, God bless Nancy with her knee. Amen. You don't need to have an elaborate prayer. In fact, some of you are incredible praying people. I know that. Resist the urge to be too fancy in your prayer, or the other people in your group are going, oh crap, I can't do that. Remember, prayer is about more than us. It's the Spirit at work. It's not our fancy words that make the prayer powerful and the prayer work. I got Prairie to Pine to do this. And I could tell, like, it was like this time of the day too. I don't know what it is with putting the moderator in the middle of the afternoon, but all of a sudden the room was buzzing and they're like, oh no, I have to go, do an email. I got to go make a call right now. It's because the United Church, we're not that great at the whole praying thing. But the third person in your triad, while one person's offered, the other person's praying, this is sort of next level, but I want you to be listening with your spirit ears. Is there a scripture verse that comes to mind? Is there an image that comes to mind? A dandelion, a whatever. And then at the end, once you've finished the prayer for the person, you can just say, I don't know, but I just sensed, I had a picture of you standing beside still water with the shepherd. I don't know if it's anything. You always offer it with humility, because only the person receiving that can discern if it's for them. Always a word of encouragement, not something to build up. But just be listening to the Spirit while you pray. You've only got like 3-ish minutes per person, and then you need to move to the next person. The other temptation is just don't keep talking. You got to move to the praying, even if it's God bless Nancy. Okay? And then go to the 3 of you. When I did this in Prairie to Pine, a woman came up to me afterwards and she was like, I just didn't think this was going to be, but she had tears and she said, it worked. It worked. Friends, it's powerful when we pray together. If we had time and if you're super speedy, I would have you go around the circle again and to ask for something for your community of faith. I would start there. It's just that somehow when we go into the personal, which we're not very good at doing, I don't know, I think it allows the Spirit to move even more. So you can always say to your triad, keep this in mind for my church, and then keep praying for them, even following this meeting. So I've babbled on and taken half your time. 15 minutes, which if you're counting is actually 5 minutes each, if you're going to keep to schedule. So 3 groups of 3, and I'll hang out with somebody. Oh, online, it probably should be groups of 4. Anyway, thank you. Thank you, everyone, for trying this, for praying together. I know we kept it on the simple side, and I don't know how simple it was in your groups. I'd love to hear, not right now, but if you found it a meaningful experience or a horrible experience, let me know. Keep praying for one another. I think that's what, it's going to make all the difference in the world. God bless you, folks. We'll see you.
Thank you, Moderator Kim. And thank you for this time together. I'm going to invite Jody Maltby to come up. She will have received your questions, both from the plenary and from the online, and is here to respond. So I think you'll probably begin by oh my God, are those all the questions? Oh,
All right, I want to just say thank you for your thoughtful questions. I'm going to start with, I was invited to share some of the greatest hits from this morning's presentation, and I'm just looking for, oh, there it is, right in front of me. I was super organized. So I was asked if I could repeat the disbursements from St. Stephen's on the Hill. You'll remember that we received a generous donation, and it was shared amongst 4 of our designated funds. So it was the Camping Fund, the Lay Education Fund, the Outreach Initiatives Fund, and the Youth Program Fund. So each of those funds received $11,250. So that was a very generous donation. The other piece that I was asked to just reiterate with a bit more clarity is around the audited financial statements for 2025. So we have received the draft audited financial statement for 2025. It just came in last Friday. And so it's not yet on the website because we can't put draft audited statements on the website. It will be reviewed by the finance resource team, and then by the executive. It will be approved, and then it will be up on the website for you to see. And hopefully that will be fairly quickly. So that was that piece of information. I want to thank the person who reminded us not to use acronyms. Thank you for that. SJNORC stands for the Social Justice Network of Ontario Regional Councils. Historically, it was of Ontario conferences, and it's a network that tries to help us to be aligned as Ontario regions when we advocate on social justice issues, particularly at the provincial level. If you want to know more about that, I'd encourage you to talk to Sean Redden. So we make a membership, we pay a membership each year, and that's reflected in the budget. We received a couple of questions about our designated funds, and that's great because part of the reason we want to make sure they're captured in the financial statements is so that you as the regional council have a better understanding and awareness of those funds. So the first question was about how are the designated funds managed? Are they invested? So yes, they are part of our investments along with our regional reserves. We invest with BMO and we have financial advisors there. Our finance resource team this year reviewed our investment policies and then made a recommendation to the executive. So we have a specific policy. And so Miranda and I are able to manage the investments day to day within the parameters of that policy. Our investment statements are reviewed by the finance resource team, and they also meet with our advisors once a year just to make sure that our investments are in line with our policy. So that's how they are managed. And you heard this morning in the presentation on the Mission Grants Resource Team, how the use of those funds is managed. And this question also about the designated funds was curious about whether we'll see a fulsome amount in the budget lines by this afternoon related to the designated funds. And the answer is no, because we haven't, at least in the recent past, we have not set budgets for those designated funds. It has been the work of those resource teams, most particularly the mission grants team, to allocate that. That being said, it is a conversation that Miranda and I have offered to the executive, and that we'd offer to those grants team whether we want to think about setting an annual budget. So it's a conversation that we need to have. We don't want to rush it. We want to make sure that we look at that from all angles. But it is a conversation that we're having about whether we should be allocating specific amounts in any given year. So thank you for noticing that and asking that question. I am going to invite I've got a couple of questions I've passed on to those who are wiser than I. So I'm going to invite Diane up to speak to the first one.
Thank you, Jody. The question is, how are we supporting camps, youth, and young adults / university chaplaincy? This is an excellent question and something that is near and dear to the hearts of those who are on the grants team. I'm going to do the best I can to give a high-level kind of brief snapshot of the ways that we are investing in intergenerational ministry. And if you'd like to discuss further, please chat with me. Our camping grant allows us to invest in the work of Camp McDougall and also making available funds to Camp Duncan to ensure that they can continue to be available as a rental facility. In addition to the funds that go directly to Camp McDougall through the Mission and Service Grant, we also have a very generous pot of money that allows us to sponsor camperships. So when families want to send their young people to camps and finances are a barrier, they're able to apply to the Regional Council for subsidized access to the camp, and that has been a gift. In addition to individual applications to that camper fund, we also have communities of faith within the region that offer family camp opportunities. Grace in Sudbury, St. Paul's in Thunder Bay, Trinity in North Bay. These are other ways that we're able to invest in intergenerational ministry across the region. It's easy to think of investment as simply being a monetary thing. In addition to these monetary pieces, some of Sean's time is allocated for ministry with youth and young adults. And that includes things like when you want to talk about curriculum, Sean's your resource person, but also engaging youth and young adults to connect with the wider church through events like Collective. We offer learning grants. The Yaya team is a brilliant resource. The mission support grants are a great way for us to invest in the mission and ministry of our work with young people and young at heart people. And so if you'd like to continue that conversation, please let's chat.
And for our final question, I'm calling on Peter to give an answer.
So on our website, we have a finance page and it has lots of information. And within that finance page, it has the salary schedule for the general council office and regional council staff. So the question was related to the salary scale. And it said, why is the highest staff person receiving $224,239 question mark? So I looked at it and went, I didn't know that. So the answer is nobody. It's a salary scale. So the lowest salary scale in the United Church of Canada, which would be category 1, step 1. And if you're interested, it's good to look at it. The lowest category scale would be just under $40,000 a year. Excuse me. And the highest salary scale would be category 15, which is the number that was presented, 224,329. Now, out of curiosity, I asked the moderator, who gets a category 15? And to our knowledge, no one does. So they create a scale so that they can pay people. So then when someone is categorized, it's actually categorized by a secular firm so that it is competitive within the charitable sector. And the United Church criteria is that salaries are in the mid scale, so that they're not at the bottom and they're not at the top. Now, when we're hiring people, we have to be a little competitive. Like I've hired staff, and they have said to me, well, if you pay me what you're offering, you're actually going to be paying me less than I'm making now in the parish. So it's a conversation. And sometimes I say, well, we're not going to budge. That's just like, I actually took a pay cut when I came to the general counsel office. Why? Because I had a lot of experience in the parish, but I didn't have a lot of experience at the conference level at the time. So I had to make a decision whether I wanted to change my career track a little bit and take a cut and have a different experience, because, you know, you base salary based on experience. So if you start as a teacher, you start at the bottom of the scale and you work your way up over 10 years. As in our system, we have a 12-year cycle. You sometimes start at step 1 and you work your way up over 12 years to step 12. And the step 12, or that high number, would be after 12 years. We just don't have anybody in a category 15. It's there as a resource. So, for example, if we decided as a denomination that we wanted to hire perhaps a lawyer or a accountant, we'd have to compete in that pay scale. And the reason we would do that would be because it's cost effective to hire someone rather than pay a firm for fees, for example. That would be the reason you'd have an in-house lawyer or an in-house accountant, because it would be cheaper to have them on your payroll than to pay invoices. So the bottom line is to our knowledge, we don't have a category 15. So that salary, while on paper may exist, it doesn't actually get paid within the United Church of Canada. So it's a long-winded answer, but lots of times people ask that question. So I think it's helpful to just give the long-winded answer.
What we need, oh, thank you. So we're going to put a motion on the floor and then we're going to open it up for any further discussion. So here's the motion as it reads, and then we need a mover and a seconder. That on the recommendation of the executive, the Canadian Shield Regional Council approve the 2027 draft budget as presented and refer it back to the executive for amendments if necessary. So it's kind of becomes a living document. So I see Susan Peverly's hand up to be mover. Do we have a seconder online, perhaps? Let's open.
See if we have a seconder.
We have any
online. Donna, is there anybody online that would like to? Okay, we got there. Oh, Beverly Rumble.
Beverly Rumble. Thank
Perfect.
you. Thank you. So we have a mover and a seconder of the motion. It's now before the council for any further discussion. Does anybody want to speak to the motion? Hands up first. Let's just see if there's anybody out there. The motion again is moved by Sue Peverly, seconded by Beverly Rumble, that on the recommendation of the executive, the Canadian Shield Regional Council, which is you,
approve the 2027 draft budget as presented and refer it back to the executive for amendments if necessary. No hands up and no questions online.
Nope.
Okay. Are we ready for the vote? Okay, so nothing up in the air yet. Because Kathleen is our scrutineer in person. There she is over there, and online, Donna Roots. So if you are voting yes to the motion before us, please put your white voting card in the air and leave it there until you're told to lower it. And online would have put their poll up for yes, no, or abstain. If there's more than two on the same device, one would use the poll and one would use the chat.
Yeah, we don't have to say it.
Okay. Kathleen, you're counted? The ones in the room, I mean. Okay, so you, in the room, you can put your cards down and we'll just wait. Okay, we're ready. Those opposed to the motion, please raise your white voting cards and hold them in the air until it's counted. Thank you. Those abstaining on the motion, please raise your white card in the air. Okay, lowered the cards. We just wait now for the scrutineer. Can hum the favorite tune you've been singing.
We won't call you on it.
No.
See here, I
Was over.
actually asked it, like that. Yeah, good.
Oh, Kathleen. Got my pen handy?
Chair Nancy, the vote is 71 for, 1 against, and 1 abstained.
Thank you so much, both on the in the council, in the plenary, and online. The motion is carried. Thank you to the work of our finance resource team and our treasurer and Jody, who all work together. And now we pass it on to the executive. Bill Jones. Bill Jones. Oh, this is your, okay. Bill. We have a report from nominations. And we're going to put a series of slides on the screen. And it's quite exciting. And then we're going to have a motion to receive the slate of officers. I'm okay. Oh, okay. I'm going to do it. Okay. I'm Bill. Oh, yes, that's what I was hoping for. Good. Yes, I knew that. It was clear as mud. I was just filling the space until Bill came up the stairs, just so you know what's happening. Yes, I'm so excited. So here's Bill Jones, his last act, almost. Ha! Chair of nominations. So we've got the full thing here.
It could have been your first.
It could have been my, oh, if, oh, no.
So what are we doing?
Okay, so they've got, they're putting slides up. Oh, here they are down here. Okay, and they're just scrolling through all this rigmarole.
Okay.
And then we're gonna read. So the first one's gonna come up as the chair. Well, you see, you've already been approved for that. So here, there's gonna highlight things. You see there, those are the new ones. So you just want to read the new ones.
Okay.
This is the executive first.
Okay, for those who didn't put their name forward, this is what you're missing. Too bad. The nominations committee, as you know, meets monthly, and we really have one of the, as Susan says, one of the best committees in the church, because we really enjoy what we do. And we find it frustrating sometimes because a lot of people just don't respond, but we've had really good response this time. We're really pleased. We've had so many people put their name forward. Nancy starts her term as of tomorrow at 10:45 or 11 o'clock or something. I'm not sure. The executive people we're bringing forward the names on are Barb Knott, Desire Torpy, Laura Hutchinson. I move they be approved as members of the executive. Oh, yeah, one big motion. Okay, okay. Isn't that nice? Okay, and for the property committee, we have addition of Rod Perry and John Watson. The nominations committee is now complete because Sue Purdy is coming on, which is, it's awful when the nominations committee is short one, but we're full now. The finance committee is Bill Stedman, Rob Galloway, and Janice Frame. And the Right Relations Resource Team has David Legrand and Bella Berrio. They now have a full team, which is terrific. The Affirming Resource Team has Diane Tate, Jennifer Phillip, and Fraser Williamson. They are also full. The youth and young adults resource team. This is one we really were concerned about because there's so few people on it. And now, because of today and your generosity of joining those committees, we have a full committee with Beverly Van Der Jag, Bella Burr, and Torin Mag. I want to thank you all. Is that the last one? I want to thank you all for really coming forward and helping us do this. We still have some vacancies, but if you go on our website, probably in 3 or 4 days, you'll be able to see what the vacancies still are. Look at the nominations committee website, or not on the website, I guess on the, where do you find that? Okay, there's going to be another email sent out and be on the nominations page as well.
Thank you, Bill. Thank you, Bill. Woohoo.
And I really want to thank everyone for stepping forward. We were wondering what would happen, and we've had 14 or 15 people come forward, and it's wonderful. And they all got a cup.
Yeah.
There are some losers who didn't, but
Oh, thank you. And it's not too late. Oh, you're welcome. What do you want? Oh, your mug. What do you want? Just shake my hand. I need that back though before you go too far. Thank you.
I was told I couldn't get one, but I said I need one to show when I do this, so I've got one.
Yeah. Before we vote on the motion, I just want to let you know that if you want a final copy, Susan will be posting it on. Oh, it's already posted. Well, before. Oh, shh. We have to move the motion first. She works in faith. So we have a motion that will need a mover and seconder for, and this is what the motion will read. That the Canadian Shield Regional Council elect those listed in the nomination slate to serve on the Canadian Shield Regional Council executive, commissions, committees, and resource teams of the Canadian Shield Regional Council for the stated terms as they apply. Gulp. So we need a mover of the motion. Oh, okay. The beside Barb Knott, name. Crystal, last name? Crystal Ray. Greg. Oh, Crystal Greg. Yes. She moves it. Do we have anybody online?
Not
No,
yet.
not yet. So I need a second hand. So let's see, Marjorie Skorich. Seconds it. Trying to get to different parts of the room. Okay, so now we have a mover and a seconder. Is there any discussion? Any? David Legrand. And any other people want to speak? Oh, you're pointing online? Oh, Gord online?
Gord asks, having,
Okay, hang on, Dave.
by having a chair, John Watson as chair of the property commission, does this not also put him in?
Normally it does.
They can't hear me. You got this.
Oh, I know. Okay, I just want to look. So the question, Dave, just one question from the online, and this is from Gord Roberts. By having John Watson as chair of the property commission, does this not also put him on executive?
That's my.
It's up to the commission, but likely, yes. We would ask for a commissioner rep, usually the chair.
That's what he said. It's up to the commission.
It's up to that commission who they want to represent them on the executive. So what does that say? So do we have somebody representing them? No, no.
They have to decide.
You have to decide.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he's not elected per se.
No.
It's an action of your commission.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, that clear?
Yeah.
So the reality is he'll probably be on the Dave Legrand. Oh, wait a minute. What's?
You wanted to? Okay. All right.
Okay.
So I'm Dave Legrand. I'm from St. Andrews United in Sudbury. And this is just a process question.
Sure.
I'm one of the ones nominated. Do I have to abstain?
Well,
It's a
It's
matter
a
of
personal-
conscience on that.
personal matter of conscience,
Okay.
Dave. Oh,
Okay.
that's gonna be a. Okay, so that answers that question. Any of you that are in a similar position, you decide. Speaketh, sir?
Jim Jackson
Thank
from
you.
Trinity United Church. Just a question of clarification. When it says elect those listed in the nomination slate, that's the complete slate we're talking about, not just the names that were presented by Bill.
No, it's not the complete slate. It's those that were bolded, that are new additions, because they all have terms.
But this is a new meeting. Do we not elect the slate that's presented in that report?
Even though?
It's, yeah, and we were just highlighting the people that were added.
Apparently, yes.
So that,
Makes no sense to me.
I just wanted clarification of that.
Yes, apparently we're electing the slate, even though some are already on there serving with a term that's not complete yet. But it's an annual. Yeah.
No.
No.
It's,
You would
can we,
use
can the parliamentarian come up?
Yeah, parliamentarian.
Can you come up?
Where's John Watson? Oh, he's just cluing in.
I just want to double check what.
We're just gonna double check that wording, Jim Jackson.
Are you okay with that answer?
Thank you. The parliamentarian has spoken. Ah. And yes, we have to elect the entire slate annually. Thank you for raising that, Jim. Always thank you for, and it gave John something to do, which was the other wonderful thing about that. I think you did. I have this feeling that Thunder Bay component. Anyway, so, okay. We had a mover, we had a seconder. Crystal Gregg and Marjorie Skorich. I've read the motion. I asked if there was any discussion. Do we have any further discussion? Please God, no. Any further discussion? That was my inside voice. All right, well, let's now, oh, there's another one online.
Dave Clark online.
Okay, Dave.
Okay. You have to talk then.
Yeah, you can talk, Dave,
Yes, can you hear me?
and we hear you.
In the nominations there, maybe I just missed something, but it shows 3 nominations for the finance team, new ones, but we only have 2 openings. But we'll take 3. But
Okay, now we go back to that.
Go talk.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Peter is going to speak to that.
okay,
This is why we pay him those big bucks. Nowhere close to it.
I'll try to be brief. So when we created the regional council, the transition team created the actual documents, and they created the teams to sort of be organic. And we put sort of a provisionary number for the teams, as opposed to the commissions, which is like a really hard number. We put the numbers to sort of say, well, this is what we need to do our work, like a minimum. So we've been learning for the last 8 years. So we have these teams, and we have in our documents a number. And I talked to the parliamentarian and explained the history, and he suggested that we proceed and then go back and correct the documents. The other option is we could have a conversation here in the court and change the document, or you could refer it back to the executive. But it's a good point that Dave made. He is correct. The question is whether you folks are willing to move forward and trust that the executive will catch our documents up with it, or if you'd like us to fix it now. Yep, sure. Go.
You done? Bill, sorry, the person at the procedural microphone, you have a question of Peter's response?
No, I
Oh.
have a point of personal privilege.
A point?
Bill
Yep.
Bill Stedman from Coppercliff. Madam Chair, I offered myself to finance for 2 reasons. I'm embarrassed we don't have enough people at these meetings. That's how I got in the executive 4 years ago. And I also love working with Dave Clark because he's a member of my congregation. He's a wonderful guy. I told nominations when I turned my sheet in, I, like many of you, don't think a small congregation should have 2 people on a 5-member committee, but if you're stuck, I'm willing to serve. I just heard we're not stuck.
We're not.
Quite willing to remove my name. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so now it's all good. So, but I will say, isn't it interesting? The accountant noticed, so that's good. So good for you, Dave, and thanks for catching that.
well,
But we are going to revisit our documents just as an FYI, because it is a lovely problem to have. So,
Okay, so I have heard that Bill Stedman has gracefully removed his name from the nomination slate to serve on the finance team. So Susan, we need to make sure that's not as part of the motion, in the motion. You know, it's hot up here, eh?
it is.
Ooh, these spotlights to make us look great. All right. Now, you know, I had this prayer. I shared it at the beginning. Said, you know, we'll say it from time to time around voting. And it's not that this was contentious at all. It's quite exciting. But it's yes, I did say it was hot. It is hot. Oh, as long as you don't do it anyway. It's not as if this was contentious, but we got caught in all the legalese that can sometimes stifle the church, eh? When all we want to do is talk about ministry and mission, we get caught in those. Oh, but legally, can we do this? Can we do that? So we're just going to take a moment to breathe in thanksgiving for all the bounty that has stepped forward and will probably continue to step forward over the next few weeks to fill some of the positions that are still vacant. But before we vote, let's just pause. Let us quiet ourselves. Let us breathe deeply of the Spirit. Loving God, the time for discussion has ended, and the time to cast our vote has come. So we pray, weave your Spirit through our thoughts and our hearts so that the decision we are about to make might reflect your will in this time. And the people say, Amen. All right. Kathleen? Oh, Jody's the new scrutineer. Jody's our new scrutineer in person. So for both the in-person and online, in person, if you're voting in favor of the motion, lift your white voting cards now, hold them up until Jody tells you to put them down. And online, Donna will release the poll. Yes, no, abstain. There's more than 2 on one device. 1 votes in the poll, 1 puts in the chat. Yeah. Okay. All right. Now, if you are voting against the motion or no, please raise your voting card now in the plenary until Jody counts and lets you know to release. Okay, and the last option is if you abstain from voting on this motion, please raise your voting card now. These are the abstentions.
Won't affect your work.
No, Jody, it's okay. Keep focused, Jody. That's for me. Just, yeah. Oh, if you could, oh, yeah, okay, we got, just before we hear the vote results, Kyle, you have a
Yeah,
person.
Kyle Pugh, United Church Archives. Point of personal privilege, does Bill have to give the mug back?
Thank you, Kyle. Okay, we have the results of the vote.
Oh, hang on.
Oh, win. What's going on? I think I'm being fired. Okay.
Madam Chair.
Yeah, okay. Jody.
Nancy. Madam Chair, the vote is 71 yes, 1 no, 4 abstained.
The motion is carried. So the last group I just want to introduce before we move into a report and then have some time for a break is presenting your executive. Oh, sorry, the mugs are being delivered now. I'm going to ask the members of the executive to stand or wave from their seat as your name is called. And members who are joining us on Zoom will be spotlit as their name is called. So these are the members of your executive. Bill Jones, as of tomorrow, becomes your chair. I'm your current, Nancy Ferguson, your current chair, soon to be past chair. Stuart Walker. who's ministry personnel, Jim Jackson, a layperson. Sue Peverly, ministry personnel. You see the balance here. Susan Lindquist, layperson. Beverly Rumble. I know, but I don't see her. That's what I'm saying. She's online, Celio. Beverly Rumble. We just need to see the online screen. Oh, you're here. No, you're not. I'm hearing another conversation. Oh, here we go. There's Beverly. Woohoo! Wave to Beverly. There she is. Layperson Barb Knott. She's a past chair of the council. She's a layperson. Desire Terepe. Desire, ministry personnel. Laura Hutchinson, ministry personnel. Welcome to your new executive. We also have support to our executive, which is the looming Peter Hartman and Susan Whitehead, of course, is a secretary. Oh, yeah, yes. They're our support. So welcome. Dave Legrand. The Manitou Intentional Learning Community, which has a display in the hallway, also known as MILK for short, has been an important partnership of Canadian Shield since we became a regional council in 2019. The interim chair of MILK is Dave Legrand, and he's going to share an update on their work.
Dave Legrand.
Oh.
Hello,
Yep,
there we go.
Good.
Dave Legrand from St. Andrews in Sudbury. And I've known about milk for a long, long time. I think my whole time here, been aware of the roots with Ian Sloan and Jillian Schell. And Jillian carried that spirit on until just this year, the end of last year, and she retired, and we miss her a lot. So at Milk, Manitou Intentional Learning Community, here's the blurb. It creates learning opportunities within the United Church by engaging all who share a common cause in the United Church. Milk recognizes a commitment to transformational learning for all members of the United Church and its partners and its friends. In other words, the whole neighborhood we are open to. All that is to say that we are always trying to find ways to bring people together in order to talk about important things, topics, issues. I would imagine many of you have been to a Manitou Intentional Learning Community event. Who's participated in something with Milk? Yeah, there's quite a few. So, and probably to some, this is just an introduction. So this is it. So it's been around for almost 2 decades, and Sean Redden used the word threshold moment. I think we're there. It's an important moment. We're in a time of discernment. So we in the executive, those of us that are carrying the mantle forward to try to hold on to this beautiful treasure called Milk, we are prayerfully engaging with a facilitator who's going to be coming in the fall and beginning a process using appreciative inquiry, a very positive way of looking at where we are called to be in the future. So I'm appealing to all of you, those of you who have participated in a Milk event, those of you who have never participated, but now that I'm describing it, you're thinking, oh, I think I'd be interested in that. Well, we would love your input. So here's 2 ways that I need your help with. First of all, just outside that door in the hall is a little spot where we have our poster, our display, and some of the events. But I also would love for some of your contributions. There's stickies, Post-its out there. I would love to see them all over the place on the poster. Don't worry about where they go. Just a gratitude, maybe, for those of you who have been to an event. I would love to see what connected with you, or a question. So the other stickies are for, do you have a question for Milk? That would be really helpful. So a gratitude or a question. So please at least just go and visit. And I would love for you to just fill out, even briefly, a little gratitude or a question and stick it up somewhere in between the pictures and the display. The second way that we would love you to connect is focus groups. So they are going to be very short and on Zoom in the fall. Again, appreciative inquiry process. We need your input. And so there's a sign-up sheet also at our display. We would love for you to sign up just to say you'd be willing to participate in a short focus group to give your ideas, your thoughts, your experiences of Milk. And that too will be in the fall. So not right now, it's for fall of 2026. And we're hoping to have this done. We're quite confident that we will have this finished by the time our annual meeting comes up so that we can report to our stakeholders. So that's about it. Are there any questions?
Are there any questions for Dave and his work with Milk? Anyone online with a question? No. Okay, so no online questions either.
Thank you, Chair Nancy. Thank you.
Wait
Yeah.
a minute. I see a hand. Can you move to the microphone?
Yes.
Mystery woman.
Pam Brown, Trinity United Church, Capriol. Perhaps you might want to ask a third question, and that is, if you've never connected with Milk before, why? So is there an issue around communication, or lack
Yes.
thereof, or
Barriers.
It was a Sudbury kind of thing in the past. So do people know that is far reaching?
So that could be a question that you'd put up is maybe responding, sharing, where you come from and what you would like. We'd love input, and we're going to really reach out in the fall to the whole community. We would love stakeholders to come forward and share with us, because we're holding on to this thing. We have a retirement happening in the next month. And we've two of our main leaders have retired, and so we really would love your prayers, but also involvement in these different ways. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for the idea, Pam. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Dave. Thank you very much. We're about to shift again, and I invite Kathy to come and offer some announcements, and we're going to give you some directions. Sorry.
Thank you, Chair Nancy. Thank you, Chair Nancy. First off, Millie, did you want to make a short little announcement?
So sometimes in a church, we experiment, and sometimes the experiments don't quite work out the way that we thought. So the QR code as of today didn't quite work out the way I thought it might. That's okay. I called my friends at General Counsel office, and they're working on it. But if you want these downloaded files fast, oh, look, I have my email right here. I'll help you out. That's all I got to say.
Thank you, Melody.
What?
Oh, no.
I have something for you, but thank you. No, what? Look inside. No, it's not.
Awesome. So, want to tell me what that's about?
Well, if you read the back, it'll tell you a little bit about it. But this is a gift to everyone here. Every community faith, every worship leader, through the mustard fund in those grants you might have noticed, that's what paid for a subscription to this free resource, downloadable. And you told me that you lead worship.
I do.
Sometimes.
Sometimes. I
Yeah.
try.
So what's in this resource are two things. First, there is a little booklet that sometimes churches don't have some services in the summer, or they cut back and maybe have every second week or something like that. This booklet can be copied with a nice little message that you insert for your people, and they can take it with them wherever they go to have some devotion, some worship themselves.
Oh my goodness, what a great gift.
But then there's also a second downloadable resource that is like a companion that has all kinds of suggestions of how to adapt these great summer themes for a worship service.
Oh, that's going to be great. That's going to help bunches.
And I heard a few people say, well, we have services all summer and we've already planned our worship. It's a gift. Download the little devotional booklet and just give it to your people. People are on vacation, they're traveling, and they're beautiful, beautiful little reflections on the blessing that you see with sunflowers, on the generosity, string beans, praying through the hard times. Does anyone like mosquitoes? Praying through the hard times, and fireflies, how we hold a light for others in prayer. So they're beautiful, beautiful reflections. So make use of the gift, go online, scan the QR code, download it. It's for you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. And I got to tell you, I don't have anything prepared yet, so I appreciate this. Oh, yeah. Okay, so just coming up next, just for those who aren't taking in educational sessions, don't forget there's the quilt show, there's the Gem and Rock show, and there's a summer festival. Posters are on the table where you registered to help you get to where you need to go. A reminder about the educational sessions. So Cam's first session, because the weather is cooperating, he's going to meet folks in the lobby. So if you've signed up for a session with Cam Fraser, you're going to meet in the lobby. That's for the one at 3:10. The later one happens in the Ontario room. You go out that door, go down, turn to the left, and you'll see an orange sheet of paper with a black black arrow on it. Follow that and continue following that until you get to the Ontario room. The signs are all the same. They're orange piece of paper with a black arrow, and the arrow indicates the direction. So there you go. Thanks, Nancy. No, I'm not done yet. But it says, thanks, Nancy. So I'm just reading it.
Because he thought I would do
Yeah.
it.
Now, the right relations and the CBS session happens here in this room. And it is also online for the folks who are joining us through Zoom. Melody's stewardship session is also online only. So hopefully you've gotten a link from Kathleen to join that. Peter Haddow's affirming session happens in the back of the South Ballroom. That's the far room. The chairs are in a circle. So that's where you join the affirming session. Now, just a reminder, before you leave for any of those sessions, please make sure you take all of your belongings with you, because we will be clearing tables as we prepare the room for supper tonight. And so supper is at 6 p.m., but the doors will only be open at about 5:45. So don't get in a rush. You don't have to sit at the same tables. So work up some appetite and we'll see you at supper. That's it for me, Nancy. Thank you, Chair Nancy. Appreciate that.
Thanks. So we're 5 minutes ahead of schedule. Don't let it get to your head, because you got to clean off your tables before you head. Pick up a snack, go to the area where you're involved in your session and enjoy your time together.
So welcome to the Living into Right Relations team and the Canadian Bible Society presentation. We are honored to have Dr. Jeff Green visiting us via Zoom to talk about this translation of the Bible. May we switch over?
All right. Would you like me to start?
Thank you. Thank you so much for being here.
I'm just going to share my screen. All right. Well, thank you for having me. Thank you for having us. I assume that the Bible you held up there was in the Ojibwe or Anishinaabemowin language, but it may have been one of the others we've been involved in. We have a long history of working with United Churches and others across the country, and I'll tell you a bit about what we do and highlight the work we're doing in your region. I'm the Vice President for Scripture Translation at the Canadian Bible Society. So my department is involved in translation projects in Canada and around the world. So the first thing I would like to say is thank you to our United Church partners. In the last 3 years, we've had 59 United Churches donating, partnering with us in the work we're doing. In the Canadian Shield Regional Council, donor churches include Trinity United Church Women in North Bay and Willow Grove United Church Women. Possibly in the future, it might include some more of you if you're interested. I understand that a large number of our donations from churches come from women's groups like United Church Women, so thank you especially to the women for your interest and involvement. We could not be doing the work we're doing without the people God raises up to partner with us. The things we do at the Canadian Bible Society are we translate the Bible, making the scriptures available in the languages and formats that people would like to access them in. We publish the Bible in print, audio, video, digital formats, and Braille, as you can see in the picture there. We distribute Bibles, partnering with ministries that want to use the scriptures and want to put them in people's hands. And we help people engage with the message of the Bible and produce resources to help churches and other ministries help people with that. I'm going to talk about Bible translation first, and that's the area that I oversee. And in your regional council's territory, we have one translation project that's in the language called Anishinaabemowin. You may hear it called Ojibwe sometime, but speakers of the language have told us they prefer their name for it, which is Anishinaabemowin. This project started in 2014 when a group of communities in Northwestern Ontario, well, the Anglican churches in those communities, formed a diocese of the Anglican Church of Canada, the first Indigenous-led diocese in that church. And so the bishop there, Lydia Mamath, invited Wycliffe Bible translators in the Canadian Bible Society to help their community translate the Bible into their own language. Generally, speakers of Anishinaabemowin in their churches have used a mixture of the Cree Bible, Ojibwe scriptures, and English. And usually that means that someone will read from the Bible, usually from the old Cree version, and then someone will have to explain what it means in Anishinaabemowin. And so the 12,000 speakers of this language would like to have the Bible in their own language. And so we've partnered with them at their invitation and under their leadership to help them achieve the goals they have. We're just about to send copies of the Gospel of Mark to the community. That's the most recent thing they've finished and published. We've published for them in a edition. People who are working at relearning their heritage language. So we've got the Ojibwe or Anishinaabemowin on one page, English on the other page. And this year they're working on the Gospel of John and expect to be finished it around the end of the year. So we may be publishing that one next year. Other than Anishinaabemowin, I'm just going to fill in the map here. These are the other Indigenous translation projects that we're involved in. I'll go clockwise from Anishinaabemowin and tell you about them briefly. Blackfoot in southern Alberta, Kwakwala on the islands in BC. Both of those are fairly new projects, just starting with New Testament translation. Inupiaq in northern Alaska, and there are some speakers across the border into northwestern Canada. That one's had the New Testament since the 1960s, and a group has been working on the Old Testament. They may have started in the 90s or the first decade of the 2000s. We got involved with that one almost 10 years ago, and we are nearing completion of the Old Testament. So the Inupiaq speaking people will soon have the whole Bible in their language. Inuktitut in Nunavut and northern Quebec. We published that Bible in 2012. We're now working on a revision of it with speakers of the language. Innu in Labrador is brand new, just getting started. We're training the team. And Naskapi in northern Quebec, that one's been going on since the 90s as well. New Testament was published in 2007, and they're working their way through the Old Testament. So we translate the Bible. We also publish the Bible. And one publication that we're particularly excited about was the Mohawk Bible, which was a partnership with the United Church of Canada, and the United Church Foundation was particularly helpful in this one. The main translator, Harvey Gabriel, featured in the picture here, has been a lifelong member at Kanesatake United Church in Kanesatake, Quebec. I'll be seeing him on Tuesday. We're going to record an interview with Harvey for our podcast. So as of 2023, the Mohawk people now have the complete Bible in their language. We also distribute the Bible. We have bookstores, two of them only now, one in Toronto, one in Winnipeg. This is a picture of the Winnipeg bookstore. We sell Bibles in over 70 languages. And other ways we distribute the Bible involve partnering with churches and other ministries who want to be able to provide Bibles or New Testaments or Gospels or portions as part of their ministry. So we come alongside others who are on the front lines doing all sorts of exciting work. And we help people engage with the scriptures. So one of the ways we do that is we provide Greek New Testaments and Hebrew Old Testaments to to students taking those languages. I've still got my Greek New Testament from 1996 and my Hebrew Old Testament from 1995 that the Canadian Bible Society gave me. When you're a broke student, it really helps to receive a gift like that. And so as the future ministers and others who are studying the biblical languages get started, we like to help them on their way. We also have what we call a ministry toolkit for churches and other ministries. There are a lot of resources out there by all sorts of different publishers and other organizations to help you with the ministries you're doing. We've identified some gaps in what's available, and so we're trying to fill those gaps. For example, with the Bible course, product we brought over from the Bible Society in the UK that just gives people in a small group setting an 8-week overview of the story of the Bible. We have our Overcomers program for addiction recovery. We have Caring for the Wounded Heart, which helps people who have experienced some sort of trauma, and it's a Bible-based resource that helps them look into the Bible and see how God and the message of the scriptures can help them heal from some of the things they've experienced. So in translation, publication, distribution, and engagement, we help people hear God speak. You can find out more by scanning that QR code. And I want to leave you with 3 Ps. You can pray for the work of the Canadian Bible Society. My colleague Jacob Birch would love to receive an email from you, and he can put you on one of our prayer lists. You can partner with us in various ways, and you can participate. You can come and get to know us a little better. This is a picture of the Unionville United Church Seniors Group that came to visit our head office in Toronto in February. So the next time you're in Toronto, please drop by. We'd love to meet you. Thank you for your time and attention and your partnership. If you have any questions, I don't know if there's time for me to take them during this meeting, but if not, you can find out more about us, our ministry at biblesociety.ca, and you can check out the resources we make available at biblescanada.com. Thank you very much.
Would there be any questions? Yes, feel free. Oh, can you use a microphone so people online can hear you? Number 2.
You may have already said this at the beginning because I came in late. What version or translation do you use as your starter in English? What do you translate from?
Well, that's a good question. We don't want people just using one. Our goal is that the translations will match the meaning of the original Greek and Hebrew. And the best way to get at that is to use a variety of English translations, especially ones of different styles. So some more literal, some less literal, to give you an idea of all the meaning you're supposed to capture and some ways you might try paraphrasing it to get it across clearly in your language. Translators also use helps like commentaries, Bible dictionaries, encyclopedias, and other things designed to help translators think of ways to express the right meaning in their languages.
Any other questions? So I'm serving an area where, is there a question? Yeah, please. I'll ask my question while you're coming up. So I serve an area where the primary language is not Ojibwe, but Ojibwe. Is there any work on an Ojibwe translation, or do you know of one?
So we published a New Testament and about 40% of the Old Testament in Ojibwe some years ago. It's what's the name of the dialect? It's basically from parts of northwestern Ontario over into Manitoba. So Red Lake is the name of one of the communities in northern Ontario where the translation was done. So that translation is available, at least that much of it is available in Ojibwe. In other Ojibwe dialects, and in that one, we would love to see the whole Bible finished. It all depends on what the speakers of the language themselves want. So we won't go into a community and tell them they need the Bible in their own language. We want them to ask us for help, and then we will respond positively to what they would like. And then, it's mother tongue speakers of the language who do the translation. So if the people aren't available, then we also can't make progress on a translation project. So it's a partnership between us and the community. And when they'd like more, we'll come alongside and help them do that.
Thank you.
I was just wondering if you have children's Bibles.
We most certainly do. Yeah, both in, English, French, and other majority and world languages. And in Indigenous languages, we have a series of children's Bible storybooks in 4 or 5. We've got Plains Cree, we've got Inuktitut, and we have an Inuktitut children's Bible. Woods Cree, we did that one in as well. Micmac. So we have a handful of Indigenous languages that have children's Bible stories, one of them with a children's Bible. And yeah, in English, French, and other world languages, we have products like that as well. BiblesCanada.com, you can see what's available.
Okay, what I'm looking for is when you baptize a child, we usually give a copy of a children's Bible, like for young children.
Right. So yeah, if you're talking about English ones, then our bookstores do carry things like that, and I think you'll be able to find out about them online.
Thank you.
Would there be any other questions? And then, Dr. Green, do you have any for us that you'd like us to answer?
No, I don't have any questions for you. Just thanks. Thank you for your interest. Thank you for your partnership.
Very much for your time. Thank you. All right, so we will say goodbye to Dr. Jeff Green. If you would like to stay and explore the Right Relations board game, The Truth and Reconciliation, I invite you to stay and do so. If you are not interested in that experience, you are free to do as you will until the next session.
All right. Well, welcome everyone, and welcome to the this webinar on how to ask from the pulpit. And this is around faithful conversations. And this is not intended specifically for clergy. This is really a conversation for anybody who is a leader in the church, who stands up, who offers worship, who might give a message, might offer a prayer. And I think that's most of us these days, whether we're clergy or lay. People who come to Canadian Shield Regional Council often have these sorts of roles that they play in their own individual church. So I'm grateful for your time this afternoon, and I am open to feedback from this particular workshop, because as this goes, if we're able to improve it and sharpen it, we'd like to offer it a little more widely as well through our region. So thank you for your time today. So I want to again, thank you for the leadership that you're offering in your congregation. And today we're going to be talking about something that some of us can find uncomfortable at times. It's about how to speak about giving in worship. But speaking about worship, speaking about giving in worship matters. So we heard moderator Kimberly say today, now is the time for us to use our words. And using our words and our communication around inviting giving is really, really important, because how we speak about giving shapes how people understand their faith. And it shapes how people participate and engage in ministry and mission in our neighborhood. And it shapes the impact of our ministry in the places where we live and around the world. So this is really important that we do spend some time intentionally thinking about how we are going to communicate in worship, specifically around giving, especially in this time when many United Churches find themselves a bit smaller, maybe more lay-led, and we know that's increasing in Canadian Shield, and always finding new ways of being church. How we invite generosity really, really matters. So let's begin with a little bit of honesty. Does asking for money scare us? I wonder. And I can see everybody here. What do you think? Is that something that intimidates you, or is it something that you find easy? Tell me how you feel about asking for money in worship, or inviting generosity, I should say, too. Do you find it easy? Is it challenging? Is it scary? I say that. What scares us about it?
I think asking individuals for money can be a bit scary.
Mhm.
I know that our church, there are two of us that take turns each month. One of us goes with their team and does a bingo, and that's how we get some money that we may need to come into the church. Something like that doesn't bother me.
Mhm.
But we're not generally comfortable with doing that asking of individuals, during a church service or whenever. So that's something you kind of have to get over because you need to keep things going and you figure out how to do that.
Yeah. How about for other folks? How comfortable, what's your comfort level for making an ask in worship?
It depends what you're asking for. And I know I can give an example at our church. Our governing body was in a meeting. We found found out about someone's hardship in being able to pay their rent. And we all stepped up as a governing body to help. Like it was just kind of put out there, okay, what are we going to do? We're leadership. What are we going to do about this? And so we did something about it. So that's what I'm saying. It depends on what it is. And then you can, if you hear the story too, I think you were talking about that. There's always going to be a story. If it's a compelling story and you're given the reason to give, most often people give.
Absolutely. Thanks for that, Kathy. And Linda, I think you were going to say something.
Yes. Well, I agree with Kathy too, because that did happen while I was away this winter. Apparently, somebody came and they were destitute and they gathered up money and got gift cards and so on and helped that person out. And I agree that it's difficult to ask in church for, more money to help pay the bills. We don't seem to have trouble asking for help with donating money for the mission and service at Easter, or donating money to buy veggies for the soup kitchen, or donating purses and stuffing them for the women's center. And the gal who's in charge of that outreach program is always very good to say, if you can't give, we understand everyone is making demands. Please pray for those who can.
Yeah.
And so that's one way. We're always asking for food for the food bank, of course, and donations preferred for the food bank. But to ask for money, now they have done a recent PAR thing, and I think we got a couple of extra people to increase their PAR donations. And that's what carries the church basically over the summer is the PAR, and it's painless. And sometimes you just forget to increase it, and suddenly you think, gee, I've been at this for quite a while. So, but to stand up there and say, well, we need money. Now, we just started a roof thing. One of the members of council said, when our roof needs to be replaced, and everyone said, oh, well, it was just done so many years ago, but it can be $80,000. So some of us contributed, and now we've got, $500 in a roof fund. Hopefully we won't need it for 10 years, but it's that
you're able
kind
to
of
grow
thing.
it.
And hopefully we'll still be in the building in 10 years, but even so, it may, it will definitely come in handy for something else. So those are just some thoughts on giving and asking people to give.
Yeah. Well, I'll be the first to recognize that it's a challenge to ask. For a good portion of my ministry, I didn't want to be the one to ask. I felt like it was, as a clergy person, I was singing for my supper, so that felt super uncomfortable. And I know that I've heard some of these things before. I don't want to ask because it makes me sound pushy, right? I don't want. These are my friends. I don't want to be shilling for the church. It feels really uncomfortable. The story that we tell ourselves about people are already giving as much as they can. So if I ask them, it's going to feel offensive in some way. And so all of that kind of makes us feel really uncomfortable even talking about money in church. I joke that somehow in the United Church, we are absolutely have no problem talking about sex, but we have a real hard time talking about money. It's interesting to me. And finally, these are people that we care for and we love, and we're worried about how people will react. What will they say? Oh, they're just after us for our money. Like that's what the church is like. And those are all hard messages and hard things to name. But I wanted to reflect on with you that it's important to name what we're concerned about, again, so that we can name it and then steer away from it to say, hey, this makes sense, but what are some of the other ways that we might think about money? So if any of this resonates with you, you're not alone. Feeling awkward about asking for money does not mean that you're doing it wrong. It just means that you're caring for people and you care about the integrity of your worship. I want to share with you some words from our friend Rob Fennell, who is a professor at Atlantic School of Theology. He's done a whole series of videos that we use quite a lot in our stewardship education. And he has some things about how we talk about money in church. So I'm going to get this going here. And if you can, hopefully you can hear it, okay.
Hi there. I'd like to talk to you for a few minutes as ministry leaders about giving, and I'm not going to keep you very long. First, let me say how difficult and awkward it can be, and I know that it can be like that, to talk about money in the context of the church. Sometimes it feels like we're trying to fundraise just for our own salaries, just to pay our own bills, and there's nothing fun about that. What I'd like to suggest today is that we think about giving as a spiritual practice and that we talk about it all year round. Talking about giving all year round is more effective, I think, and more important than saving it all up for one big clumsy stewardship season in the fall. And I've preached my share of those clumsy stewardship sermons myself. Talking about giving throughout the year also frees us from linking the spiritual practice of giving to the tyranny of budgets. As spiritual leaders, our task is not to massage budgets, but to offer ministry, service, and care, and education, and so on. And deep within the heart of ministry, and this is really at the heart of what I want to say to you today, deep within the heart of ministry is that opportunity we have to encourage folks in their spiritual lives. Just as we have a ministry of encouraging spiritual practices like Bible reading and prayer and gathering together in worship and serving others, giving is also a spiritual practice that we have the opportunity to encourage in folks. Giving alongside other spiritual practices helps us to become the people that God would have us be. In this world of individualism and consumerism, the spiritual practice of giving radically connects us to the people around us. It's a way of expressing love. It's a way of forming new relationships. It's a way of being radically freed from being captive to consumerism and consumption. So I'm going to go out on a bit of a limb here and suggest that the spiritual practice of giving actually helps to transform us into being more Christ-like, more spirit-led persons, and it helps to reshape our communities in a more Godward direction. The letter to the Galatians says that the fruit of the Spirit are love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, gentleness, generosity, faithfulness, self-control. Did you hear that word generosity? It's not a strange or unwelcome thought that Christians are generous people. We just need a little help sometimes, a little bit of coaching to keep discovering that deep truth. Christians are meant to be generous people. It's part of the DNA of this whole Jesus movement. It's close to the heart of what it means to be people of the Spirit. Thanks for spending a few minutes with me. My prayer for you is that you will have a spirit of courage and joy as you share the good news about the spiritual practice of giving. Be bold, be loving, be hopeful. God be with you.
So I'm curious. You had some time to hear what Rob had to say, and I wonder if there's anything new or surprising for you in the way that he's framed giving and generosity within the church. Uphill.
Well, Melody, I think one of the issues that was raised by a couple of people earlier is how hard it is to ask for money for the budget. And I just want to say, I don't think it's hard. I think it's impossible. People don't respond to a budget. They respond to programs, they respond to initiatives, and more importantly, they respond to people. So I think if our ask is in the context of what's important to us as people in a community of faith, what's important to us as programs in the community of faith, what's important in terms of caring for our neighbors, then there's a context in which we can ask for money and support because we're touching on what they see as priorities. I think if we're trying to meet a budget shortfall, we will always fail in our ask. We need to ask for a sense of the ministry of the congregation or specific program areas that are there part of that budget, but we don't dwell on the budget. It's going to kill you every time.
Absolutely, 100%. That's the next slide coming up, by the way. It's coming.
Sorry,
it's coming. But
I didn't
no,
mean
no.
to usurp you.
Oh no, absolutely. But I'm really glad you're naming it because that it's what Rob is saying as well in the video that, and I think that I know that when I was training for ministry, there was a real reticence within our ministry formation to even talk about money. There's a sense that it was somehow dirty or consumeristic, that clergy were somehow above it. And I don't know if that happens too in licensed lay worship leading or in anybody's preaching or messages within churches that I don't like to talk about money. Is that really about love? And then you look at the messages that Jesus was actually sharing and realize that, oh no, he was very much talking about money. He was talking about people. He was talking about healthy communities and resourcing and all of those sorts of things. And money's part of that in our world. And I think for me, I got over my shyness when I was making connections to what money does, not money in and of itself, but what the power of money can do within a community of faith. And that was probably my own turning point as I want to call it a baby minister, when the stewards at Fitzroy Pastoral Charge sat me down and said, "You're going to preach stewardship." And I said, "I don't like that." And they said, "Don't you love what we're doing here? What is wrong with you? Don't you love what we do?" I'm like, "Oh, okay, now I understand." It took those stewards to tell me. What about for other people, as Bill and I are chatting about that? Any surprises from what Rob was saying about money and talking about giving in church?
Well, I think when he mentions as a spiritual discipline, it was not so much a surprise, but just a reminder that that should be part of what we do as followers of Christ. And when he brought in the fruit of the Spirit and generosity, it should be just an outpouring of what our faith is in our willingness to give. Now, you have to hear about it too. I have to say, I come from a tradition where we heard about it all the time. And it was actually when I first started to get into the United Church, I finally said to the minister, "Do you guys ever talk about money?" And she said, "No, not really." And the guy just came from where that was just part, you heard about being generous to your faith community. And anyway, so that's what I think that would really help too.
Absolutely, 100%. I totally agree with you. Yeah. Anyone else reflecting on what Rob had to say?
I think I would say, for me, we came from very difficult traditions where you, as a minister, you have to talk about giving because if you don't, there is no other way. There are no trustees. There's no money somewhere. So what comes to the church practically comes from part of your work and the committee. We from the Methodist Church, we have this committee called stewardship, which works closer to the minister about giving. So, and I agree with the video with the Reverend that it is one of the spiritual, teachings that we should teach giving as part of worship, as prayer, as everything else, and it should not be separated. If you do it like that, just like the speaker who spoke and said, when I came here, I was also surprised because then the church doesn't talk about money and nobody talks. And I've heard folks say, "Oh, here, Reverend, we don't talk about money," and I think that's where we kind of missed it.
Yep.
Many of our churches had money that can help them to run, and we don't talk about money, but we are slowly getting there now. We are slowly getting to the point where we begin to put the preaching. I bring the subject of giving in most of my preaching. It's not like a hardcore giving ask from the pulpit the way we were doing it in Africa. It was really the church has to survive. But here we are doing it in such a way, and I would want my church leaders to be also conscious of that, to take away the mentality that you can't talk about money in the church, but to find a way to bring it as part of worship. And now I'm glad that the finance is standing up after my preaching, and they go a little bit deeper into telling people that we have to, for us to stay alive, we have new members who are coming who are not Christians. They have to be taught certain traditions. They have to be taught. It's part of worship. It's part of, like coming to church, and giving is one part of it. So I think I do agree that we have to do it. Maybe how to do it could be different.
Yeah. And I totally agree. Reverend Desire, we talk about this in some of our other programming. If you decide to take a little bit more with us, and we look at the scope of spiritual practices within the church. And some of those spiritual practices like worshiping together or studying together or serving together. Well, that's a no-brainer. Of course we do this. But could you imagine a church where we worship as often as we talk about giving? How many times would you worship in the year? But giving is just as important as worship. That's part of our spiritual practice. Could you imagine a church that only sang hymns at Christmas because that's the season when we're only going to sing hymns? We don't, spiritual practices are meant to be inclusive all year round, all the time. It's something that we develop as humans following Jesus. So that's what I've got to say about that. I'm going to continue though, and I'm grateful for your for the reflections that we're sharing. Now, one of the biggest shifts that we can make is how do we understand the ask? This isn't specifically about fundraising, although fundraising is a tool within giving, but it's not the only tool. This is really about faith. Our giving is a spiritual practice. It is about our faith. It is a response to God's generosity. So we reframe the ask, and this is what I'm inviting us to do today. So we're not asking for money like oops, can I get it go? Like fundraising. What we're doing is we're inviting participation into a spiritual practice. We're not funding a budget. What we're doing is we're supporting ministry and mission. We're making a very clear connection. And it's not that we're giving out of a sense of guilt or obligation or duty, but that this is again an invitation as our response to God's abundance. In the United Church, we give because we are compassionate people, because we are interested in making impact in justice or in reconciliation, caring for creation and the rest of the community. So when we invite people to give, we are inviting them into that holy, sacred ministry. So why do people give? Now, here's where I wonder again, why do you think people give? Why do you give? I mean, you're all here giving your time this weekend. Why do you give? Have you thought about what motivates you to give? And Bill is right. budget might not be on the list of things that motivate you to give. Catherine.
Service.
Yeah.
Time. I may not have abundant financial abilities, but there's always some time. As Jeff Heatcamp always says, you want something done, you ask a busy person.
Yeah.
They always find more time.
And in a place like Gorbet, you're giving to people you know and you care about, and you're making a difference in your community.
Yeah.
Yeah. Why do some other people give? Why do you think people give?
Well, I look at Trinity United in Kirkland Lake. It's Bev Rumble speaking. And I see so many groups that are in there making really good use of that building and that place that one feels compelled to, yeah, we want it to keep going. We don't have the number of people sitting in pews that I would like to see. And I don't think we're going to get much from the people that are sitting in the pews as far as money to keep things going. So we go about it in other ways. There's some people that can be quite generous and give us a lot, and they do so, which is great. It's something they can do. But we know that to keep the place going for all the people that need to use it, we need other things. So we collect rent from groups that come in there to use the place. We have the Air Cadets come in and use it. They pay us some rent. They get use of the hall for a couple of nights out of the week. We have the AA comes in. Alcoholics Anonymous comes in. They use the hall at least 3 nights a week. They come in and have a meeting there, and we think that's important to keep going. So we support that with the space, with the rents we're getting from other places and other people. But for most of us, the reason we sort of keep that going is because we think this is an important building for people in this community, for many different groups. And where would they go if they couldn't come here? So that's kind of what motivates you. So you charge rent to groups that can pay a bit, and they help the other groups to stay there and so on. So that church is an important building in the community for many people. And if we were counting on just people sitting on the pews in the church to support that, I don't think it would happen. So what we do is we do collect rent, and that gets distributed amongst everybody being able to use it. So.
Well, we know that there's been actually quite a bit of research around why people give.
Yeah.
And the number of charities attempting to make a difference in people's lives has grown exponentially over the years. At one point in time, churches were the primary way of delivering services and creating health and wholeness in communities. Churches were once the primary way that people made impact in their community. 25 years ago, churches received about 45% of all charitable dollars. Now they receive about 30%. So we know that there's things that are changing in our communities. Now, churches in too many cases adopt a ministry budget, and then they wait and they pray for that ministry, for that money to come in somehow. That they just tell everybody, here's the budget. Okay, let's make it. And somehow that doesn't always work, right? I don't know if that's working very well for us, right? So we need to learn to appropriately ask for funding to support our ministries, just as Desire was saying. And nearly every charity outside of the church knows why people give. Do we understand what inspires people to give? So research and our own experience tells us something important. People don't give just because we need money. They give because something meaningful is happening. So the first reason why people give is because they believe in your purpose. People give you money, they give you time, they give talents because they want to achieve the same outcomes and the same goals as our church does. And they want to provide the same support and help and community and make the same changes in people and in society that we do. So in church, we might call that purpose our calling. Our calling as a community of faith, and people in and out of that community of faith align, and that's where the giving starts, right? So it's really important for us, if we're thinking about reframing that ask, what is our purpose? We don't give just to keep the church doors open. What's our reason for being in that neighborhood, right? People give also because they have a high regard for the leadership in our communities of faith. And leadership that knows how to achieve the calling or the purpose that we said that we're about, right? And communicate that in an exciting and inspiring way. Now, leaders are not perfect. You are all leaders here today, and I can guarantee you that none of us are perfect. None of our names are Jesus, so we know that already. But we can be clearly communicating. We can be enthusiastic. We can kind of know the direction we're headed as leaders. And the third reason why people give is because they believe that we will be fiscally responsible, that we will use money and time and skills appropriately and responsibly towards achieving that purpose and the calling. And that's where gifts make a difference. Now, folks don't need to have an audited statement every month, right? They don't need to know where every tenth of the penny went. But what they do need is trust that their money and their resources are being used wisely. Now, sometimes we might use people's donations and gifts in a ministry project that didn't work out the way that we thought it might. And that's okay as long as we communicate the learning. What are we going to do differently? What are we going to try next? And that all has to do with accountability. So to translated this, it's about making a difference. It's about trusting our community and that this continues to matter. And our role within worship, especially, is to connect our giving to meeting and not just the need of the budget. So sometimes it helps to name what doesn't work. And maybe you know some of the things that don't work in church around asking and inviting. But these are the things that I would kind of highlight. So the first one is around apologizing. Sorry to bring this up. This signals some discomfort and undermines the real importance of giving in church. So apologizing for the need. Why are you apologizing for serving Jesus in your community? Right? A second common pitfall to watch out for is ambiguity or being vague. Give if you can. Well, what does that mean? People don't know what that means. And as we're seeing our churches change and grow, there are lots of people that haven't grown up in a church or have left and come back and don't necessarily understand all the unspoken code. Give if you can. Well, maybe I can't. Maybe I choose. Maybe I'm given somewhere else. Right? A third pitfall to watch out for is anxiety. So again, leading with a deficit. Our church is going to die if you don't give tomorrow. Well, guess what? Maybe the church is going to die. That's not particularly motivating to me as a person. If there's that kind of sign of anxious energy around, well, we're at the end, we can't do anything. Why would I want to give to something that's on its way out? So kind of leaning into that anxiousness is not a helpful way to develop a spiritual practice, especially when we follow Jesus, who says, "Do not fear, I come to give abundant life." So it's a conscious move from anxiety. And the last pitfall that I would name is non-actionable. And by what I mean by that, by not being clear on how someone can take action on the invitation, or in other words, not explaining how to give. So we heard last night in the plenary an example of somebody saying, "Oh, I was really inspired by that mission service story. I'm glad I'm giving," and then the person receiving that comment saying, "Oh, you don't know that you're not giving because we haven't told you how to give to mission and service," right? And if we don't name how to give, lots of people just simply won't. Clarity is a gift. It helps us participate. So I have some good news for us today and some challenging news. My friends in leadership, when it comes to inviting generosity in worship, it starts with us as worship leaders. Whether we are ordered or whether we are lay, we are leaders. And leaders means that we are modeling what we invite others to do. We wouldn't ask people to pray or to serve or to participate in worship if we weren't willing to do that ourselves. And the same is true of giving. It's not really fair or faithful to ask others to give if we're not engaging in that practice ourselves, because people don't just hear our words, they also sense whether what we're saying feels genuine. So when our own practice of generosity is real, even if it is still growing and developing. Now, again, we're not perfect, and we can name we're not perfect. We can name, why we give. We can name how we give. We can talk about our own giving practices with integrity. So I invite you to take a moment, even quietly, and think to yourself, why do I give? How do I decide what to give? What's my own relationship with generosity? And we would invite you to consider your own testimony. Why does giving matter to you as a Christian? What does giving mean to you? There's no expectation to share this today in our group, but if you're leading worship and you're wondering, how do I change the ask? It begins with us. This reflection matters. Imagine how different an invitation sounds when it comes from our lived experience. It can be something very simple, like giving is part of my faith practice. It's one of the ways I live out what I believe. And that's where honesty carries weight. So ultimately, people are more likely to respond to an invitation that feels genuine and authentic, and that always begins with us. So that's why I want to name for us right away that this story is important. Our own story is important. Why do I give? What are those motivating factors for me? What can I speak with clarity and integrity as a worship leader? And if we're wanting to move past some of the pitfalls that I've mentioned before, the question becomes, what do I do instead? Again, begin with my own story. Begin with what I'm seeing around me in my worship. And here's a very simple pattern you can use when you're leading offering or inviting people to give, or maybe you're crafting a sermon. It doesn't have to be complicated. It doesn't have to be long, but it has to be intentional. So I invite us to think about this as 5 small pieces that we are very clear about as we're crafting our invitation. And the first is our story. That we begin with something real. A person, a moment, a ministry from our lived experience in our community that helps people see what their giving supports. The next step is purpose. Again, I mentioned, why do people give? They give because they have they are aligned with your purpose. So you're clear about the purpose. You connect the story to the mission. What is your church doing? Why does it matter? This is where people understand the meaning behind the giving, being intentional, making that connection to local ministry, to justice work, how we follow God's call right in our neighborhood. And we talk about this, we explore this a little bit more in our stewardship education, but our personal resources are always understood through the lens of discipleship. And in our church, our resources are always seen through the lens of mission and ministry. It is when we talk about money, we make that connection clearly. It is never something separated out. The next step is the actual invitation itself. And maybe this is the important part of it for us today. Actually invite people. Like, don't just skate past it. Don't just like avoid it, or maybe people will pick up on it somehow. Use clear language. I invite you to give. I ask you to support this ministry. It doesn't need to be forceful. It doesn't need to be offensive. But when we're coming from a place of inspiration and excitement and purpose, that enthusiasm becomes infectious. And we need to be clear. Remember, I said clarity is a gift. The next step is giving those options for how they can give. Not everyone knows that they can give on the plate or with, um, with pre-authorized remittance. And what are the options in our church for giving? Or what are the ways that we can give in a community project or in things outside of worship? Do we have multiple ways of giving? Do people know that they could give through an e-transfer or through online giving? Heads up, folks, I don't carry cash. So when I'm visiting worship services in different places, I'm like, unless you give me some different options, I'm not able to give, right? Think about how to make it easy for people to respond to that invitation. You would invite somebody to dinner and say, I'd love to have you over for dinner. It'll be sometime next year, and you can bring all the food. Right? You don't make it hard for them to show up if you want them to show up. Right? And finally, what's important is to say thank you. Gratitude is what changes stewardship into relationship. It recognizes others. It allows us to see giving as part of our human experience, and it acknowledges the gift that another person is intrinsically. Thanking and coming from a place of gratitude means that we're not transactional in our relationships, that we're mutual, that we come to a place of care and relationship building. It helps people understand that they matter, not just their giving matters. And when you put these 5 clear pieces together, you can create a short and clear and meaningful invitation that feels authentic, that helps people participate in the life of the church. So there's a cute little video that is on the United Church of Canada stewardship pages of me giving a couple of different options on how to give, right? And so let's take a look at this example, and if you can see my face, it might look like something like this, with a minister is holding up the offering plate and is saying, we're in a deficit. We're not going to make it. I can talk about money if I have to. Please give as you are able. How inspiring is that? Would you want to give to something like that? What changes? What changes could we make in that invitation? Is it even an invitation? What do you think?
Well, I think one way, Melody, you can change it is please give as you are able. Makes it sound like the lowest opportunity. We invite you to give as you are inspired to share your resources, or as to give as the Spirit moves you. It's a very different focus than on me. It's a focus on the opportunity outside of me.
Yeah. And Linda, I think I saw your hand up.
Yeah, I was just going to say, if you say, join me in our mission, or, become a part of our mission, and invite them to join you in doing something, whatever it may be. We need money to pay for the boiler, that kind of thing. So inspiring them, asking them, and inviting them, and saying, including it as you are able, but maybe not in that way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And saying something like, hey, we need money for the boiler. Is that talking about our ministry and mission? No, if we're saying we need money for a warm space to welcome people to worship, that's one thing, right? That's our mission. So making that connection. So I'm grateful, and just think, what does that invitation feel like to us? It feels maybe vague, really easy to skate past and ignore, right? Because it's not about anything that I got to do with. Please give as you are able. It's polite and forgettable. And there's no purpose to this. Like, what does that mean? So let's take a minute and then reshape it, right? Reshape it using the pattern that I shared with you, that 5 steps: story, purpose, invitation, how to respond, and a thank you. So it could look like, this week, our community meal welcomed 40 neighbors with warmth and care. I invite you to support this ministry through your offering today or by e-transfer or online giving. Thank you for helping make this place a place of community and compassion. So what do you see here? There's a story, there's a purpose, there's an invitation clear, how to follow up on it, and a thank you. Is it long? No. Do you notice any difference in the energy of that invitation? Is it something that people might respond to a little bit easier?
Much more upbeat, positive.
Yeah. So you're drawing on that
Inclusive.
positive rather than from a place of deficit. You're saying, here's what we're doing. Here's something exciting. Here's something you can be part of too. And here's how you can do it. I love it because there's some specific pieces, there's story, there's invitation. It tells me why it matters, and I know what to do in response to it. So remember, what we're hearing then is the difference that a very few small changes can make. Story, purpose, invitation, naming how to make it, how to respond, and gratitude, which grounds it all in relationship. So I'd invite you, and I know that we're running close to time now, but as we're getting coming to the conclusion of our time together, maybe for some homework today, you might take a moment and think about one ministry or one moment from the last week or month that you could name in a sentence that is a story of something exciting. You don't need a perfect story or a long speech. One sentence of something that is real, and then pair that with a really clear invitation. The goal isn't to make some great big broad thing to happen in worship. It's to make the invitation clearer, more meaningful, and more connected. So as I mentioned, one thing to try. I want to make this doable, right? It doesn't have to be everything at once, just one thing. Again, and I thinking desire of going back to St. Paul's, and as you're working with your leaders and your finance team, just invite them to try this exercise. What is the one story? What is the one clear invitation? And how will you follow that pattern through? And then you can start to think intentionally, where might that happen? Would it be in a Sunday morning worship service? Would it be in a newsletter? Would it be something that might happen at a community party or like a barbecue or a community event, right? Think about, what is the story that is exciting this week? What is the invitation to make that connection? How will you follow up on that, make that actionable? And how will you say thank you? Now, these small grounded invitations help people see that what they give of themselves and their resources really matters, that they're part of something meaningful. So again, just get started with one thing. And I want to be clear, done is better than perfect. You don't have to be perfect in this. It can feel awkward to try this. You might stumble over your words. That's okay. What matters is not perfection, but authenticity. People aren't looking for perfection, they're looking for real, something real and grounded. And when your invitation comes from a place of integrity and honesty, when it reflects your own faith, your own leadership, your own care, that's what people are responding to. So be authentic, be clear, And start where you are, not where you wish you were, because you're here. Just to be willing to invite somebody into something amazing, that's enough. That's enough. So today, I just want to say thank you to you all for taking the time to be part of this conversation today. I'm really, really grateful. I know that this is not always easy work, but it is deeply meaningful work because you are helping people connect their faith with their lives, with their values, with the ways that they give and participate in the world. And that really matters. So we're coming close to our time. I'd invite any questions before we close our time in prayer. Or maybe you have no questions and we're awesome.
I just wanted to say thank you, Melody, for your time with us here online. And I see Robert has his hand up.
Yep, Bob, you've got your hand up. Go ahead. Oh, you're muted, so.
Sorry about that. Okay. Just making some correlation with the moderator said. She said that the church today, United Church, sometimes they speak too much with their head rather than their heart. It kind of meant a lot to me. I'll tell you why. I kind of, when it comes to political things, I lean to the right, they lean to the left. So you kind of get into these, I'm not going to say warfare, but disagreements. Do things from the heart led by God I think can produce a lot more. And that's when you make clear invitations and be specific, it goes a heck of a lot further. And it comes from, you got to convince it comes from the heart. If you say it's like Bill said there, if it sounds like you're going to go under and we're on our last breath, why sink money into something that's, well, we're done anyway.
Yeah.
So that just kind of put everything together there. It was very good there. Get some clues there. We've had more success when we have a specific goal rather than general. And we're so few and we need fundraisers and stuff like that. Other than that, we don't survive. So
that's right.
Anyway, thank you.
Well, thank you. Thanks, Bob. Any other comments before we finish our time today? I'm glad to hear those connections between what the moderator has been saying and what we're kind of carrying with us. I like the fact that we have to use our words, we have to use our heart, we have to speak with authenticity and integrity. Yeah.
It's different because one person said, hey, well, no problem talking about sex. Well, I know what that is. It's a political thing, but hey, people have different opinions.
Yep.
But hey, stay to the word of God, let God lead, and hey, and look for spiritual blessings.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Well, let's engage in a spiritual practice now, and I'd like to invite us all into a prayer. God of abundance, you invite us into lives of generosity and grace. I pray for the leaders who are with us now, who are learning, experimenting, supporting others in this good work to develop generosity. So I pray that you'll give us all courage when we feel uncertain and clarity when we struggle for words, and that you will grant us trust that your Spirit is already at work among us. Help us to speak with honesty and care, and to invite others into the life and ministry that we share in following you in all we say and do. May we all continue to reflect your light and your love and your hope. Amen. Amen. Well, thanks, everyone. I'll see some of you at supper in a few minutes, and I'll see some of you at home on Sunday, and some of you on the island another couple of days. Thanks, friends.
Thanks,
Melody. That was great.
Thank you.
And before everybody disappears for the evening, we do have a video program of what the Pastoral Relations Commission is presenting over the banquet here, but we wanted to release you for an evening so you can relax after having spent the whole day here on Zoom. So thank you, Melody, and the folks that are here and will be attending the banquet. You may want to just log out and just enjoy the presentation over supper, but that is up to you. So thank you, everybody. And I'm just give me 1 sec and I'll start up our video to end this.
Thanks,
Melody.
everyone. Bye-bye.
Thanks, Melody.
Bye. Thanks again.
Good evening and welcome to our celebration of ministry banquet. But our purpose tonight is to take a few moments and celebrate ministry in all of its many forms in the Canadian Shield Regional Council. We'll talk about ministers, we'll talk about lay people, we'll talk about students, and we will just give thanks and celebrate all the many ways ministry is done here in the Canadian Shield. So thank you for taking a moment to listen to all these names. I invite you to give thanks when you run into one of these people and also to continue to pray for them, because without their leadership, without their gifts, without their commitment to us and to serving the United Church of Canada, very little ministry would get done in the Canadian Shield. So we give thanks for these folks. This evening, I want to celebrate our students. We have one student serving at Zion United Church in Thessalon, and so Torin Mag, and so we give thanks for his ministry there.
This evening, we'll also be celebrating ministers from other denominations serving in our communities of faith. And so we remember Reverend Beverly Vanderjag from the Anglican Church of Canada, serving at Espanola United Church in Espanola.
We also want to take a few moments this morning to celebrate anniversaries. And first, with 70 years, we give thanks for Lloyd Ivany and his ministry, starting in Newfoundland and ending up in Thunder Bay. I won't go into details on everybody, but I know Lloyd, and I wish him well in his 70 years. For 60 years, Brian Bigelow, and thank you for his ministry. For 50 years of service to the United Church of Canada, Philip Miller. 45 years, Janet Norman. For 40 years, we celebrate with Randy Boyd, Kathleen McCallum, and Joan Wyatt. With 30 years of service to the United Church as ordered minister, we celebrate Nancy Ferguson, David LeGrand, and Wendy Stone. Celebrating 25 years of ministry within the United Church, we celebrate with Elaine Lush and Faye Stevens. For 20 years, we celebrate Catherine Taylor. With 15 years of ministry, we celebrate Lisa Blay, Brooke Phillips, John Porter, and Stuart Walker. And finally, with 10 years of ministry experience serving as ordered within the United Church, is Doreen Mason and Linda Newman. I'd like to take a moment right now to celebrate those who have retired this year. And we only had one minister retire, and that was Mercedes Hughes. Mercedes Hughes served her entire ministry, time of her ministry, and Gore Bay, Lions Memorial United in Gore Bay on Manitoulin Island. She was one of, in fact, I think she was the last person to be settled in the United Church. And she willingly went to Gore Bay, and they had a wonderful number of years together. And she served them with love, and they loved her back. So we give thanks for Mercedes Hughes.
And now let's remember those ministers who have passed away this year. Reverend Ross Brulé, who passed away on October 7, 2025. The Reverend Mercedes Hughes, October 15, 2025. Reverend Doreen Lankshire Smith, November 25th, 2025. The Reverend Edith Lynn Healy, January 9th, 2026. And the Reverend John Lean Fraser, February 17th, 2026.
And now we remember the lay people who have passed away since we last met as a regional council. We think of Jack Page, who passed away August 24th, 2025. We think of Bettina or Tina Hansen, who passed away on August 31st of 2025. And we take a moment to also remember Cindy Brownlee, who passed away September 26, 2025. We give thanks for the light that shone through their life, and may their light continue to shine in our hearts. We now take a moment to celebrate our licensed lay worship leaders. And we are especially blessed in Canadian Shield for an amazing group of licensed lay worship leaders who, without them, I think very little worship would carry on in many of our churches in the Canadian Shield. And this year, we are very fortunate to have 9 new licensed lay worship leaders. And we give thanks for Kathy McCallum, who over the last 2 years has offered a hybrid training program. And most of these new LLWs were students in Kathy's class. So thank you, Kathy. But also we give thanks and we ask God to hold each of these new LLWs in the palm of God's hand and give them wisdom and peace as they share the good news of God's love to the churches in their areas. And so we give thanks for Susan Purdy, for Elizabeth Denton, for Charlotte Cameron, for Allison Hardy, for Lori Fairburn, for Debbie Holson, for Lori LaValle, Julie Shaw, and Ann Smith.
We also recognize and appreciate our licensed lay worship leaders in the West, Thunder Bay to Sault Ste. Marie, who have been licensed until June 30th, 2027. And that would be George Bott, Joy Bott, Kathy Bright, Lorna Chipka, Robert Cosby, Vivian Hall, Diana Hannaford Wilcox, John McDonald, Cindy Raby, Lori Van Sandroot Jankskovich, Wanda Wilding.
I now want to recognize the LLWs from our eastern part of our region, which is North Bay and area, and they are currently licensed until June 30th, 2028. And they are Linda Clark, Lori Fairburn, Rob Ferris, Peter Haddo, Elizabeth Henderson, Ron Holotok, Jennifer Moorleg, Brenda McClay, Francis Morris, Aaron Palmer, Lyndon Sarginson, Julie Shaw, John Sheridan, and Ann Smith.
And we also now recognize the folks from central of our region, which would be the Sudbury area. These folks are licensed until June 30th, 2029. And this would be Charlotte Cameron, David Chipka, Gail Cronin, Elizabeth Denton, Shannon Duffus Emond, Allison Hardy, Cindy Hebert, Mark Hiddleston, Debbie Holson, Lori Lavallee, Ross McLeod, Faye Moffett, Brian Mundell, Nancy Mundell, Susan Purdy, and Judy Sears.
And after many years of faithful service, we want to just take a moment to acknowledge the work of Jane Graham and Don York, both of who have decided not to renew their license, but we give them thanks for In Jane Graham's case, she's been serving as an LLW for 25 years, and Dawn York has been celebrating for 20 years. And so now we need to take a moment to celebrate or to acknowledge our communities of faith in transition. So the first church we show you is Broadway United Church in Thunder Bay. Their building has been sold, but the community of faith is still worshiping in a local community center.
The next one that we are acknowledging would be Grace United Church in Nipigon. And again, the building has been sold, but the community of faith is still worshiping in the chapel at the local hospital.
Our third church is All Peoples in Sudbury, who just had their final service in April, I believe. Their building is currently for sale, and the community of faith has chosen to disband.
We also remember Bruce Mines United Church, located in Bruce Mines, and the building has been sold, and the community of faith has also disbanded.
We also remember Central in Sault Ste. Marie. The building has been sold, but the community is worshiping in a rented space from the Presbyterians.
We remember St. Andrew's United Church in Sault Ste. Marie. The building has been sold, and the community of faith is continuing to worship in a rented space.
We remember Trinity Manitoulin in Mindamoya. The building has been sold, and the community of faith is continuing to worship in a rented space with the Anglican Church.
We remember St. Stephen's on the Hill United Church in Sudbury. The building has been sold, and the community of faith is worshiping in a rented space and sharing a minister with Trinity Lively.
St. Mark's United in Sudbury. Once again, the building has been sold, but the community of faith is nesting with St. Peter's and sharing a minister.
We remember Golden Valley United Church in Val d'Or, Quebec. It is in the process of being transferred to the Nakanha Regional Council.
Shekawinda Community of Faith has formally amalgamated with Little Current Pastoral Charge. This year, we decided to add into this celebration of ministry a time to acknowledge our volunteer leaders. And so we begin this by acknowledging our Canadian Shield Regional Council executive. We give thanks for Nancy Ferguson as the chairperson. We give thanks for Bill Jones, who is our chair-elect. Also Stuart Walker, Gord Roberts, Jim Jackson, Dave LeGrand, Susan Peverly, Beverly Rumble, Peter Haddo, and Barb Knott.
We'd also like to take a moment to acknowledge our volunteers on the nominating committee, and that would be Bill Jones, Susan Peverly, Marty Mumford, Janice Brownlee, and Kathy Smith.
We take a moment to remember the volunteers serving on our finance resource team. Thank you, David Clark, Michael Wisa, and Lawrence Mavanzi.
And we give thanks for our volunteers on the Pastoral Relations Commission, Stuart Walker, Karen Gooch, Fraser Williamson, Joy Galloway, Jan Venton, John Watson, Jane Graham, Ted Harrison, Elaine Lush, Cindy Raby, Pam Brown, and Stephen Lowith.
We take a moment to give thanks for our support to Communities of Faith Commission, Jim Jackson, Marty Mumford, Susan Peverly, Ernie Epp, Crystal Krieg, Peter Haddo, Bonnie Johnson, Marilyn Schatzler, Janice Brownlee, Kathy Calverley, and Desire Terepi.
We give thanks for our volunteers on the Property Commission, including Gordon Roberts, Janet Ross, Paul McAllister, Wayne Jeffkins, Rob Ferris, James Coe, and Lori Kendall.
We also now give thanks for our mission and support and grants resource team, Dave Clark, Nancy Rubel, Susan Siskar, Alistair Crothers, and Sarah Drunan.
We give thanks for our volunteers on the Right Relations Resource Team. Whitney Bruno, Jamie Clayton, Susan Lindquist, Sylvia Carskadden, Brian Mundell, Lionel Catola, Lisa Blay, Kathy Smith, and Rob Galloway.
We also give thanks for our Affirming Ministry Resource Team, Peter Hatto, Marilyn Schratzler, Whitney Bruno, Susan Peverly, Caitlin Smithers, Laura Hutchinson, Fraser Williamson.
We recognize and give thanks to our volunteers on the Youth and Young Adult Ministry Resource Team, Christina Boggs, Pam Brown, Diane Tate, Laura Hutchison, and Blessing Terwippi.
And finally, our last committee elected by the through the nominating committee is the Social Justice Network of Ontario Regional Council. And we give thanks for Ernie Epp, Stephen Calverley, and David LeGrand. For all these people and so many more that support them, we give thanks. We give thanks for the amazing gifts that of leadership that we have in our region, and we ask God to be with them in all their work. Let's just take a moment now to have a time of prayer. Loving God, we give you thanks for bringing us into your presence like this. We give you thanks for the Canadian Shield Regional Council. We give you thanks for the gifts that you have bestowed on these people and their willingness to serve. We think of LLWs and we think of ministers who've put in up to 70 years of ministry. We think of those who've passed away, both lay and ordered, and we give thanks. We think of LLWLs who have taken time to study and prepare and who are willing to be licensed and to share your good news and your love with our communities of faith across our region. Bless them, keep them, fill them with your Holy Spirit. And God, as we listed all those names that work very hard to make the work of the Canadian Shield possible, we give you thanks. We think especially and give thanks for Nancy Ferguson, who has graciously led us in these last number of years. We ask that you would just surround her with love as we give thanks for her leadership and her willingness to walk with us. And as we think ahead, we think of Bill Jones and we give thanks for his willingness to serve as our next incoming chair. Just surround him with your love. Give him your patience and wisdom as he seeks to walk with us in whatever direction you are calling us as your community of faith known as Canadian Shield Regional Council. We also take a moment to remember our staff and give thanks for each and every one of them and the roles that they play and the sacrifices they make to make sure that your work, your light continues to shine in this region. And so, God, we bring all of those names together, all of these names together. We give thanks and we ask that you would walk with them as you continue to walk with us each day, each moment of our lives. We ask all of this in Jesus' name. Amen. As we come to this end of this time together, thank you for taking a moment. And I do encourage you to just maybe pick one or two names. And in the next couple of days, just remember those names, that person in prayer. Because without God walking with us, not much would be done. And so I invite you to enjoy the rest of the evening. We're going to probably still be eating while you're come to the end of this. And thank you for taking time to be with us this evening. Good night.
As I've always said, they hired me for my good looks, not necessarily my abilities. And so in all of that, I forgot 3 committees. And now, before you jump on me and say, well, those names are wrong, I want you to know that this is up until the close of this year. So those names have changed. We just voted on that this afternoon, I think, if I remember correctly. So these 3 committees are the ones I work with. And so how I forgot them, I'm not quite sure. But as I say, well, at one point, I had a meeting on Zoom, and some of you might know that I had a cat named Rusty. And I was particularly nervous about this particular meeting. And so I put Rusty away in another place in the house. And immediately after the meeting, Peter Hartmans calls me and he said, well, where was Rusty? And I said, well, I had to sell him, because I couldn't afford, And Peter says, you do know that we hired you because of Rusty. So I want to acknowledge our liaisons, those people that work with us to discern what's next. And this is, I'll just say their names. Cindy Raby, Jan Venton. I believe Jan's with us tonight. Good to see you, Jan. Stuart Walker, Di Tate, Pam Brown, Marty Mumford, Susan Peverly, Fraser Williamson, Sandra Jenkinson, and Joy Galloway. Our LLWL resource and support team, whom you've met this evening, and I'm so grateful for their support tonight. Peter Haddow, who thinks he's actually going to retire. Oh, sorry. Dawn York, Susan Peverly, Joy Bott, Janice Frame, Cindy Raby, and Jane Graham. And finally, one other team I work with is called the Ministry Wellness Team. And I give thanks for Desire Terepi, Nancy Ferguson. I saw her tonight. Oh, there, she's still here. Okay, good. Aaron Todd, Ted Harrison, and Caitlin Smithers. And so I am very grateful for all these people I get to work with. And it takes a village to build a region. So let us give thanks for all of the people that help to build our region. One other mistake, just so, and you can keep a list if you'd like. We created, as LLWs, created a little bulletin insert. It was on your tables. You probably just said, what's this? And discarded it. But I do have 100 copies of them if you'd like. They're just to go in the bulletin because, these 42 LLWs aren't enough. We need more folks. And some of these LLWs, well, there are some LLWs out there who God called them even deeper into work, and they're ordained now. I believe Pam Brown and what's your name? Laura Hutchison, Susan Peverly. We could go through all of the list, but don't let that, if you've ever sat in a church and said, oh my God, I could do better than that. We do have one of the best LLW trainings in the country. Comes out of our own marathon, Joy and George Bott. And so think about it, and because we need you. Okay, I'm never give a minister a training. We're done.
And we are so blessed with all of those who serve in paid accountable ministry, all those who lead worship, all those who serve on all of the committees and outreaches of this great Canadian Shield region. Now, as we close this time of commemorating, but some of those who have been blessings, we remember those names not mentioned those who prefer to be on the sidelines, quietly but surely being present. And now let us pray. Dear God, loving Mother and Father of us all, we give thanks for your presence in our lives and for the gifts you have given so many of us. You are the constant in our lives, our North Star, if you will, guiding us. But we need to remember that we have to look to the North Star if we want to be guided by it, as we need to look to you if we want to be guided. You can only do so much without our participation. We know we have work to do. We acknowledge that the work that we do is not always easy, but we also know that you will be with us. When we become discouraged, weary, believing that all is impossible, let us remember that we walk in this world on holy ground with you as our companion, our guide, our strength, and our hope. Help us to stir up those hard places in our lives, in our world, and turn them into holy ground, where life and nature renew themselves, where hope lives, where we rejoice in our relationship with you. And let us raise our voice, let us raise our prayers with the prayers of all creation as we say, Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever and ever. Amen. Now, as the time we're in now nears an end, you can't leave yet. We still have some work and a theological reflection to come, so let us remember that we are not alone. God moves with us, in us, around us. God calls us all to serve in different ways, in differing ways, and God calls us to love one another. God also calls us to love ourselves. As we live out the work we have been called to do, let us remember that Christ Jesus is the center of all that we do, all that we say, all that we have. And remember, you are loved. And I'm going to end with a couple of words from a song that's been going through my head for a couple of weeks. Those of us of a certain age will know exactly where it comes from. I'm so glad we've had this time together, just to have a laugh or sing a song or shed a tear. Seems we just get started, and before you know it, comes a time we have to say goodbye.
Please stand and come and sing with us. We're the light of all the world. We are city all night. We're against all the sun, proclaiming love. We will not live beneath the bushel. We will shine the light that's burning bright. We are going silent. Jesus seems to be. Come show your splash your hands across the sky. Ain't no we're up $1 from many different friends. We'll bring all in welcome and in grace.
God said, let it be light, created every virtue. Each of us can find a place. We are sign of covenant and peace. The blood of Jesus finally cease to be. Come shine your light, smash your wheels, Jesus. Be the one born. We are hoped to still believe in tomorrow's better day. We are fools in a world that's torn apart. We are joy that will last in all the struggles that we face. We are love that lives and grows in every heart. We are love ready. Sign of covenant and peace. The blood of Jesus cease to be. Come shine your light. Stars your wings across the sky. They know what it covers, gold and we face the storms of life. We will never be alone. For our God will be with us on the way. We are side by side. We will be frightened as the morning of tears breaks into day. We are rainbow, and peace, for the flood of tears will finally cease to be. Come shine your rainbow, splash your heels across the sky. They know what it colors, golden. Paint the world in colors, round and bold and free.
Thank you so much for that wonderful time together around table, feasting and celebrating all those who serve this region and all those who are blessed to live here and serve here. So every evening or every end of the day, we conclude by hearing from the equity support team and then have a theological reflection. And then I declare that we're done. And then there's announcements. And then I declare that we're done. And then we adjourn. But because I'm your chair still, and because this was my project to bring in some ecumenical folk who have been important in my journey here in the Sioux, but I thought would be a blessing to us in different capacities and just to try something new. One of our two chaplains, Holly Clemenson, is an Anglican priest. Brad Middleholtz is a Lutheran pastor. Holly has been serving as one of our two chaplains, but she's not able to be here tomorrow because for some reason, she has to lead worship tomorrow. Brad took Sunday off. Thank you, Jesus. So this is Holly's time with us ends this night, and chatting with her and saying, so how was it for you? She just wowed me, and I thought, oh, I think we all need to hear her experience of being with us was like. So Holly, if you'd like to come and just share a few words. I don't think my phone is working.
Hello, friends.
I'm Holly Clemenson. I'm the incumbent of Emmaus Anglican Church. I'm monkey in the middle, literally. I am on Wellington Street, where the former Dunn is, right north of Algoma University. One of my very first days in my office, I've only been up here 5 years. I come into the office and my phone is ringing, and my secretary answers the phone and says, "Yeah, she just walked in the office." And I'm mouthing, "Who is it?" And they said, "It's Nancy Ferguson. She's the minister down at Emmanuel." I went, "Oh, that is so sweet." So Nancy invited me out for coffee, and we've been friends ever since. And I have to say, this is my first time I'm gathering with a group of United Church. What do you call yourselves? A gaggle? What? But I have to say, I am so overwhelmed. You are so lovely. You are gentle, inclusive, kind, warm. And the way that you run meetings, you need to come to an Anglican one, but we'd probably scare you as Christians. No, but honestly, I mean, you are absolutely delightful. And I feel very honored and privileged to have been with you for the last 2 days. I've been praying for you since Nancy called me and said, "Hey, I think I've got something cool for you." She sucked me in, right? And then last week I had a panic and I said, "But what exactly does a chaplain do in the United Church context?" But you've been wonderful, absolutely wonderful. And I just want to echo that in the Anglican Church, about 6 or 7 years ago, we had a journal, Anglican Journal article, and on the top of the front page, it said, "The Anglican Church will be dead in 2040. And it has caused extreme stress, and we've had these intense conversations. So you are not alone. We are not alone. We are brothers and sisters. We're siblings. We're friends. We're neighbors, and we're in this together. I always say that, you know, there's a river and we're all in different boats, or maybe we're a different flavor of ice cream. But whatever it is, we are in this together. Nancy is amazing. She called Brad and I and said, "Why don't we do a Good Friday walk?" So the three of us got together and we planned and we arranged for the three congregations to come together on Good Friday. And we started with a service at one church. And we carried the cross together, the three congregations. And we had, I don't know how many people in their cars driving by honking. And we were the presence of the church in the community on Good Friday morning. So if you are shy, don't be shy. Call up your Anglican brothers and sisters and invite them to coffee. And if they won't come, give me a call. But I'm sure they will. But really, seriously, we're all facing the same challenges. And God is not finished with us yet, but it's going to look different. And I don't know what that means, but maybe we can figure it out together. So I have loved every minute of my time with you. I love you. You're wonderful. You're fantastic. You're always welcome in my church, and I know I'm welcome in your church. I'm going to continue to pray for all of you and for your church, and I look forward to Nancy and Brad and I doing more ministry together. So thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Now, strangely enough, Brad is reporting on behalf of the equity support team. So now you get to hear from our other ecumenical guests. So he's going to share some reflections of the meeting today.
Yeah, let's see. In addition to being the pastor of Zion Lutheran Church, I'm also the priest at Christ Church Anglican. And Nancy actually preached, opened the Word of God at the, I like it. I know Lutherans install Anglicans induce, and it's a whole language. I think we now call it a celebration of new ministry, which works as well. Because installation's hard, but I haven't birthed a child, so I can't speak to that experience. Before I go into my report, I want to echo, the Lutheran Church has been restructuring since I've been in confirmation, which is 1988. And we're on our own trajectory, our own way of thinking about what we are as church. And we've never been a big church. I think the largest I remember us being was when I was in youth group, and 1% of the ELCIC gathered in Dalhousie, and that meant 1,900 youth and young adults were present. So 190,000. Yeah, that's right. I can do the math. We now have a baptized membership probably around 60 to 70,000. And everything is on the table with our restructuring. Will there be a national bishop? We don't know. Will there be 5 synods, which we have, which are our regional units? We don't know. We just know that God is present as we work through this. And we have partners and full communion partners, partners in ministry. Apparently I was in the bathroom when you announced, I saw you had Downtown Magnetowan on, as he announced that. And I cheered when I first saw that was happening with Pastor Sylvia Pechka. She was a member of my home parish as well. And say, we can do that too as Uniteds and Lutherans. And so just keep doing it. Lutherans, we all have something that we bring to our ecumenical family. I joke, but I know Presbyterians bring the Psalter. Lutherans, when I gathered with my Pentecostal minister partner in Wyerton, I said, we hold on to radical grace. We all understand grace, I'm not going to deny that. We can talk about it later on. But it's all God. Which also means I leave everything up to God. So err on the side of grace, which might get me into trouble with my bishops. Details can follow. Which is what was full communion with the Anglicans. We didn't dot I's and cross T's. We trusted the Spirit. We don't have to dot I's and cross T's. Let's be God's people together. Now for my role. I was told just before supper I was going to do this. What I heard from my group is a reminder that words have power, even words that some hold close. And we were reminded that sometimes words have multiple meanings, some good, some bad, some indifferent and neutral, and some that come out of us that we're not aware of. Then I was reminded that we were reminded that at this conference 2 years ago, the former moderator, the very Reverend Dr. Carmen Lansdowne, I think I got that correct, thank you, Nancy, invited this council to be very mindful of the power of the word mission. And that word was named a few times as we gathered. And that this body committed to phasing out this word in hopes of discovering and using new words to describe the work of our communities of faith, what God is up to in our specific contexts. We're still on our journey in trying to use new words. We can do better, God willing. That's the scold. But the cheerleading is we were very proud to uplift how this table, you can pat yourselves on the back, we're very intentional about including those who were with us online. That is something that I talked with Holly that we have not done hybrid worship except during COVID. And I think you've been intentional about that as the United Church of Canada in all of your levels. And I think you've done it well. Whether there were hiccups, I have no idea. But it was good to see. As a Lutheran reflecting, I think the word I'd say is intentional. Lutherans try to be inclusive, especially the Lutherans that I'm a part of. We'll talk about other Lutherans another day. Anglicans try to be intentional and inclusive and about their words, but not as intentional as you are. Keep it up and model for us, your siblings in Christ, how we can be church together. So thank you.
Thank you, Brad. I'm going to invite Ted Harrison, who is our theological reflector, to come and share. There you are.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Friends, as you heard, my name is the Reverend Ted Harrison. I hail from a succession of Trinity United churches. And I hope it will please the court to share that I knew the Right Reverend Kim Heath before she was right. Heck, I knew her before she was Reverend, but I'm so pleased that she's able to be with us, and now all of us can say, I knew her before she was very. Moderator Kim was the president of the student council at Emmanuel College. A little shout out for Emmanuel College. Although I'm certain that Kim did, many notable things over those school years, somehow what I remember best about her is her leadership at an early December memorial many years ago for the women who were slain at the École Polytechnique massacre. Of course, we did not need to hear the name of the shooter, but we very much needed to hear the names of the 14 precious lives lost. And with a loving, and I will add a very competent French accent, those names felt safe. Kim honored our loss. So thank you, Madam Moderator, that your caring voice will continue to minister to many of our keenly felt losses. Okay, I would like to reflect on this weekend's regional church meeting by way of a personal story. On my most recent return, my most recent leg of walking the Camino de Santiago, this time in Portugal, I walked for some time with a spontaneous new companion in prayer from Australia. And Dan is a postal worker. He's a mailman who grew up on an Australian cattle farm. And in my own younger years, I worked summers on a number of Canadian farms myself. So as we walked, we swapped stories, mostly about our misadventures pursuing animal husbandry in God's country. And both of us referred to our home countries as God's country. I live in God's country, joking as if by comparison the other did not, And both of us thought that we were very tough. Each of us felt that the circumstances of our own country were the more demanding circumstances. So I said that Canada's bigger, our seasons are more varied and punishing, our farmland is vaster, our farm workers are made of sterner stuff. I backed my claims with various personal stories, my misadventures of being run over by cows, a tetanus shot required because of rusty barbed wire, shocked by electrical fences. Keith Emery is back here, and he is a dairy cattle farmer and goats maybe, or is that just your brother? Okay, but if you were with me and Dan, you and I would have been singing "O Canada" together, right? In turn, my new friend Dan told me about the stunning preponderance of venomous snakes in Australia. So Kyle Pugh and Susan Lindquist are very fond of snake stories. Kyle, do you know how many venomous snakes there are in in Australia? Deadly venomous snakes? You're just making it up, aren't you? Well, could you Google it for me? Okay. Australia has the snakes. It has a wide range of massive spider species. It has cockroaches the size of skateboards and many, many wild animals that travel in packs in Australia. It is horrific. 100 varieties of venomous snake. That was fast. Thank you. We all feel smarter now. I'm sorry, Keith. I'm sorry, all my Canadian siblings in Christ, but confession is good for the soul. I want to admit to this court what I did not admit to my new friend Dan. Friends, Australian farmers might actually be tougher than Canadian farmers. I've never been to Australia, and I think I could live a long, happy life without ever visiting Australia. More to the point, though, let me tell you something else that Dan taught me. He pointed out something to me that I had not noticed, and perhaps you have not noticed. Get this. Most of my stories, at least the ones about caring for cattle in Canada, had to do with containing the cattle, specifically with building and repairing and maintaining the fences. And often in the process being pushed through said fences and cut by fences, electrified by my own fences. True story. In his part of Australia, Dan tells me, they don't build fences to hold animals in. They don't, I mean, they've got fences, but they don't do fences so much. Decades ago, generations ago, they realized that fences were not the most feasible way. Instead of building fences, does anyone know what they do? They dig wells. Deep, nourishing wells, featuring cool, refreshing water. If you establish the oasis of a well, it turns out the animals never go very far. It's the only way in Australia. And it is also the way, I think now, of the good Christian pastor, to dig good wells, deep wells. So it's my embarrassment, Madam Moderator, that much of my ministry has been dedicated in subtle and sometimes not so subtle ways to building fences, right? To drawing distinctions, to establishing territory, to distinguishing who belongs on which side of the fence. I don't think I've been alone in this frantic maintaining of fences. We're still doing it. I'm still obsessed with fences, with who's in and who's out and rolling out the wire. Even when we already know that we've entered a land where we are better served by digging wells. Deep wells, or should I say deep, daring, bold? Wells of deep spirituality, of daring justice, of bold discipleship, because that's when the flock lingers. And that's where the flock returns time after time, to where they are truly fed and strengthened, cared for, loved, understood, nourished, built up as the body of Christ. It's a different landscape that rejects fences. And it's hard to adapt when fences is all we've ever done. And now we're in a time when we need to pull up fences and dare together to boldly dig deeper wells. It demands cooperation from people who always thought that they were the toughest farmers, that we knew the best way to cultivate life, that our country was God's country and none other. Let me remind you, Isaiah 43, behold, I am doing a new thing, and do you not perceive it? Do not remember the former things or consider the ways of old. So learning a different and better way of how to care for the sacred life in our charge will take some getting used to. And more to the point, it will involve loss. We know that very well tonight. It will involve profound grief because it involves letting go of those former things, of ways that we have been doing this kind of farming for generations, the only ways we've ever known. I'm thinking that this afternoon, most of you were here, not all of you were, so I'll review very quickly. Moderator Kim was saying, okay, I want you guys to take 5 minutes and just to do a little prayer. And so if Nancy says that her knee is sore, just, maybe you could just sort of say, dear Jesus, we pray for Nancy's knee. And I don't think I'm the only one who felt in the room like this feeling of, do we have to? Do we have to? And we don't have to, right? We don't have to. Anyone here who has farmed knows that it's. I mean, we say it about horses, but you can say it about any animal that you can lead it to water, but you can't make it drink. In my experience, the reason they don't drink is the same. It's fear, a sense that we have something to lose. Madam Moderator, you've certainly showed me in the past that you have a gift. You can enunciate the names of our beloved losses in accents that feel safe and loving. So thank you for bringing your gifts, your accent to this pastoral task. You and the inheritors of your office, you call us to a task whereby we will learn to be better shepherds, better pastors, better keepers of the waters of life, which sustain our shared life in Christ. May God so bless you all. Amen.
I'm going to call on Kathy and Helen Smiths for some announcements before we close the day.
Wow, we have been fed. We have been fed through the food we've been eating, but spiritually, what a weekend. So, as we prepare to start winding down our time together, you'll know when you come in tomorrow, we're not going to be sitting in this style. The tables will be gone. The ladies who did the decorating have invited anyone who wishes to take flowers to feel free to take them home. Leave the vases, please, because in 2 years we may have to ask them to do it again, and they'll recycle. They're very good at that. So please, if you wish to take some flowers, take them, but leave the vases here. Did anybody get to the quilt show today? Oh, some of us did. If it's on tomorrow too, so make sure you do get a chance. I know that several members of our council plus community of faith members have had quilts placed in there on display, and one of our own council members won the judge's prize for their quilt. Barb McPherson, can you stand up for a minute? Thank you. We are creative in so many ways, so thank you for sharing your creativity.
So friends, we gather tomorrow morning at 8:45 I believe we have gathering music then. And as you come in the door, we're going to have a bucket or something there. And we would ask that you place your name tags and lanyards in that so that we can reuse them. And that would be greatly appreciated. Now, I just want to make sure. So service starts at 8:45. We go through our business and then there is worship after that. And there are, I think all the churches, no?
Central's not coming. They're staying, but the rest of them.
So 4 United churches from the Sioux area are coming. So that's wonderful. So that will make for great singing, won't it?
Actually, there's a choir of about 30 people. Yeah. From Sioux churches.
Phone? Oh, we do. We have the privilege of having a choir of all 4 churches. So we have almost 30 people.
Awesome. Awesome. So we will have goosebumps.
You betcha. We're going to have big woohoo moments. Yes, some people from St. Paul's Thunder Bay are going to sing too.
And now just correct me, following Nancy's adjournment, you are willing to lead. Oh, I don't have to say that. Okay, well then my work is done. It's been a privilege being here with you, and we'll see you tomorrow. Tomorrow. I'm from Newfoundland. Tomorrow.
They've entitled it Last Words, Kathy. Then with my name. So, so just a little note, after I adjourn the meeting, adjourn the second day of the meeting, it's not over yet. And the music team sends us home singing a song together. They have offered to stick around for a relaxed time of hymn singing. So if you're interested in staying for a little bit of hymn singing, please do so. If your bed is calling, please follow your feet out the door. So the second day of the 2026 Canadian Shield Regional Council meeting is finished. I don't like that wording. I now adjourn the meeting until tomorrow morning at 8:45 a.m.